Buddy, I'm so sorry I'm late. I overslept again. I need to get a regular alarm clock that's not voice activated because I keep going, Alexa, snooze. Alexa, snooze. Go ask daddy. I don't know what you want, but go ask daddy. Um, good morning, Paul. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Judy. Good morning, everybody. I had the most amazing surprise last night. Um, on Wednesday nights on my Disney Channel, we do me and two of my friends. We do a little. It's a little nothing of a show, really. We've done only done 2 episodes so far. Um, where we do some Disney news and just some chit chat. If anybody wants to ask us questions, we had a guest last week, alligator wrangler. Um, and I'm not sure what we're doing this week, but anyway, so Mike, who you guys have probably seen in the chat, Magical Mike, he comes in every once in a while. His wife is Magic Adventures. We have I've been on their Disney streams sometimes. So go ask Daddy. I'm talking. So, um, Mike texted me last night and said Murray's live. So I went to Murray's live stream. Now Murray lives in the UK. So he goes to Disneyland Paris and live streams. So I expected to see Disneyland Paris. So I turned the live stream on and I saw our castle. And I was like, wait a minute. So my first thought, like when you see something all the time, like you don't catch right away that it's out of place, right? So I'm like, wait a minute. Disneyland Paris's castle looks like ours. And then I realized, wait a minute. That's our castle show and it's in English. Why is Disneyland Paris doing our castle show in English? And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. He's here. So my friend from the UK I get to meet. I'm so excited. So that made my day yesterday. That was a nice surprise. He kept it quiet for like, I don't know how long they've been planning it, like 2, 3 weeks. So I don't know if that's why I couldn't wake up this morning because I mean, I didn't stay up any later than normal, but I was like all that excitement last night. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But that was a surprise. Mike just texted me and was like, Murray's like he knew. He like Murray's live. That's all he said. Um and I said, "So are we having our show? Cuz we do it on Wednesdays." I said, "So are we doing our show tomorrow?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're still doing it." So I don't know. I have no clue. I'll try to find the link and put it in the chat. It's tonight at 7. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if he's going to be in one of the parks, if he's going to be at a resort. I have no idea. But we're doing it. He's hosting it. So cuz we decided we would take turns and it'd be on Magic Adventures channel one week and then my channel and then Murray's channel and this week it's Murray's turn. So I don't know what we're going to do, but it's probably going to be another surprise like it was last night. And he doesn't know Disney World. So he's like, "Okay, where am I going?" So me and Mike and Jen were giving him directions, typing in the chat directions of where to go places because he just doesn't know where he is. So that was what I did last night. It was almost as soon as I got off of here, and went in the bedroom. I was laying there reading a book, and Mike texts me, "Murray's live." so, so I didn't get to watch any of the staircase last night. So I can't give you anything about the last 2 episodes, what happened, but that was a nice surprise. I feel like I should be giving you guys some facts. Judy has facts, though. Let's see what Judy has to say. Maybe Judy has some good facts. I just had a surprise. North Carolina v. Peterson. After years of failed appeals, Peterson was released from prison on $300,000 bail and placed under house arrest with a tracker attached to his ankle in 2011. In 2017, Peterson submitted an Alford plea to the reduced charges of manslaughter. He was sentenced to time already served. Michael Peterson is 82 years old now, and he lives alone in a ground floor apartment in Durham, North Carolina. I was trying to find that out because I knew he was 82 because I asked Alexa. Alexa, man, she's not as good as the other AIs because you can ask Alexa a question and you get one answer. But if you ask the other AI's question, you get like an explanation. I noticed that the other day because I asked her something and then I asked Chat GPT something and like I got a one-word answer from Alexa and then I got like an explanation from Chat GPT. And I was like, I don't think I'm going to use Alexa anymore. Not for that kind of stuff. I'm still going to say snooze, Alexa. Every morning. Possibility, Marty. Good morning, Marty. Yeah, twice now. I was gonna say the women you love. The first one was just a neighbor, but yeah, twice now women have fallen downstairs. Well, in the documentary, the little flight of stairs that he had to walk up to the little booth, visitors booth to see his kids, he had trouble doing those stairs. And that was in 2000 and what year was it overturned? 2011? Yeah. So that was in 2011. So he's probably all kinds of feeble now. Well, he lives alone though. Maybe he's not as feeble as he or that could have been an act for the cameras. Who knows? Who knows? 911 call. Yay, no more finances. Hopefully there won't be any more. That was oh my god.
Sir, for the record, please state your name and spell your last name.
Name is Donald J. Hepp, spelled H-E-P-P.
And Mr. Hepp, where do you currently work?
Work at Nortel Networks.
How long have you worked there?
Worked there for about 5.5 years.
All right. If you would please describe to the jury what your job responsibilities have been over the last 5 years at Nortel Networks.
I've been a people manager. I've done some project management, done some strategy and planning for the most part.
And what do you currently do?
Right now, I'm currently doing project management, strategy, and planning and some architecture work.
Okay. Now, let me direct your attention back to the time frame of December of 2001 and ask whether you were employed with Nortel Networks during that time period.
I was.
And exactly what were you doing at that time?
At that time, I was doing mainly project management work.
Okay. And if you would please, did you know Kathleen Peterson at Nortel Networks?
Yes, I did. She was actually my boss at that time.
If you would please go ahead and further describe what your association with her was and exactly how you worked for her and precisely what you did.
Okay. I worked for her. I was probably working for about 2 months at that point, and we had different responsibilities within the team. My responsibility centered around representing our internal clients in the project management area. And so I was mainly involved with representing our existing applications, making sure they were working, and in developing new technologies to deploy to our business groups.
Now, you say you had been working with her about 2 months.
Correct.
Around the time frame of December of 2001.
Right.
So you didn't originally begin work at Nortel on her team, is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead and describe what you were doing prior to working with her as it related to your association with another team.
What had happened was we had a lot of activity related around layoffs at Nortel. In that period, I was in another team, reported to another director, which was the same level Kathleen was at, and he was let go. And as a result, a lot of us were merged into our team.
Okay. Based on your knowledge of what was going on at Nortel at the time, the scenario you have just described, was that pretty common?
Objection.
I would say that was relatively common. There were, unfortunately, people let go in that time, some levels above people like myself. As a result, people had to re-report.
Do you have some sense of why Nortel was having to lay off employees in the manner you've described?
Objection.
The sense is we were not making money. Our expenditures were greatly exceeding our revenues. And to stay profitable and afloat, we're going to have to make some tough economic choices. And some of those were, unfortunately, eliminating really good people.
Okay. And at that point, you then move into Kathleen's team. Is that correct? With respect to the team that she supervised, do you have any idea how many other persons were actually in that team with you?
I want to say at that time, we had approximately 13 or so people directly reporting to her around that time period.
Were there more people in that team on other occasions?
I had the feeling from talking.
Objection to feelings, Your Honor. Not personal knowledge.
Do you?
Once again, that's a term of RPs.
Yes, sir. Do you have knowledge of whether there were more persons in Kathleen's team prior to December of 2001?
I know that she had more than 13 at various times before I came to the team.
Do you know how many would have been the maximum?
Objection.
That I-
He's got personal knowledge. I think he can have it.
That I don't know.
Okay, but it was more than 13?
Yes.
With respect to the responsibilities of Kathleen as the supervisor of your team, are you aware of whether her job had changed due to downsizing?
Objection. Also, he has personal knowledge.
I'm not personally aware of her exact job description and whether it would have actually, I'm not personally aware whether her description had changed
Okay,
as a result.
but she was in charge of that team and had been working on other projects previously.
Leading.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would please describe to the jury, if you know, what your sense of what was going on at Nortel from a financial perspective, and how that was affecting how your team was operating and how it was to continue to do its job with the projects that were assigned to it.
Objection to vague testimony about sense of all those different topics. There are specific facts he has personal knowledge to. You can testify to them if they're relevant, but the general sense is improper.
I also think, Your Honor, that he testified he had only been on the team for a couple of months at that time. So.
All right, Mr. Neptune, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room. Mr. Hard, what is it you're attempting to show through this witness?
I want him to describe the financial environment at Nortel as it relates to the redistribution of staff and the layoffs, and he's aware of some of that, and he can certainly testify to it.
And by doing that, your ultimate goal is to what?
To describe the fact that persons at Nortel had some concern for their job security. And that I want to lay this foundation first and then go to that question.
I don't believe that this witness's general sense of how Nortel was doing is a proper way to even go about that particular goal. And in addition, unless it's information that showed Kathleen Peterson's attitude at the time, it wouldn't be relevant. And quite frankly, even that's a step removed from whether Michael Peterson had a concern, because ultimately it's his motive. And what we know is that while I'm sure she was aware of layoffs, she had never been told that she was in any specific danger. So this notion of kind of painting a general atmosphere of Nortel as a proper means of showing motive, particularly with somebody who'd only been working in this team, as I understand it, for 2 or 2.5 months, is an improper way of going about that goal.
And the specific question I think that was asked that drew the objection was, could you tell us what your sense is of how the stuff that was going on at Nortel had affected Kathleen's team and how it functioned? Well, he had only been there for 2 months. And so even if he had some, quote, sense, and assuming that was admissible testimony, it would only go back for 2 months. But I don't think that someone's sense is admissible testimony.
Well, he's certainly aware of the environment at Nortel, and if he knows 2 months is plenty of time to assess whether he's in jeopardy of losing his job or whether other people
They already send the
are in
jury
jeopardy of
out.
losing that job based on conversations that he would have been privy to.
That poor
He certainly
jury.
can describe that. And as a point of order, I would like to know who's making the objection here. Number one,
both
I
counsel.
thought one person was supposed to make the objection.
Take your pick. Pick either one.
Well, it looks like both of them are going to do that, but I'd like for the court to designate one or let themselves designate one person to do
Well,
that.
I think our rules of practice spell out who's supposed to be objecting, so I don't think I need to tell counsel who's supposed to be objecting.
Well, then I think they've forgotten it. And
Well,
the other
then
point of order
by the
would relate to the way the objections are being lodged.
The last
Mr. Rudolph's been doing it, and Mr. Maher's been doing it. When you lodge an objection, if you need to state a ground, it's 1 or 2 words. You don't need to go into some commentary. In my view, that's putting evidence before the jury, or at least trying to persuade the jury of something that's inappropriate and it's in improper form, and I'd ask that you stop it.
Mr. Harden, I think these very experienced lawyers know all that.
Well, then make
I'm
them
not
do
particularly
it.
worried about it. However, I am concerned, as you indicated, about the speaking objection. So if you all can, don't make your speaking objection. Believe it or not, I actually know why you objected most of the time. And if we have to talk about it, then we'll send the jury out and talk about it. Now, first of all, the objection is overruled. You can continue, but Mr. Hart, I think defense counsel is correct. We all need to get rid of these terms of art. It makes it very hard for me to figure out where y'all going when you start talking about general impressions of someone else or his general impressions. He can describe certain things. Now you have to figure out how to ask him what it is you specifically want. So with that admonition, we'll bring the jury back. Hold on. Yes, sir.
And just to save time, because I don't know this is going to be an issue, we have gotten reports that reflect certain conversations this witness had with Kathleen Peterson. If there's an intent to elicit anything that Kathleen Peterson said beyond those reports, I think we have to deal with that at some point as to whether it's here, so we haven't received any notice. I just wanted to flesh that out before we bring the jury back in and then 2 minutes later bring them back out.
What Hardin was saying, and this happened in the clip that we watched yesterday, the clips that we watched yesterday, the Spike! The attorney that is asking the questions is the only attorney that can object to questions from the other side. That's it. The other attorney cannot object. And that's what was happening yesterday in the video, the last video I know, might have even been the second to last, when that boring financial dude was on the stand. Because Maher, or Patrick Duffy lookalike guy, was the one asking the questions, and Rudolph actually objected. I think that was outside of the presence of the jury, but it doesn't matter because yes, exactly. One pony, one rider, exactly. And I was getting mad. I was already fed up because they went way too far into the financial stuff. And then the wrong attorney was objecting. I was like, "What in the fudge are we watching? Are there no rules in this courtroom?"
And I don't know what
All right.
their intent is, but I know what I've been given notice of.
Is that something we can deal with now, Mr. Hart, or not? I take it you know the general direction of your examination of this witness.
Yes, sir. And I think what he will say is that there was general conversation.
Well, I think he's asking, first of all, is there going to be something elicited from this, some conversation elicited from this witness with Ms. Peterson that they don't have notice of?
I'm not going to ask a question that relates specifically to a conversation that this witness would have had with Kathleen about her job security. It will revolve more around the mood and morale of the team, which would have included her.
I guess, and I'm going to be picky, but if there are conversations, whether they're asked about specifically or generally, it's still, I think, hearsay, and lumping them all together doesn't change the problem. And same with other people's statements, apparently other team members' statements. So I'd object to that kind of testimony.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Hart?
Well, I think you can relate how he was feeling, and to describe that, I think he would be entitled to describe the mood of other people and the impressions of other people as expressed to him in a general way, because it obviously influences how he was feeling about his job security.
And if somebody had plotted to murder him, that might be relevant, but he's still employed at Nortel, and his feelings or other team members' feelings aren't relevant to whether Michael Peterson had a motive to murder Kathleen Peterson. So I object to that as on relevance grounds.
All right, objections overruled.
And maybe we have a continuing objection to that line of questioning, so I don't have to object each question.
Yes, sir, that is allowed. Although I'm not particularly concerned about it, who objects is a rule of practice. Can we, just for consistency purposes, stick to the rule of practice? Okay. All right, objections overruled.
Now, Mr. Hepp, let me go back to with you specifically. Based on Nortel's predicament, did you have a feeling of jeopardy with respect to your job security?
Yeah, I did at that time, and prior to that, and even after that.
Okay. Now, with respect to your interactions with others on that team, or even on the team before you became associated with Kathleen Peterson's organization, was there an expression to you of concern by those in those teams of their job security?
Objection.
Yeah, I mean, people had expressed in casual conversation that they were concerned. Almost everyone was concerned about their job security at that point.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you in particular to December the 8th of 2001, would be a Saturday to refresh your memory, and ask you what you were doing that morning as it related to your activities at Nortel Networks.
Yeah, that Saturday morning I had chosen to come into the office. I had two major things I had to have done by Monday. So I get in like a regular work day around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And if you would please just generally describe what you were doing and whether at some point you communicated with Kathleen Peterson.
Sure. I spent the morning basically doing some things on set up a prototype for a project. So it's basically just the whole morning on that. It wasn't until maybe after lunch, which I brought with me, I happened to read some email, and I noticed that one came in from her sometime around 1:30, somewhere in that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's at that point when I realized she was in, I emailed her back, and even though she sat maybe 100 feet from me, I figured, her door was closed. I was busy. I said, if you get 5 minutes, I still need to talk to you. She had been off the day before. And I wanted her to escalate something for me when she was traveling, and she was going to travel starting Monday morning.
When you mean escalate, what does that mean?
To talk to an executive on my project's behalf, because we were concerned that this was a project that included the Americas, the Europe, and Asia. We're concerned that some folks in Asia were going to try to sabotage it, so I wanted to give her a heads up and see if she could work behind the scenes with an executive to kind of cut that off at the pass.
Okay. Were other people working there as well, if you recall?
If they were, they weren't in our area, and they definitely weren't in our group. The only two that I knew of were she and I.
Okay. Now, you'd indicated that there was some email traffic between you, and I think you generally described that. After that communication, what happened?
At some point, either she gave me a call or stopped by, and we went into her office for maybe 15 minutes, had a quick discussion. I explained where my project was at and what I thought we needed to do, and she shared my concern. And she said she'd be happy to talk to this particular executive, and she saw him on Monday. He was also going to be in Toronto in business. Mm-hmm. So she was fine with that. And then that was probably 5 minutes. We spent another 10 minutes just being social. She was talking about Christmas shopping, and she was talking about that fact she was going to have to do more of that day after she got out of the office.
Yeah, is that the last time you saw Kathleen Peterson?
No, actually, she came by my desk around 4:15, right before we were both trying to get out of there. And she said she wasn't sure the last time she was at Cary Town Center. Could I refresh her memory? Could I give her directions? And I just reminded her, and she said, "Oh yeah." So then I saw go off in her office maybe a couple minutes after that.
So this would have been sometime after 4 o'clock?
Yeah, it was probably between 4 and 4:30. I know I left around 4:30, 4:45. So, and she beat me out the door by a little bit.
Now, had you been in Kathleen Peterson's office before that date?
Yes.
Had you been in Kathleen Peterson's office when it was located in other areas of the building?
I actually had not.
Were you aware that she had an office in another building?
I knew that she had other locations. She had worked at other locations in the park at different offices. I just did not know where they had been.
Okay. Now, once you had that communication with Kathleen around 4 o'clock, and I think you indicated to the jury that at that point she left, at least based on what you saw. Did you communicate with her in any fashion after that?
No, I don't recall needing to leave her any messages of any kind.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you have the occasion to provide a statement to law enforcement officers describing what you've just testified to?
Yeah, I want to say a couple days after she passed away, might have been on the Tuesday following, I met at Nortel with detectives, and we had a conversation pretty much along the same lines we just discussed about Saturday. Mm-hmm. And then at some point thereafter, maybe a few weeks, not even, I was asked to just write down some of the major details in a statement, which I did. I double checked and I signed.
Okay.
And I believe that was sent over to the district attorney's office.
All right. You want to put you in this place?
Yes.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 135, if I may.
Sure.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize that this is what I typed up.
Okay.
It's the format I usually use to send a memo. It's how I usually sign my name.
John, at this point, we'd move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 135. Any more questions of the witness?
Certainly. Good afternoon. I take it that despite your concerns about your job at Nortel, you still work there, correct?
I do.
Okay. And back in December of 2001, you were working on a Saturday when you had these exchanges of email and then conversations with Kathleen Peterson?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you need to talk to us because she'd actually taken a vacation day on the Friday prior to that day.
Right, and I hadn't had a chance to give her the latest developments on my project.
Right, and was she was going to Toronto on that Monday for some meetings where she would have the ability to intervene on behalf of your project. Is that correct?
Yeah, she was going to meet for a different purpose with some other executives, one of which was the project sponsor. And he was going to she was going to talk to him basically and just make sure he was aware of what was going on with Asia and going to handle it.
Okay, and then other than talking about this work and the project, you guys joked about getting the Christmas shopping done after a work day, correct?
Yeah, I was joking because I hadn't done any, and she was saying how much she usually does and that she needed to do more. And I was telling her that she could buy stuff for me if she wanted, but stuff just harmless conversation for 5-10 minutes.
This pleasant chit chat between two coworkers, correct?
Yeah, basically.
And in fact, she actually stopped by to ask for directions to Cary Town Center before she actually left.
Right, and she said she doesn't normally shop that way, so I gave her quick directions, and then before it was done, she knew where it was, and then she left.
Now, when she left, it was 4 o'clock sometime.
Yeah, I'd say probably plus 15 minutes either way.
Now, after that weekend, you were contacted by law enforcement and ultimately wrote up the statement that you identified, correct?
Correct.
But you also talked to them orally, did you not?
To law enforcement?
Yeah.
Yes, I did at Nortel Networks.
And you informed them they were trying to find other people who might know Kathleen well?
I think they were trying to find, my recollection anyway, from that interview is they were trying to find other people who may have run into her that Saturday, or right before she passed away.
And you gave them the name of Donna Clement as a former Nortel worker who was close with Kathleen Peterson?
Yeah, Donna was on the team for a short period while I was on there, and she had a longer history with Kathleen as a coworker.
Okay, and you gave Donna's name then to the police so they could follow up with that, correct?
If I gave any names, I'm sure Donna would have been a name I gave. I don't recall specifically giving that name, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
No other questions, John?
All right, you can come down, sir.
Ma'am, for the record, please state your name.
My name is Mary Allen.
How are you employed?
I work for the City of Durham as a 911 telecommunicator.
How long have you worked for the city of Durham in that capacity?
Just a little over 5 years.
Now, let me ask you, if you would please, exactly what do you do as a 911 communicator with the city of Durham? Describe what you do on a daily basis.
Okay, I answer 911 calls, also dispatch fire, EMS, and police.
And if you would please describe to the jury how you go about that process.
Okay, when when a citizen dials 911, it comes into our center. And then judging from the conversation, we judge what kind of emergency services they may need, whether it be fire, EMS, police, or all of them.
Do you make decisions based about what to dispatch in terms of police, fire, or emergency medical service personnel based on the conversation that you
Yes.
have with the person making the call?
Yes,
Okay. Do you use any other source of information for that?
we have protocol, we have procedures we can follow depending on the type situation.
Okay. Now, if you receive information later through the 911 system, can you also dispatch other necessary resources
Yes.
to a problem?
Yes,
And do you occasionally do that?
yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to December the 8th, going into the early morning of December the 9th of 2001, and ask whether you were working at the 911 center during that time period.
Yes, I was.
If you would, please, would you describe exactly what you were doing?
I was working as backup for EMS and answering 911 lines.
Okay. And why do you have to do that?
What do you mean, why?
Well, you said that you were working for EMS and working as backup for 911.
Okay, we have an
Why is
EMS dispatcher, and then I back her up if she has to get up, or if she has several calls going and we have ops channels where they use several channels at one time, then the backup person helps her out.
that? With respect to those calls, are those recorded?
Yes,
For what period of time are they recorded, if you know?
total, from beginning to end.
Okay.
That's the phone call, the dispatch, all traffic regarding that call.
Would that include all traffic from whether it's EMS, police, or fire?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Now, again, going back to that specific time frame, you'd indicated that you're working at the center. If you would, please, let me direct your attention more closely to approximately 2:40 or so that morning and ask whether you received a call from 1810 Cedar Street.
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness, please?
Yes.
First, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 136 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, this is a computer printout of the CAD call. This is information that's put in, and it gives all information, who took the call, the address, the times, the units dispatched, what was all the conversation during the calls, and exactly what units went, when they were dispatched and when they arrived.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut
That's
you
all
off.
right.
Exactly what does CAD mean?
Computer aided dispatch.
Okay, now, with respect to the information that appears on this document, how does that get entered into some database?
Exactly what you mean.
Well,
When I
yeah.
type it on from the keyboard, it goes into this.
Okay, all right. Now, again, with respect to that time frame of December the 9th of 2001, as it relates to a call at 1810 Cedar Street, describe for the jury precisely when the call came in according to the document.
Okay, the time was 12/9/01 at 2:54 a.m.
Okay, now if you would please go ahead and describe to the jury what you did as it related to the call that you received at that time.
I answered a 911 call from a man who stated that there was an accident at his house. And I asked him what kind of accident. He said his wife had fallen down some steps and that she was not conscious. I asked him at that time if she was breathing, and he said yes. I then asked him how many steps she fell down, and he said, I don't know. And I asked him again, and he said 15 or 20. And then he was doing some crying and stuff in the background, and then I asked him again, sir, is she still breathing? And he said yes, and then he eventually disconnected.
Okay, now if you would please, there are several other time entries in this document. Would you go ahead and describe what they mean?
Okay, the time for the call itself, then the next is my narrative that I put in, and each line of narrative has its own time. Like the first line of narrative was at 2:54 a.m., which is the same time as the call. Then the first unit was dispatched at 2:56:08. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This was when the call was routed
Okay.
from my console to the EMS console.
And when,
It tells the EMS, it makes the call then for them to send it.
when was that actual?
Okay, as soon
routing?
as the man said, I have an unconscious person, I determined we have a CAD unit for that type call. So I put in unconscious person, put in the address, and immediately sent it over for dispatch while I was still on the line with him getting the rest of the information
Okay.
so that we can speed EMS as quick as we can.
So at that point, who exactly was dispatched?
Medic 4, Engine 11, and Engine 6.
About Medic 5 and Fire 5.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry. It says 4 and 6 here.
If it were other units, could that have been
Yes.
shown as well?
Mhm. Yes,
It's
it
not,
could.
not actually being referred on this.
No,
document.
these were the ones that probably when she hit, there's a button that we hit that dispatches the computer recommended units.
Okay.
And then if that unit decided that the other unit was going to be closer, then they could say that if Medic 5 said Medic 6 is closer, he'll take it.
Okay.
So,
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 105 and ask whether you recognize that.
yes, this is the actual 911 tape.
Now, if you would please just generally describe what you hear on the tape.
Okay, in the background, you can hear me typing, putting in the information as the gentleman was giving it to me. You can hear him crying and talking several words, oh no, or please hurry, or hurry up, or something like that. But I don't hear any other noises.
Okay. Is there other communications going on that tape in addition to the communication that you were having?
Not between me or the gentleman, and there was nobody around me talking.
Okay. After that conversation, with respect to this
What is
tape,
that?
are there
Put that
additional
in
communications
yesterday,
dispatching
What
units?
is it?
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Okay. And you hear that on the tape?
Oh, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to hear that tape recently?
Yes, I have.
You've heard it several times, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 105A, let me show you that as well, if I may, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes. This is typewritten what is on the tape.
Okay, and you've checked what's marked as State's Exhibit 105A with what's on
Yes,
the
I
tape.
followed it, listening to the tape and looking at this.
Are you satisfied that what's on the written transcript is consistent with what is heard on that tape?
Yes.
And at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 136. Now, after the initial call with the person at 1810 Cedar Street, and I think you generally described that, did you have any other interaction with him or with anyone else involved in that situation?
No. No, other than just the EMS dispatcher.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I have no other questions of this witness.
Cross-examine.
Yes. Ms. Allen, my name is Dave Rudolph, and I am one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. I take it over the course of 5 years, you've answered lots of 911 calls
Yes, sir.
and heard lots of different people asking for help.
Yes.
And heard people who call up calm and people who call up excited and everything in between.
Yes.
And the way you described Mr. Peterson on that tape was as hysterical, right?
Very upset, and said yes.
Well, you actually said hysterical.
Hysterical.
Indeed, that's what you put on that CAD form,
Yes.
because that's how he struck you.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You had no way of knowing whether he was feigning all those actions and noises on his end of the phone call, do you?
No, sir.
No other questions?
Other question?
Yes, sir.
You can come down.
For the record, ma'am, please state your name.
Tanya Pierce.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the City of Durham 911 Center
How long have you been employed with the City of Durham at the 911 Center?
for 10 years.
If you would, please take a moment and describe to the jury what your job responsibilities have been during that time period.
For the first 6 years that I worked in the 911 Center, I was a dispatcher, call taker, working to take 911 calls and then send the appropriate field units. For the past 4 years, I work as a database coordinator, which is to keep the information on who goes to what calls and what addresses. Part of the responsibilities of that job is to work in the 911 Center periodically to maintain the skills in case I'm needed to work back in there.
Right. Now, I want to direct your attention to December the 8th, going into the early morning of December the 9th of 2001, and ask whether you were working at the 911 Center during that time frame.
I was.
Exactly what were you doing?
I was working as a call taker dispatcher.
Okay. So you're just working the 911
Yes,
dispatch desk like everybody else?
yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, and more specifically, around 2:40 in the morning on the 9th, did you receive a call from 1810 Cedar Street regarding a communication and a dispatch during that time period?
Yes, I did. If you would, please, would you generally describe what the content of that conversation was?
I received a call from a male saying that someone was not breathing and wondering if help was on the way yet.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 105 and ask whether you can identify that. It's a tape of the recording of that phone call
And how do you know it's a tape of the recording of that phone call?
because I made that tape.
Okay, will you describe to the jury how you go about doing that?
I'm sorry, she's gonna have to speak.
Speak up.
I'm sorry, sir.
At the end, can you?
The tapes are made from a recording. All calls that come into the 911 center are recorded. All dispatches are recorded for records in case they're needed for court or anything comes up, a question about what happened. Part of my responsibilities is to handle the tape request and make those tapes when they come in.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Have you heard the tape that's marked as State's Exhibit 105
Yes, I have.
several times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit 105A, let me show you that as well. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a transcript of the tape that was made.
Of this tape?
Yes.
Right. And did you review the transcript against the tape to determine that they were consistent?
Yes, I did.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 105 and 105A. You know, at this point, I would ask that the court publish a copy of the transcript of the tape to each of the jurors, and I have those copies. With your permission, I'd like to play the tape at this time.
I'm 911, where's your emergency? 1810 Cedar Street, please. What's wrong? My wife had an accident. She's still breathing. What kind of accident? Still downstairs. She's still breathing, please. Is she conscious? What? Is she conscious? No, she's not conscious. Okay, how many stairs did you fall down? Huh? How many stairs? Stairs. How many stairs? Calm down, sir. Calm down. No, 15, 20, I don't know. Please, get somebody here right away, please. Okay, somebody's dispatching the ambulance while I ask you questions. It's a force kill, okay? Please, please. Okay, sir, somebody else is dispatching the ambulance. Okay, is she awake now? Hello? Hello? Unit for unconscious person, 1810 Cedar Street, Engine 5, Medic 5. Engine 5, Medic 5, unconscious person, 1810 1810 Cedar Street from East Oak Drive to Sycamore Street. Engine 5, Medic 5, unconscious person, 1810 Cedar Street from East Oak Drive to Sycamore Street. Female fell down 15 to 20 stairs. Hysterical caller is not able to give much further information, just advise it was accidental. Ops out 2, Ops 2. Engine 5.
Engine 5, 10-17.
10-4, no further. 5, you copy your caller for Cedar Street.
10-4, right?
Medic 5, 10-4.
No.
911, where's your emergency?
Where are they?
It's 1810. She's not breathing. Please, would you hurry up? Sir, calm down. They're on the way. Can you tell me for sure she's not breathing? Sir? Hello? 13.
Now, we hear a dial tone, and I think we show that in the transcript on 2 occasions. What does that mean?
That would mean that the call was terminated.
On which side?
It would be on the caller side.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no other questions.
Cross-exam?
Moment.
Just a couple of questions. Ms. Pierce, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. Those two calls came into two different people, as I understand it.
That's correct.
And would they be recorded then on two different tapes?
No, they're recorded on the same recorder.
Okay, so there's one tape recorder that's recording all the calls.
In 911 centers, you would have a recorder that is capable of recording multiple channels
Okay, so
And
they're coming in on two different channels.
of the same recorder.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, at one point, by the way, how long have you been working at 911 on this?
For 10 years.
So you've been there a long time.
Good while.
All right. And at one point, I don't know if everyone heard it, you had to say to him, sir, calm down, right?
That's correct.
Because he sounded to you to be pretty hysterical, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Pierce, if the caller were feigning all the hysteria, would you have any way of knowing that?
No, I would not.
No other questions?
Anything else? Cross?
No, sir.
All right, you can come down.
Thank you.
State your name, please.
J.C. McDowell,
How are you employed, ma'am?
as a police officer with Durham Police Department,
What is your rank with the police department?
police corporal,
And how long have you worked with that agency?
9 years.
Could you tell us, please, about your educational background and your training to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended Durham Technical Community College for criminal justice courses prior to coming to the department. In 94, I went through the Durham Police Department's Police Basic Law Enforcement Academy. I also have attended Rutledge College and North Carolina Central University.
Okay, now what specific training did you have once you decided to become a police officer?
I've taken a lot of the classes that's in line with getting my criminal justice degree.
What types of classes?
The patrol procedures and things like that, and things that deal with laws.
Now, how long have you been a corporal?
Four and a half, almost 5 years.
And how does a person become a corporal?
You have to basically take the exam that's there. Once you finish with the exam, they have a second portion that requires you to show that you possess certain skills. And then you go, you get on a list and they promote off that list.
Now, tell me, tell the jury, what difference does it make to be a corporal? What does a corporal do that another type of uniformed patrol officer might not do?
A corporal basically assists a supervisor or sergeant when the sergeant is working. When the sergeant is absent, the corporal assumes the responsibilities that that sergeant does, as well as supervise that squad.
And now back in December of 2001, what squad were you on?
D squad.
What does that mean? Explain what that means as far as A, B, C, D squad to the members of the jury that might not understand.
They have groups of officers that are assigned to work together, and you have a shift that you are assigned to work. It rotates from day to night. So you know when you come in that you're working with the same officers for that particular squad. Each squad gets a different assignment based on where they're at. You have districts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you're assigned to a district and you're also assigned to that squad. So you go in, you go to your assigned district, and you work with the same shift of people.
So when you say you're assigned to your own district, how many districts are there then in Durham City?
There's 5.
And what district were you assigned to back on December 2001 or back in December 2001?
District 4.
Tell us, please, what area of Durham that encompasses.
That encompasses southeast Durham from the freeway back to the county line out Fayetteville Road, back over to Research Triangle Park to the county line.
And how long had you worked that district prior to December of 2001?
Since 99, when I was promoted to be a corporal, August of 99.
Now, are there times when you might be assigned to a certain district, but you end up answering a call in another district?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen?
When that district has no officers available to respond, they will call a car that's not in that district to respond. So we do cross district lines to answer calls.
Is there anything improper about that, according to your protocol?
No, ma'am.
Now, 1810 Cedar Street is in what district?
District 3.
Now, let me ask you this. Back in on December 9th of 2001, what were your duties?
My duties was as a corporal. The sergeant was working, but I was his assistant. So if he was not able to respond to major scenes that required a supervisor's response, I also responded.
Who was your sergeant back then?
Sergeant Wilkins.
And this would have been in District 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything special going on in District 4 that caused you all to be shorthanded that night, or in District 3 that you knew of?
District 3 had a shortage of cars. All of their officers were assigned calls at the time that this call came out.
Okay, and if you know, about how many different cars would have been operating in the District 3 area as far as law enforcement officers?
They may have had 6 cars at the most because their squad was short.
So what time would you have gone to work on December 8th, then spilling into December 9th?
From 6 at night until 6 in the morning.
At around 2:40 or so, did you get a call that caused you to go to 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes,
or did you get dispatched there?
I got dispatched as a backup car.
Do you know exactly what time it was when you were dispatched to that location?
I can't say exactly what time. It was 2:40, 3 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
And who was it that contacted you to go to that location?
Communications dispatched a call and requested a car to assist.
So what type of call did you believe that you were going to go answer?
An assist EMS call.
Were you given any further information before you arrived to that location?
Yes.
What type of information were you given and by whom?
Okay. The dispatcher requested that officers assist EMS at 1810 Cedar Street in reference to a female that had fallen down some steps and that was unconscious.
Okay, now who would have told you that then?
Dispatcher.
Okay, were you given any further information by anyone else before you arrived there?
No, ma'am, not at that time.
Do you remember where you were when you received that type of information to cause you to then try to locate 1810 Cedar Street?
At the time the call was dispatched and I called en route to assist, I was in the parking lot of headquarters.
Doing what?
I had just pulled in.
Okay. So tell us then what you did.
I pulled out of headquarters parking lot, got on Gretson Street to go down to, got to Vickers and University. And then there was a change in the call.
All right, tell us about the change. First of all, how far had you gotten before there was a change in the call?
There's at least, 3 stoplights from headquarters.
Are you able to say about how much time had passed in between when you got the first call and when you said there was a change in the call?
No more than 2 or 3 minutes.
All right, then tell us what happened 2 to 3 minutes later regarding the change in the call.
I was sitting at the stoplight at Vickers and University when the upgrade came that the subject was deceased at that location.
Now, you received the upgrade, as you called it, from whom?
Dispatch.
So what then did that mean to you that since there had been an upgrade?
That we had a deceased person and that required a supervisor to respond either way.
Now, do you mean that required you as a supervisor or your sergeant or both?
Either one of us could respond to it because we were both supervisors.
So then what did you do?
I continued up University Drive where I saw Officer Figueroa vehicle.
Now, Officer Figueroa worked out of which district?
He worked out of District 4 with me.
And when did you first see him that night?
We were up by, we had passed Cedar Street because we were trying to locate it in the dark, and we had gotten to Kent Street when we did a U-turn.
Okay. Then what did you do?
We went back to Cedar Street. Officer Figueroa was in front of me, and we located the residence.
Now, when you headed that way to 1810 Cedar Street, did you know that any other officer had also been dispatched there?
No, ma'am.
So how much time would you think would have, or would you say would have passed between when you first got the call to go to that location and when you all actually found the house?
Possibly 4 or 5 minutes.
So do you know about what time that would have been by the time you actually got to the house?
No, ma'am.
All right, tell us please what you found and when you got there.
When we pulled in, Officer Figueroa's car was in front of my vehicle. The fire and EMS vehicles were already there. Officer Figueroa pulled in behind them and parked, and I parked directly behind him. There was a red car, possibly a Toyota Corolla, that was parked over to the left with a female standing behind the vehicle.
Did you learn the name of that person?
Not at that time, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you see any other people outside the dwelling?
No, I did not.
What did you do?
I spoke with the female to try to find out what had happened at that location.
Were you able to get information from her?
No, she said that they had just pulled in and the fire and ambulance was already there. And she was dropping her boyfriend off.
So then what happened?
I continued on into the residence. Officer Figueroa had already entered the residence prior to my entering.
All right. Did you all enter at approximately the same time?
No, ma'am. He entered prior to me because I stopped to talk to the female.
All right. So then what did you do?
Once I got in, I located the firemen that was standing outside of it's like a foyer-way. They were standing there. And Officer Figueroa was on the other side of the room.
And did you see others that were inside the dwelling? Other people?
Mr. Peterson and his son.
Okay. Do you recognize Mr. Peterson here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you say his son. Do you know what his son's name is?
At the time, I did not know his name, but I learned it was Todd.
Okay. Do you recognize him in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where is he seated?
On the first row.
All right. Now, where was Todd Peterson and where was Michael Peterson when you first entered that dwelling?
They were in a room on the far side of where we were located. Todd was holding Mr. Peterson.
What type of room were you speaking of? Or what types of furniture was in the room?
From where I was standing, I couldn't really tell, but it was more of like a sitting room or dining room. I couldn't really tell what it was, but it was on the other side of the house.
And you've mentioned that the firemen were outside of a foyer area. Do you remember how many firemen there were that were inside the dwelling?
No, ma'am.
Where were the EMS workers?
The EMS workers at the time was checking Miss Peterson.
What did you see them do to her?
Basically, they were just checking for vital signs when I saw them.
And where was Officer Figueroa in relationship to where the EMS workers were working on Miss Peterson?
He was in the room with Mr. Peterson and his son.
All right, what happened next?
EMS personnel stated that she was deceased, and I looked in the room and saw a large amount of blood in there. So I had contacted communications on my radio and asked them to dispatch, to have CID and ID to contact me.
Why?
That's standard protocol when you see something that looks suspicious.
Well, what did you see that looked suspicious to you?
One, I had a deceased person there, and then there was a large amount of blood that, didn't look consistent with someone. That didn't look consistent with someone falling down steps.
Had you gone to other calls where people had fallen down steps?
Yes, ma'am. I've seen people that have fallen down steps before.
About how many times?
Twice.
On those occasions,
I'm going to renew my objection based on that testimony.
on those two occasions, state whether or not you had seen blood as a result of the fall down the steps.
Well, I'm going to object unless we establish what the circumstances were, how many stairs, what they were made of, what the covering was.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you will take the jury to the deliberation. Well, now, as you know, Mr. Rudolph, she's not testifying as an expert witness. She's a police officer. She got to the scene. She saw something that wasn't consistent with what she's used to seeing. I mean, it doesn't make her an expert.
Well, and I'm saying, and I wasn't asking for a voir dire. My objection is relevance. I mean, if she's been to 2 stairway accidents, and I don't know what they were like, but let's suppose they were falls down 2 stairs with carpets. The fact that there was no blood is hardly relevant to this case. And so the base of my objection was to establish a foundation for the relevance of this particular testimony.
All right, Ms. Black, as to your last question, what's the relevance of that?
Well, Your Honor, there were certain
what are you
things-
getting ready? I have to follow as we go along. I understand the first question, but
There were certain things that she saw when she arrived at that dwelling that caused her as a supervisor to then take further actions, which one of the actions was to call CID or to call in an investigator because it didn't look right to her. And she became suspicious.
all right, something else, Mr. Rudolph?
No, I think that's been established, Ray. My objection was to, was there blood at these other falls?
And her suspicions were founded upon having been to other calls, which I believe she said there were 2 others that weren't the same as this.
All right, objections overruled.
And Your Honor, I want to object too. He's made another speaking objection at this point in time, putting information before the jury that is not appropriate in our opinion.
Judge, all I did was to ask that certain items be covered. That I was putting forth the base of my objection. There's nothing speaking about that in terms of any information I was communicating to the jury. It was simply putting forth on the record so that I could preserve it for the record what the base of my objection was.
Yes, sir, I understand that. I just don't think she wants you to make a jury argument,
I don't think I was.
another jury argument.
Right.
All right, the objection is overruled. Also, you can come down. You can come on down. Members of the jury, we're getting ready to take our afternoon recess, but I want to check with you before we left today about the trial schedule, daily schedule we've been keeping. We talked about this during jury selection. I told you it may change depending on what the situations are. But how do you find that this is working for you? Not enough time, too much time, right amount of time? Are you finding that you're having time to go back to work if that's what you want to do, or to rest if that's what you want to do, or to pay your bills and call the phone company and ask why this phone call is on my bill? I didn't make it. You know, happens to me all the time. That's why you got to get there before 5 o'clock, or the place closed down and they act like they don't have anybody who can take care of your problem. But, what do y'all think of the schedule? Anybody want to say anything? I mean, I'm not going to put you in jail if you don't like the schedule. I may change the schedule, but. Huh? A little longer would be okay. 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 Anybody else? Anybody else doesn't want to change anything? I mean, this is the United States of America. You get to state your opinion. Actually, it's a courtroom. You don't get to state your opinion all the time. So you're some of the few people who get the chance to say something about it.
Starting at 9 and ending at 3, and that would give us 1 extra hour.
Well, although we could stay long, I can't start any earlier because of some of the other situations that we involve the lawyers who may not be available earlier, but going later may be an option. We'll think about it. Anything else? Okay, well then remember the instructions I've given you earlier. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case. Stay clear of these parties. Don't watch TV. Don't read about it. Don't do any independent investigation. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Officer McDowell, when we ended court yesterday, you were talking about going to Peterson home and how you finally made a decision, or you did make a decision to call an CID. First of all, what's CID?
CID is the Criminal Investigations Division of the Durham Police Department, where the investigators work at.
All right. Tell us, please, the reasons you did that.
Well, the main reason is standard protocol. Anytime we go to a death scene, whether it's suspicious or natural death, our protocol is to contact criminal investigations, have an investigator to respond.
All right. Now, have you had an opportunity overnight or even this morning to refresh your memory about what time it was you were dispatched and what time you arrived?
Yes, I have.
What time were you dispatched?
At 2:45 a.m.
What time did you arrive?
At 2:50 a.m.
Now, you mentioned something about seeing a lot of blood. Where did you see blood within the home?
On the wall, on Miss Peterson herself, on the steps as well.
Did you notice anything particular about the blood?
Yes, other than the fact that there was a lot of blood there, it also appeared to be dry blood.
What made you believe that it was dry blood?
It did not have the sheen that normally comes with wet blood.
Have you been to a number of crime scenes and seen blood?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions? Maybe even hundreds?
Numerous occasions. I can't tell you how many.
What about the blood on Mr. Peterson's clothing? First of all, where did you see blood on his clothing? Do you remember?
On the front of his clothing. The blood appeared to be dry looking to me. It did not have that same sheen that I normally would see with wet blood.
Right now, after making that telephone call, what then did you do?
I had, which telephone call?
You said you felt like you needed to call CID?
Well, I requested them on the radio.
Okay, excuse me. All right, after doing that, then what did you do?
I had Officer Figueroa to stay on the other side where he was with Mr. Peterson and his son.
Mm-hmm.
Fire and EMS was on the opposite side where I was.
What did you do?
I walked around to the kitchen area there's another entrance that you can walk around and go through the dining room to access the kitchen. And I went that direction.
For what reason?
Not to walk through where the victim was lying. I wanted to make contact with the subjects that were in the other room, which was Mr. Peterson and his son.
So then what did you do next?
Mr. Peterson's son come around. Mr. Peterson was taken out on the patio at the time.
Why was that?
Well, that was to get him out of the area.
Mm-hmm.
He was put out on the patio with his son. He also, I asked his son, Todd, if he had a telephone that I could use because I did not have a telephone with me.
Now, once Mr. Peterson and Todd were taken to the patio, was there an officer there with them?
No, ma'am.
All right, what next did you do?
I had Todd to let me use a telephone, whereby I gave the number to communications to have the sergeant on call to give me a call at that number.
All right. Then what happened?
Todd also used the telephone, but I received a call back from Sergeant Borden, informing Sergeant Borden of what I had, and he said that he would have investigators to respond to the scene.
About how long was it then before investigators did respond?
15, 20 minutes.
And what did you do during that time period?
At that time, there was a young lady that came in the room. She stated that she was the doctor.
Okay.
And I was still in the kitchen area when she came in. She went out on the patio with Mr. Peterson. I walked back around to where the EMS was standing, and the forensics unit technician, which was Dan George, had also come in at that time.
Now, before Mr. Peterson went on the patio, did you take a good look at him?
Yes, I did.
How was he acting? What did he look like?
He looked confused.
Okay.
Distraught even.
How was Todd acting?
Todd was calm.
Now, once they went out to the patio, did you really get a good look at them again?
Object to leading.
Sustained.
Did once Mr. Peterson and Todd were back on the patio, did they ever re-enter the house while you were there?
Todd did.
Okay. For what purpose?
He came in to get his father a drink, and he also got a glass out of the kitchen area.
Okay, now, did you pretty much stay in the kitchen area the whole time you were there?
For that part, yes, I did.
Object to the leading.
Sustained.
All right, what next did you do?
Todd got the glass, and he got a Coke and took it out on the patio. I had Officer Figueroa on the opposite side of the room. I walked back around to where the fire and EMS personnel was standing.
And how much longer did they stay there?
Fire and EMS, they were still there.
Now, did you notice whether or not Mr. Peterson had his shoes on?
Object to leading.
Oh.
No, I did not.
Do you remember what type of clothing he had on at all?
He had on shorts and a shirt.
Now, what else did you do there at 1810 Cedar Street?
That was pretty much all I did.
Okay, now, while you were there, what other officers came?
Officer Kershaw and Sergeant Wilkins.
Did you see what, if anything, they did?
Sergeant Wilkins went out on the patio at some point because he came back through with Mr. Peterson and Todd, and they took them down in a separate room. Also, there were 2 dogs there.
What were the dogs doing?
Well, they were on the outside. This was prior to Sergeant Wilkins and them coming in to the residence. Mm-hmm. The dogs kept coming to the door, pushing the door open and growling at fire EMS personnel and myself. I had the female that identified herself as Todd's girlfriend to come in and place the dogs in a room.
What room? Do you know?
I don't know which room. It was off in the opposite direction of where everything else was taking place.
So now, when you first arrived, when is the first time you saw dogs?
When I came back around and they were trying to get into the residence.
I'm muted.
Do you remember what door they were trying to enter through?
The back door.
I was muted, but I was saying, why does it matter what room they put the dogs in?
We had come in.
So now, once the dogs were placed within a room, did you see the dogs again?
Yes, I did.
When?
After I had left out of the house, I was standing out in the driveway area, and the dogs had come back out and they were on the lawn.
Were they bothering you at that point in time?
No, they were growling at the other officers that were down there.
Did anybody do anything with the dogs at that point in time?
I don't recall whether they put them up or whatnot at that time.
So how long would you say that you spent there at 1810 Cedar Street before you went on about other responsibilities?
Maybe a couple of hours.
Have you actually looked at a diagram of the floor plan of the house before?
Just in review, but nothing else.
And would it help you illustrate your testimony to the jury about where certain persons were within that dwelling?
Yes.
May she step in? Now, take a look, please, at D2. First of all, when you actually drove up to the dwelling, where did you park your vehicle?
I parked my vehicle in the driveway back here. There was a fire EMS unit that was already there. Officer Figueroa was in front of me, and I was directly behind Officer Figueroa.
And now, which door did you enter through?
We entered through this main entrance.
When you first got there, then you mentioned something about the firemen and the EMS personnel. Where were they?
Fire EMS was standing in the front hall. The fire were. EMS was here at the stairwell, checking the victim.
Okay, so then show us where all you went within the dwelling.
Mainly in the front hall where I could look into the foyer. When I went into the kitchen area, I walked back through this foyer area, went through the dining room to the kitchen area here.
And now you've mentioned other people that were within the dwelling. Where did you see them? What rooms were they in?
Officer Figueroa was in this room, as well as Mr. Peterson and his son Todd on the opposite side.
Okay, when you say this room, this is sort of like a den.
It's like a den, a sitting room.
Okay. And now when you say they would take you to a patio, did you actually see them being led to a patio?
They were actually walking, they walked back around this way where I was. And it was Todd and Mr. Peterson went out this door onto this patio.
You mentioned something about dogs having to be put in a room. Where were they put?
I don't know which room, but she came in this door and took them off this direction.
Okay, now, when you left the dwelling, what route did you take?
When I left the dwelling, I came back out through the main entrance, the way I went in.
So, did you see people going up and down this particular hallway?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you in a position where you could have seen that?
Yes, I was.
And Officer Figueroa was posted where?
He was posted on this side here
And what was the purpose he was posted there?
to keep people from going through this direction, cross over.
All right, now you've mentioned that you saw a substantial amount of blood there. Whereabouts in the dwelling did you see blood?
The stairwell here on the wall, on the side around the area, as well as on the victim.
As well as on the what?
The victim.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a second. So now, Officer McDowell, while you were there at the scene, who was in charge of that scene?
Objection unless we establish the time.
Give the time, Ms. Blunt.
Well, during the 2 hours that you were there?
I'll object to that. I think they may have been different people in charge at different times.
It's overruled.
Were there different people in charge at different times?
I would say yes.
Okay, and first off, can you explain to us how that can be? I mean, how do you decide who's in charge?
Okay. I primarily work in District 4, and I responded to the scene just as an assist, the car that was originally dispatched to the scene. When I got there and I saw what I had, by me being the corporal, I was in a supervisory capacity at that time. And that's when I start making decisions. I need to call criminal investigations. I need to get an identifications unit out here to process this scene. I also contacted my supervisor, which was my sergeant, Sergeant Wilkins. He stated that he would be en route. Officer Corporal Kershaw, who is also a supervisor, he was the acting supervisor for District 3 that night, which is where this incident occurred. Officer Kershaw, once he cleared up from his scene, he also called en route to the location. So at that point, Sergeant Wilkins got there. He assumed command, which is what we normally do on a scene like that. Then Corporal Kershaw also arrived. I can't say which one arrived first, but they both did arrive at the scene. And at one point, Corporal Kershaw would have taken over some of the responsibilities. That's his district. He also had to make contact with his chain of command and let them know what was going on in their district. And Sergeant Wilkins also, once he got there, he had a part.
So is it your testimony during the 2 hours that you were there that at times Corporal Kershaw was in charge and at times Sergeant Wilkins was in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And before their arrival, you were in charge?
Before their arrival, I was in charge, correct.
Okay.
Judge, may I have just a couple of minutes? I need to organize a couple of exhibits and pull out some things. And it might make things go a little bit quicker if I could have a couple of minutes to do that before I actually got started.
Yeah, so you're talking 2 minutes, 5 minutes?
No more than 5 minutes for sure.
All right, Mr. Deputy, let's take a 5-minute break. If you take the jury to the deliberation room, I'd ask that they take a break in the deliberations. All right, Mr. Rudolph.
Corporal McDowell, my name's Dave Rudolph, and I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. I wanted to start if we could, with sort of what was going on that night, not just at the Peterson home, but in Durham generally, because I heard you say, I think, that District 3 was shorthanded on that particular evening.
Yes, sir.
And was there anything in particular going on that caused District 3 to be shorthanded?
Well, District 3 has a shortage on certain squads. They don't have the same number of officers as other districts. If officers call out sick, they may be on vacation or whatever. And that was not the first time that they have been short. It's just that the time that this call was dispatched, they also had accidents with injuries that were out on 147, and that's where Officer Kershaw was at the time.
Okay, so it was a systemic problem generally, fair?
That's correct.
And it had been made worse on that particular evening because there was an accident out on 147.
That's correct. At the same time that this call was dispatched.
Yes, ma'am. And District 3 covers the Forest Hills area?
They cover one side of University Drive. My district that I was in, District 4, covers the other side of University.
And indeed, Mr. Peterson had been pretty vocal over the years in complaining that his side of Forest Hills wasn't getting adequate police protection, wasn't he?
Judge Sorrell?
You'd heard that, hadn't you?
I can't say that I heard that he was vocal about police protection in the Forest Hills area. No, sir, I cannot say that.
Okay. Well, in any event, it was an ongoing problem for that side of University, right?
What was an ongoing problem?
Shorthandedness of District 3, them not having enough officers.
The number of officers on D squad.
Yeah.
I could say yes.
Yeah. Now, and that's why District 4 had to respond on that particular evening because of the shorthanded situation.
Well, they didn't have anyone in District 3 that could respond.
Yes,
everybody was on a call.
Yes, ma'am. And I think you said that you got sent about the same time as the EMS got sent?
When the call came out, EMS was already en route.
Okay. And there was a delay of some few minutes before the call got upgraded, correct?
That's correct.
I think you said you had gone through 3 or 4 lights.
3 stoplights.
Okay. And did you note anywhere how long after the first call had come in and you got notified to go that the second call came in? Did you put a note anywhere?
No, sir, I did not.
On the CAD call information,
Yes, sir.
does it reflect anywhere the time that the second call came in?
I didn't check for that. It probably does have it on there.
Okay. Let me, may I approach? Yes. I tell you know how to read these things.
Yes, sir. So, this would be the initial
Yes, ma'am. That
call
would be the initial.
when they're getting all the information in.
Right, so it started at 2:40:54 and went through to 2:41:42. Okay.
Correct.
And then the EMS would have been dispatched like 2:41:17.
That's correct.
So while he was still on the phone, the first EMS
Was
sent.
dispatched because they have one that's a call taker that's actually taking the call,
Yes, ma'am.
and someone else is actually doing the dispatch.
I'm with you. Okay.
Okay.
And you would have been dispatched, I think,
Back here.
if you go a little bit later, I think it's on page 6. I could be wrong about that, but
This is
you got dispatched 2:45.
That's correct.
So you actually didn't even get dispatched until about 4 minutes
Later. That's correct.
And then
This is Officer Figueroa. He was the officer that was actually dispatched to the call. I was dispatched to assist him.
okay, so he got dispatched at 2:43:42. So he got dispatched about 2.5 minutes after the first call.
That's correct.
All right. And then you got dispatched about 5 minutes after, or 4.5 minutes anyway, after that first call, right?
That's correct.
And then while you were en route is when you heard the upgrade.
The upgrade came. Yes, sir.
Okay, that the person had stopped breathing.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that would have been sometime in maybe a minute or two after you got dispatched. Is that right?
Couple of minutes.
Couple minutes. So if you got dispatched at 2:45, then that call would have come in somewhere around 2:47.
Possibly.
The upgrade.
Possibly. I can't say for certain.
Ballpark.
Ballpark.
Okay.
Possibly.
So the upgrade would have come in, say, at least 5 minutes and maybe as much as 7 minutes after the first call, right?
Let's say 47.
Okay. Now, I think you said that it's sort of automatic that an officer gets dispatched as a backup to the EMS, right?
Not automatic. On certain calls, they will have an officer to respond to assist EMS.
Okay, that's what happened in this one.
Yes, sir.
And then if the person is deceased, then that's when a supervisor has to go, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the difference then. I mean, if it's upgraded to a deceased, then you need a supervisor there.
That's correct.
And of course, you were a supervisor.
Yes, sir.
And you were en route already.
Yes, sir, I was.
And you got there about 2:50, I think you said.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, you saw a young lady and a red sports car of some sort, right? Red
Yes,
or maroon?
possibly a Toyota.
Okay.
Red or maroon, that's correct.
And the way the cars were lined up in that circular driveway, you had the EMS and then the fire, and then the young lady with the red sports car, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, where was the young lady with the sports car?
Her car was parked over to the side in the grassy area. It was not in the driveway.
Okay, grassy area before you get to the front door
Yes, sir.
on the left-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if the EMS and the fire department were sort of parked right in front of the front, where the driveway goes in front of the front door, right?
That's correct.
So she would have pulled in, or whoever was driving would have pulled in and parked on the grass over to the left.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And there came a time when you learned that person was named Christine Tomasetti, correct?
I can't tell you what her name is.
Okay. Even as you sit here today.
That's correct.
All right. In any event, she said she had been with Todd Peterson that night at a party, did she not?
She said that she was dropping him off.
All right. And did she mention to you that she was dropping him off because they had been to a party that evening in the area?
I can tell you what she said because I put it in my statement.
All right.
I asked her what happened, and she said she was dropping off her boyfriend, and when they arrived, they saw the fire and EMS trucks out there.
Okay. And the reason you write stuff down in the statement, obviously, is because it's pretty hard to remember it 18 months later. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Sometimes it's hard to remember 5 months later.
I'm with you. When you get older, it gets hard to remember like 5 minutes later. Now, at the time that you responded there, I think you'd said that you'd been a corporal for some period of time.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you'd taken some courses at NC Central
Yes, sir.
and at Durham Tech.
Yes, sir.
Had you taken, you're familiar with something called the North Carolina Justice Academy?
Yes, sir.
That's in Salem.
Salemburg.
And they offer sort of continuing education courses for police officers, right?
Yes, they do.
In particular, they offer courses for police officers in things like processing a crime scene and stuff like that, right?
Yes, they do.
And had the Durham Police Department chosen at that point to send you to Salemburg for any of those courses?
Those courses, we are allowed to take them at our own desire if we want to take them.
Yes, ma'am.
I have taken courses in criminology at Durham Tech.
Okay. And have you taken any of the courses at the North Carolina Justice Academy?
I've taken some, but not crime scene related.
And have you taken any courses in, for example, bloodstain analysis? At the time you went to this particular.
No, sir.
Crime scene management?
Not a complete course of crime scene management. I've taken courses that have touched on the subject.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that you had some experience with falls,
Yes, sir.
2 calls.
At least 2.
Okay, well, 2 that you could remember yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And did those involve long wooden staircases?
I can't say that they did.
What kind of staircases did they involve staircases at all?
One I can remember right offhand involved just cement steps.
See, how many steps?
Can't tell you how many.
Okay. I mean, was it
Cement steps that they have fallen down. Some cement steps
I mean, we
on
talking
the
about
outside.
like 2 or 3 steps? We talking about 10 or 15 steps?
Let's say about 8, maybe.
Okay. And was that an adult or child or
An adult.
adult? And do you remember what injuries that person sustained?
Leg injury, ankle injury, foot injury, something like that, lower part of the body.
Okay. Do you know if that person had been drinking?
No, sir.
No, meaning you don't know, or know the person hadn't been.
No, sir. I don't know that the person had been drinking.
Okay. And the other fall was what?
Basically, the same thing, falling down steps.
What kind of steps was it?
Just steps. I mean, regular steps.
I mean, carpeted, wood, concrete.
I have never responded to a call where someone fell on carpeted steps.
Okay. So were these wooden steps then, or concrete? The second call I'm now talking about.
I can't recall whether it's wooden or concrete.
Okay. And do you remember how many steps there was there?
No, sir.
And any other particular experiences that you can recall with steps?
No, sir.
Now, can we have the diagram of the house? When you came in the house, I think you said you came in that front door. Front door over there.
Yes, sir.
And then you turn to the left, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Figueroa was already in the house, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Was he already over by the kitchen area there?
Yes, sir. He was on the far side in that sitting area.
And do you know how he got there?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know whether or not he walked right through that hallway?
I have no idea. He was already there when I got there.
So it's possible to walk through that hallway to get there, right?
I can't say, I don't know how he got there.
Yes, ma'am. And my question was, therefore, you can't say that it's not possible that he walked through that hallway, right?
Objection. No, sir.
Have you talked with him about that at all?
No, sir.
Now, when you walked in, would have been this door right here, right?
That's correct.
Then you walk down that way, right?
That's correct.
And Figueroa was in this area?
No, sir. He was on the opposite side of the stairwell in the other room.
Right here, right? Somewhere in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the EMTs or EMSs, they were in this area?
Yes, sir.
And the firemen
Was standing where I was.
over in this area?
No, sir. Back.
Further back?
Yes, sir. They were not standing in there where the victim was.
All right. So were you standing, say, in that area?
No, I never crossed over into the entrance where she was lying. I never entered that particular area.
All right. So how far down that hallway did you get?
Just right there, there's a doorway area that leads into the area where the stairwell is.
Right.
I got to the doorway area. I never went into the doorway.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to see on here, but isn't that doorway area right there?
Can't say for certain.
Okay, so you're not sure.
No, but I know I never went through the doorway area.
Okay. And what portion of the walls did you see in that stairway then?
You could see the white on the side. You could see the stairwell as well. The victim was lying there, partial on the floor, partial on the stairwell.
All right, now. As you looked from where you were, you could see that wall sort of straight ahead. You could see this wall right here, couldn't you?
I can't say. Do you have a picture, a photograph?
What we're looking.
Okay.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 60. And ask you whether that is a photo of the hallway area leading up to where Kathleen Peterson's body was that evening.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you see the doorway right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the doorway you were talking about that you got up to?
You have another shot that's from the other side.
From the other side?
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I can. We have a shot from the other side.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes, sir. On this side here. You see how the doorpost?
Although you can hear it, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you could raise your voice.
Where this doorpost is here,
Yes, ma'am.
I never crossed through this doorpost. I
Yes,
stood
ma'am.
on the opposite side of it and looked in.
Okay, and that doorpost you're referring to on picture Exhibit 62 is the same one that's reflected on Defendant's Exhibit 60 in the middle there? Is that accurate?
Can't say that it is right off, but it looks accurate.
You need to keep your voice.
I can't
I'm
say that
sorry.
it is right off, but it looks accurate.
Okay.
I do know that I was on this side of the door.
And looking at the diagram up there, you see where I put that blue circle?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be where the doorway was? Yeah, right there where that arrow is now. Looking at these photos.
There's a door. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you then Defendant's Exhibit 61.
Okay.
Ask you to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to you to be a photograph taken from about the place on the side of the doorway that you never got past?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation then of the scene that you would have had from your vantage point on the other side of the doorway?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, move 60, 61, and 62 into evidence. And would it be fair to say then, yeah, Courtroom? Let's put it up on the P number is 47. P47. Sorry. I'm sorry. And this is a graphic photo, so that if anyone doesn't want to look, they can avert. That's the photo that we said gave you the view that you had from outside that doorway, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So all you could see in terms of the stairway from where you were would have been that one little section on the back wall, correct?
Well, there's also stairs underneath her.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down now. Now, do you have any idea how long it takes, say, a smear of blood to dry?
No, sir.
In that area, could we put that back up? I'm sorry. In that area around Miss Peterson's body, there were EMS people
Yes, sir.
working right there at the body.
Yes, sir.
And there was blood around the floor underneath her pants, correct?
I couldn't tell you that. I could not see under her.
Okay. Well, there was blood around her, wasn't there?
I could see the blood that was on her clothing, as well as the little bit of blood that I saw on the floor. Whether there was blood underneath her or not, I can't say it.
What about around her? Was there blood around her?
On the walls,
On the floor.
looking at the picture, this has been, you talking.
And were the fire department folks with you?
Yes, they were on the opposite side of the door with me.
Okay, so they never got any better view of that area than you did from your vantage point, correct?
I can't tell you what they saw prior to my entering
No, I'm sorry.
because they were already there.
While you were there.
No, sir.
And the EMS people were checking for vital signs.
Yes, sir.
You can take it down now, thank you. And on the other side of that doorway, you saw Todd Peterson literally restraining Michael Peterson, did you not?
Restraining, holding,
Yes.
Michael Peterson in his arms. He did have a hold on him.
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. Peterson looked very upset, did he not?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said that, I think Miss Black asked you whether they were led outside. Remember that, to the patio?
Yes, sir.
Now, they weren't really led outside, were they?
No, sir. Todd walked with his father out there.
You didn't hear anyone say to them, go outside, did you?
I don't recall, but I possibly asked him if he could take him outside.
Well, we're not here to talk about possibilities.
Objection.
Did you hear anyone say to Todd Peterson, take your father outside?
I can't say for certain. There was nobody in there but me and Officer Figueroa, who was on the opposite side of that room.
Right. And certainly no one led them outside. They walked outside on their own, correct?
That's correct.
And I think at some point you said you asked Todd for a telephone.
Yes, sir, I did.
Are you aware of any protocols or training that indicate that police officers should avoid using telephones at the scene of an incident?
Yes, sir.
And part of the problem with using a phone there at the scene is that you may be disturbing what might be evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And the phone that Todd gave you was actually taken out of the stairway area, wasn't it?
I don't know where he got the telephone from.
Did you notice whether it had any blood on it?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you notice whether, after you finished with it, did you put it down on the kitchen counter?
No, sir, I handed the phone back to Todd.
Okay. Do you know where he put it?
No, sir, I do not.
Did you make any notes at all about where he got the phone from?
No, sir, I don't have any idea where he got the telephone.
Are you aware of any sort of crime scene protocol that indicates that an officer should be making notes of where a particular piece of evidence, whether it's a phone or anything else, was originally before it was disturbed by someone?
Yes, you do make notes of the evidence, the location. That's what we have our forensic services unit. That's their job. That's what they do.
Yes, ma'am. But of course, if you moved it before they'd gotten there, or had somebody or asked somebody to move it before they'd gotten there, wouldn't the responsibility be on the officer causing that to be moved to make the note?
It would if you knew that it was part of the crime scene. Yes. In this instance, I don't know where he got the telephone
I
from.
understand. And of course, if you had watched where he got it from, then you would have known whether it was from the bloody steps or somewhere else, right?
That's correct, and I could tell you where he got it.
Right. And of course, if he had to go into that little hallway area there, that stairway, to get that phone, that'd be a source of possible contamination, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know whether he did that or not.
No, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit. Are you aware that some people who write about, are you familiar with this book at all, Practical Homicide Investigation by Vern Gebert?
No, sir.
Are you aware whether or not people who do training in this kind of stuff caution officers like yourself about the problem of supervisors sort of coming to a scene and wanting to see it, and the difficulty of sort of keeping out your superiors from a scene in order to preserve it?
I am aware that supervisors will respond to the scene. Likewise, the protocol is if they respond, they have to write a supplemental.
I'm sorry, they have what?
They have to write a supplemental as to what they did there.
Yes, ma'am. Does the Durham Police Department have any particular protocol about if a bunch of supervisors come to a scene and they really don't have any role to play in processing the scene, that they're supposed to stay outside so that they don't inadvertently contaminate it? Is there any policy about that?
The policy is if you respond to the scene and you go into the actual crime scene itself, yes, you write a supplemental.
Okay, but there's no policy saying, hey, listen, if you don't have anything to do in the scene, stay out. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in this particular scene, there were an awful lot of supervisors who ended up coming down there, right?
Not in the scene, no, sir.
Well, I'm talking about to the
residents
Yeah.
on the outside. Other than myself, Corporal Kershaw, and Sergeant Wilkins.
Yes, ma'am.
The only other person I saw that would actually be in our chain of command would have been Major Pettiford.
Major Pettiford was there.
Yes, sir.
How about E.O. Pascal? Did he come down?
E.O. Pascal at the time was a homicide supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
That was his unit. That investigation would have fallen under his supervision, so yes, he would have responded.
Okay. So in terms of people who responded who were supervisors, we had Fran Borden.
That's correct.
We had Major Pettiford.
That's correct.
We had Kershaw.
Yes, sir.
We had Wilkins.
Yes, sir.
We had Pascal.
Yes, sir.
Any other corporals there? Was Fialka a corporal at that point?
I can't say that he was. I don't know.
All right. And then on top of that, of course, there were an awful lot of police officers who responded there to the residents, right?
Eventually for relief factors, yes, sir.
Well, you were there until 8 a.m., were you not?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay, let me tell you where I got that from. It's wrong. I apologize. Can I approach?
Yes.
If you look at page 6, it has that you arrived at 2:50:53, and then it says clear available at 8:02.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean that you were on that call until 8:02, or?
That's correct. That's when communications cleared me up from the call.
Okay, so would that mean that you were there until 8:02?
No, sir.
Okay, what would that mean then?
That means that's the time communications cleared me up from the call.
And how does communications go about clearing you from the call?
At 8:02, I was already off duty.
I see.
Communications may have not heard me call out that I was clearing up or whatever, and it could have been an oversight on their part. So once they start calling cars, checking to see if that car is available, and they find out that car is not there at the end of shift, they can go ahead and clear you up.
Okay. And do you know about what time then you would have left the scene if you got there at 2:50?
Probably 4:30, 5 o'clock. I know it was after 5 when I was finishing up the report.
And do you have an estimate of how many different police officers had arrived there at 1810 Cedar by the time you were leaving at 4:30, 5 o'clock? In addition to the supervisors we've already talked about.
I can't tell you for certain how many had responded, but they had one that responded to describe as to who actually entered the crime scene and exited. They had someone posted at the door to prevent anyone from going inside. And I can't say who else had responded.
And of course, the list that scribe wrote would reflect whether or not Pettiford and Pascal and Borden and all these other supervisors actually went inside the house, right?
Yes, sir, it should.
And if those people weren't processing the scene, was there any particular reason that you were aware of for them to actually go into the house?
Objection.
Sergeant Borden, we have on-call, which we do every 6 weeks in criminal investigations. Sergeant Borden was the supervisor for the on-call that particular week. So he normally would respond to a scene such as that, being the on-call supervisor. Sergeant Pascal would have responded because his unit would be the one that would take over. At the time, Sergeant Borden's actual position was as a fraud investigator, not as a homicide supervisor. Sergeant Pascal was in charge of the homicide unit, so he would respond there to supervise his unit.
I meant in terms of going inside the house.
Well, Sergeant Borden and Sergeant Pascal both would have gone inside.
So that would have been standard operating procedure for the Durham Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you said that Borden came, that your call to Borden was sort of standard. As soon as someone is deceased, you're supposed to call CID, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, at the time that you called Sergeant Borden, what you knew from the EMS, what the EMS had told you, because they were there first, right?
That's correct.
They were actually working on Miss Peterson by the time you walked in the door, right?
That's correct.
And what they told you was that she might have fallen out of that chairlift and walked to the area where she was found, right?
Objection.
Isn't that what EMS told you?
No, sir. I heard them talking, and it was stated that she possibly fell out of the chair. At the time, I assumed they were talking about a wheelchair. And I later learned it was not a wheelchair.
Okay. And you did write a report about this, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you did say that EMS personnel stated the victim may have fallen out of her chair and got up and walked to the area where she was found, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at least when you got there, EMS was still operating under the assumption it was an accidental fall, right?
That's correct.
And you got there at 2:50, and I think you paged Sergeant Borden at 3:02, did you not?
I had communications to page him.
And that was at 3:02?
I can't tell you what time. As soon as I found out that she was deceased, and I got an opportunity to look in, I had them to page communications to page Sergeant Borden, who was on call.
All right. I'm off this time. Well, let me show you something that may refresh your recollection about time, if I could.
Okay.
Yes. 63. Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 63, which is labeled Statement of Sergeant Fran Borden, and direct your attention to the first paragraph.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you paged Sergeant Borden at 3:02?
I did not page him. That's why I can't tell you that it was at 3:02. Communications paged him.
The way it works is you call communications.
I call
say
communications.
page Sergeant Borden, and they page Sergeant Borden.
Actually, I called communications and said, could you page the on-call investigation supervisor? And they have a list that they look at that tells them which supervisor is on call for that week.
And if you got there at 2:50, and assuming that this is accurate, that Sergeant Borden's report is accurate, you would have been there about 10 minutes at the house when you instructed communications to page him, correct?
No, sir. That is not correct, because you can ask communications to page someone. Depending on what they're doing at the time, there may be a short delay.
Okay. In any event, Sergeant Borden then got in touch with you, correct?
That's correct.
And he spoke with you.
Yes, sir.
And according to this report, he would have spoken to you sometime after 3:02.
That's correct.
And that would have been at least 12 minutes after you got there, right?
That's correct.
Could have been 3:05 or 3:06 that he talked to you.
Could have been.
All right. And even then, after you'd been at the scene for at least 12 minutes, what you told him was that a woman had fallen down a lot of steps in the residence. Isn't that right?
No, sir. I told him a woman had fallen out of a wheelchair down a flight of steps.
Down a lot of steps.
That's correct.
So even then, after you had been at the house for 12 or 15 minutes, at that point, you still were under the impression that it was an accident, correct?
Ask the question again.
When you spoke with Sergeant Borden, 12 to 15 minutes after you got to the scene and saw what you saw from the place where you saw it and heard the EMS saying whatever they said, you told Sergeant Borden that it was an accident, did you not?
I can't say that I told him that it was an accident. I told him what I had, which was an assist EMS call. Report of a female had fallen down a flight of steps. I also told him that she possibly fell out of a wheelchair.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was a stairlift on the stair?
When you spoke with Sergeant Borden after 3:02 a.m., did you not advise him that a woman in a wheelchair had fallen down a lot of steps inside the residence and that the woman was not breathing?
That's what he wrote in his statement.
Now, Kershaw got there at 3:18, did he not?
I can tell you the times that people actually arrived
All right,
on the scene.
All right, 37:49. Where's that CAD? I need the CAD. May I approach? Let me show you State's Exhibit 136. That's the one on page 6 that showed you arriving at about 2:50, 53. That exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at page 5, does it have a time for when Scott Kershaw arrived?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time does it say he arrived?
3:18.
3:18:48.
That's correct.
So almost 3:19.
That's correct.
All right. So at that point, you had been at the scene almost 30 minutes now, right?
That's correct.
And isn't it a fact that when Scott Kershaw arrived, you told him that Miss Peterson had had an accident?
No, sir. I relayed to him the information that I had at the time.
Approach. Yes. Thank you. Let me show you Exhibit 64, Defendant's Exhibit 64, and ask you to take a look at that. Let me ask you whether that appears to be a supplemental report that was prepared by Scott Kershaw on December 9th, 2001.
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate that he arrived at 1810 Cedar Street and spoke with you?
Yes, sir.
And does it say that you stated that, quote, a female had fallen down a flight of stairs and was deceased?
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
So 30 minutes after you got to the scene, saw what you saw, spoke with the EMS, you told the supervisor from District 3 who got there that there had been an accident, right?
No, sir. I told them that a lady had fallen down a flight of steps.
Yes. Now, when Sergeant Wilkins arrived, you weren't still in the house, were you?
I think I met Sergeant Wilkins in the parking lot.
You were outside. You were outside talking to Kershaw, weren't you?
I went outside and moved the two vehicles for fire and EMS, and I think that is where I encountered Sergeant Wilkins. I can't say for certain, but I do remember having a conversation with Sergeant Wilkins in the parking lot area.
And it was Sergeant Wilkins who told you and Kershaw to secure that front door, wasn't it?
I don't recall Sergeant Wilkins telling me to secure the front door. At the times, Kershaw was there, and he was acting supervisor if he arrived before Sergeant Wilkins, whichever one arrived next. When I got there was only two officers present, myself and Officer Figueroa.
My question, ma'am, was whether or not it's true that it wasn't until Sergeant Wilkins arrived that Kershaw was told to secure the front door.
I can't tell you yes. I can't tell you no.
We have 3794. And let me ask you this. Isn't it true that even when Wilkins got there still weren't enough officers present to secure the scene adequately?
That's correct.
And Wilkins didn't get there until 3:24 a.m., correct?
I can't tell you what time Sergeant Wilkins got there. I did not keep times of arrival for other officers.
All right, ma'am. May I approach? Showing you State's Exhibit 136, page 6. Does that indicate when Sergeant Terry Wilkins arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir. It says 3:24.
All right. So he would have gotten there after Kershaw.
That's correct.
And isn't it a fact that it wasn't until Sergeant Borden got there at 3:33 a.m. and saw his red flags that this scene was declared a crime scene?
Objection to terminology.
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
No, sir.
Can I have 4657? Okay. Do you have Exhibit 63 up there, the report by Sergeant Borden?
No, sir.
Okay. Oh, that's yours. I'm sorry. Thank you. Let me show you Exhibit 63. The very bottom of that first page. Does it not indicate that it was only after seeing these red flags that Sergeant Borden concluded it was a suspicious death, and that thereafter he instructed Uniform Patrol to tape off the area around the victim and advised Uniform Patrol, quote, "I was declaring the area a crime scene," unquote.
This is what Sergeant Borden has in his report. However, when you go to crime scenes or any kind of death investigation scene, whether it's a natural death or anything else, you still treat it as if it is a crime scene and you work with what you have present.
At least that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what you do.
And at least 3:18 a.m., you were the person in charge of that scene, correct?
Correct.
And when Kershaw got there, the other supervisor got there, what you told them was that it was an accident scene, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Sustained not to that, but as to your categorization.
All right. You told them that a woman had fallen down a flight of steps, right?
That's correct.
Were you the officer that Captain, you know who Captain Pascal is
No, sir.
from the fire department?
No, sir.
Okay. Did any of the fire department people tell you, hey, you ought not be letting all these people in the house?
No, sir.
Did you hear anybody from the fire department tell Figueroa that?
Figueroa, when I left out of the residence, Figueroa was still on the opposite side of the room. The firefighters were still in there.
Okay,
And the
so
only other person I saw, other than the female that walked in behind me in the kitchen and said that she was a doctor, was the forensic services unit investigator, technician, George.
well, George didn't get there for quite some time, isn't that right?
I can't tell you what time he got there.
A moment, Your Honor. By the way, this person who claimed to be a doctor, did you get that person's name?
No, sir. She went out on the patio.
But she had been in the scene, right?
No, sir. She came through the same direction that I went in. When I went in through the hallway foyer areas of the dining room, she came that direction behind me.
So she was right behind you?
Yes, sir. She came around behind me.
Well, did you stop her and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, you need to go back outside"?
She did go outside. She went outside with Peterson and Todd.
I meant outside the house, away from Todd and Michael, outside the front door. Did you stop her and say, "Listen, ma'am, there's something going on here. You need to wait away from here"?
At the time when I saw her, to send her back the route that she had came would have been just as long a distance as to send her out on the patio where Todd and Mr. Peterson was, because the patio is right there.
And is it part of crime scene processing protocol that if there are people wandering around the scene, that you're supposed to have an officer stay with those people so that the officer can record where they go and what they do?
When there is repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. When there's people like this woman who claimed to be a doctor, you didn't know she was a doctor, not right?
That's correct.
You didn't ask for any identification.
No, sir.
For all you know, she could have been involved in the death of Kathleen Peterson. right?
I don't know who she was.
Right,
I know what she told me.
right. But yet you let her then go out and be with Michael Peterson, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't take down her name,
No, sir, I did not.
and you didn't stay with her after she went out on the patio, did you?
No, I did not go out on the patio with them. I was standing in the kitchen.
Yeah. Well, then at some point you went outside, right, to be with Kershaw?
At some point, I did.
And where did she go after that?
They remained outside on the patio as far as I know.
Well, I'm sorry.
Officer Figueroa would have remained inside the dining room area where there would have been access for someone to walk through.
Mm-hmm.
He's asking as many questions about the other officers as he is about her. And I think she's getting kind of aggravated because she didn't track everybody else's movements. I'd be upset too. In fact, I'd be like Judy. I'd be going to jail. I'd be going, you need to ask them, sir. I didn't keep track of everybody and I didn't draw a diagram where everybody else was standing. I was just worried about myself.
And at the time that you were there at the house before Kershaw got there, was there any other police officer other than Figueroa inside the house?
No, sir. Other than myself, no,
Okay,
sir.
so if Captain Pascal from the fire department had to tell some officer not to let people come inside the house, and who was standing by the front door, and if Figueroa was over by the kitchen area, the only officer he could have been speaking with at that point would have been you, correct?
Objection.
Right?
Not necessarily true. I was in the kitchen. The other officers did show up on the scene. Because communications has an arrival time does not mean that's the actual time that they got there. They could have gotten there sooner or later. Those times are just times that communications actually will go in and put a car out on the scene.
Corporal McDowell, if this particular scene got contaminated and altered in an inappropriate way before Kershaw got there, that would have been your responsibility, correct?
That's correct.
Anything else? That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't have questions.
All right, you can come back.
State your name, please.
Scott Kershaw,
How are you employed?
the city of Durham, as
How
a
long
police
have you,
officer.
excuse me?
As a police officer,
How long have you been in law enforcement?
9 years.
Tell us, please, what is your rank
Corporal,
and how long have you been a corporal?
approximately 4 years.
What district do you work in?
District 3.
And were you working that same district back in December of 2001?
Yes, I was.
Tell us, please, who was your supervisor during that time?
That particular night, I was the acting supervisor. Normally, it would have been Sergeant Edwards.
Okay. When you say that night, are you speaking of the night of December 8th, stretching into the wee hours of the morning, December 9th,
Yes,
2001? All right. Now tell us, please, did you go to 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, I did.
How did you know to go there?
I heard the radio call go out over the air, and District 4 officers, McDowell and Figueroa were dispatched to that call, and 1810 Cedar Street is in District 3. So they were out of district units going to that particular call. So I took note of it. I was actually working the traffic accident on Irwin Road at the time of the call going out.
So now, when was it when you were able to free yourself up from that in order to respond to 1810 Cedar Street?
After the traffic accident was taken care of, I left that location and did go on to 1810.
Now, were you told to go there, or did you go there on your own?
No, I went there on my own.
Why is that?
Because the out of district, it was a call that was in our district, and it was something that I would need to respond to with out of district units going there.
So what time then did you get there?
My arrival time at 1810 Cedar Street was 03:18.
Now, when you got there, what was going on?
At that point, I met with Corporal McDowell. She was outside in the driveway of the residence, and I spoke to her and asked her what had taken place.
And what did she tell you?
She told me at that point that an elderly woman had attempted to get out of a wheelchair, tried to walk, and she fell down the stairwell.
Did she tell you where she came about that information?
No, she did not.
Right. What was the next thing you did after talking to Corporal McDowell?
At that time, I started to enter the residence, walked up to the house.
What happened next?
At that point, a gentleman was coming out of the residence. I stopped him at the front door, asked him what he was doing. He explained to me that they were moving vehicles for the fire and ambulance to move out of the driveway.
Do you remember that man's name?
It would be Ben Maynard.
All right. When he said he was going out there to move some vehicles, what did you do?
After talking to him, it was obvious that he was impaired.
What made you believe he was impaired?
He had been drinking. He had a strong odor of alcohol coming from his person, slurred speech. And I informed him that he had too much to drink, that he wasn't going to be able to move a vehicle. So at that point, I left. Sergeant Wilkins had arrived, and I left him at the front door with Sergeant Wilkins.
Then what did you do?
I went into the residence, walked through into the kitchen area, walked around to the side hallway where Officer Figueroa was standing, and made contact with him.
All right. What next did you do then?
He informed me of who the victim was. He told me it was Kathleen Peterson. I took down her name, and he explained to me that Mr. Peterson and his son were the only two that had been at the residence when the incident occurred.
Now, where did you and Officer Figueroa have this conversation?
In that, I guess a breakfast nook area right behind, at the end of the hallway, behind the kitchen.
And how long did you spend talking with him before you left that area?
No more than a minute.
What did you do after that conversation?
I made contact with our ID technician, Dan George.
How did you make contact with him?
He was in the kitchen area. I asked him if he had some crime scene tape in his vehicle. So we proceeded out to his vehicle. He gave me a roll of the crime scene tape. We came back in, and I began to put up crime scene tape.
Okay, now is that pretty much the normal course of business when you get to a scene like this?
Objection deleted.
Suspended.
How do you make a decision about when you put up crime scene tape?
Based on the area of what was going on, it looked to me, it was apparent that the amount of blood and basically the amount of blood in the hall, in the stairwell there, I felt like we needed to go ahead and protect that crime scene.
So that was your decision.
Yes.
Where did you see blood?
In that bottom stairwell, on the landing there, on the walls, on both walls, on the floor, on Mrs. Peterson.
What did the blood look like?
As far as, I mean, it was.
Did you touch it?
No, I did not.
Okay. How long were you in the presence of that blood to be able to visualize it?
just a minute or so.
So once you made the decision that crime scene tape needed to go up, do you know about what time it would have been?
What time the crime scene tape would have gone up?
Yes, sir.
Just within a few minutes of my arrival.
And where did you put it?
Put it in the front part of the hallway from across the main stairwell to almost to the front door, and then to the on the other end of the hallway from the breakfast nook to the front wall of the house, and also in front of the front door.
Now, how did you originally decide where to put it?
Just based on, I didn't want anybody to have access to that hallway, so I put it across the front foyer so nobody could come down that entrance, and then I put it down the back side to protect that area, and also the front door.
After doing that, what next did you do?
I went into the kitchen area where Sergeant Wilkins was, and we decided to, at that point, we were trying to figure out our game plan. We decided that we're going to go ahead and need more units to help secure the scene. So at that point, we started calling for additional units to come down.
Now, once you decided you needed additional units, did you decide how many additional units you needed? Or was that decision made by someone else?
I'm sorry?
Or was somebody else making that decision?
No, we decided, we called a couple of units. I believe we asked for maybe 2 at the beginning, and as it progressed, we saw that we were going to need more. So we asked for additional units. I think we asked probably 2 more times for additional units to come down.
So now, when you and Sergeant Wilkins were at 1810 Cedar Street, how did you split up the responsibilities between the two of you?
Well, at that point, we didn't start. At first, as we were in the kitchen area, we were conferring together. Once other units started arriving and we started giving them their assignments, I stepped out of the crime scene, and Sergeant Wilkins pretty much took over on the inside of the residence at that point.
Okay, so then what?
Lunch. Members of the jury will take our lunch break. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves at this point. Stay clear of the parties, witnesses that have been introduced to you by the court. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't do any independent investigation. I'll see you at 12:45. Everyone else remain. The jury's excused to 12:45. You can come back. All right, display.
Corporal Kershaw, we were talking about you putting up the crime scene tape before we took the lunch recess. May he step down now?
Yes.
If you could, please, I'd like you to draw on the diagram D2 as best you can, where you secured the tape initially. And why did you choose those spots?
Because of the hallway situation, I didn't want anyone entering from this location here or at this end where Mrs. Peterson was at this point.
Ron, just for the record, I think it should reflect that you marked 2 orange lines on that diagram, just so we're all clear later on.
All right, now, at some point in time, did you decide to expand that area?
I also left something out. I'm sorry. There was some crime scene tape here in the front door.
There was some what?
Crime scene tape laid across the front door.
Thank you. It's hard for me to hear when you're on the other side of the board, so if you keep your voice up, I appreciate it.
Your testimony was you secured the tape at that location about what time?
Within my 5 minutes of my arrival.
And you arrived at what time?
3:18.
Okay. At some point in time, did you decide to expand that area?
Yes, I did.
Why was that?
I noticed a blood drop on the sidewalk here, and we decided to move the tape from the front door up to the top of the walkway.
Okay, is that depicted there? So that would have expanded the right-hand portion of this?
No, just the front door.
Okay,
These two sections here stayed the same.
so you left the rest of it intact. All right, now, what areas of the house did you go in?
When I entered the residence, I walked through the front foyer here, through the dining room, into the kitchen, and around. Spoke to Officer Figueroa over here. That was the only path that I took throughout the house, except for when I was trying to lay the crime scene tape on this side. I attempted to go upstairs and try to find the top of the stairwell. Once I got upstairs, there were too many doors and rooms. I didn't go throughout the house, so I came back down and put it across the stairwell here.
All right, and what portions of the house did you see any other people in?
Just the kitchen area here and the front door.
Who was in the kitchen?
Mr. Peterson, his son, two other females, and an older couple back toward the patio door here.
Do you know the names of those people? All right, now where did you and Sergeant Wilkins stand in the kitchen to decide about splitting up the responsibilities?
Right about the center here.
And after that, was your testimony that you basically went outside and stayed outside?
Correct.
Now, once you then left the dwelling and went outside, what did you do?
I posted an officer at the front door, and he was what we call our scribe, person that lists people that are on the crime scene and anybody who leaves or enters the crime scene.
Do you know or do you remember who the initial scribe was?
Officer Cartwright.
And then what did you do?
I started making phone calls, notifying our lieutenant and Major Pettiford, who was in charge of uniform patrol at the time.
And why did you do that?
He wanted to be notified of any major incidents that were going on at any time.
How long did you stay outside the dwelling before you went on about other responsibilities?
I stayed outside the house the entire time after that point until I was relieved the next day or later on that day.
So what total amount of time would you say that you stayed there at the Peterson residence?
My whole time from my arrival, I'm not sure what time I got relieved. It was sometime after 6 o'clock, maybe 3.5 hours later.
What time was your shift to end?
6 o'clock.
No further questions?
There was one moment. Corporal Kershaw, my name's Dave Rudolph. We just met in the elevator a few minutes ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And I represent Mr. Peterson, as I assume you know.
Correct.
You arrived, I think you said, at 3:18, and of course that's recorded in that CAD sheet, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said that you were the acting supervisor that night, right?
Yes, I was for District 3.
Normally, I think you said it would be Sergeant Edwards who would be the supervisor?
Correct.
And why wasn't Sergeant Edwards on that particular night?
I believe he was off. I'm not exactly sure why he was. He was not at work.
Okay. And how long had you been a corporal at that point?
Since July of '99 is when I got
Okay,
promoted.
so a little bit more than 2 years. 2 years and 4 months, something like that, 5 months. And was that a frequent occurrence where you would become an acting supervisor because the sergeant wasn't around?
Yes.
How many times did that happen in District 3 before that evening?
Numerous times. I couldn't give you an exact number.
And was part of the problem that you all were a little bit short-staffed there in District 3?
That night, I don't really remember what our staffing level was.
I don't mean that night. I mean just generally speaking. Was that an ongoing issue for District 3?
We usually had the correct amount of people that we were allotted.
In any event, that night, that was your role to be the acting supervisor, right?
Correct.
And when you got there to the scene, what you needed to be told, since you were the acting supervisor, is what people at that point had seen or been told or observed, right?
Correct.
In order for you to perform your job properly, you need to have information when you get to the scene, right?
Yes.
And so the person you spoke with about that was McDowell, Corporal McDowell.
Yes.
Because she was sort of your counterpart, right?
She was the corporal in District 4, yes.
Right. And so it would have been her job, before you got there at least, to have been in charge of the scene, right?
Correct.
To gather information, right?
Yes.
To make observations to the extent she could do so, right?
Yes.
And to then report those accurately to you when you got there, right?
Correct.
And you prepared a report, actually prepared some notes and then made it into a report, correct?
Correct.
And maybe we have Exhibit 64. It's 3749. Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 64 and ask you if you recognize that.
That's my report.
It's actually the first page of what is really a 3-page report, correct?
Correct.
Let me give you the next 2 pages of that exhibit, which were inadvertently left off there. Let me see if I can find it. Got it.
You want this copy?
That'd be great. Keep one copy. Is that a 3-page report that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And what you tried to do in this report, and this was based on some notes that you wrote at or near the time of the events here?
Correct.
So it's pretty contemporaneous, the report?
Yes.
And what you tried to do in the report, if I'm correct, is to basically capture the important information that you either observed or were told, right?
Right.
So that you would have a record of it for the future, right?
Yes.
They could go to the district attorney's office, right?
Correct.
They would be able to rely on it.
Correct.
Other officers or supervisors could rely on it.
Correct.
Okay. And you did your best, did you not, to write down accurately and completely the important things?
Yes.
Now, what you indicated in this report that Corporal McDowell told you when you got there was that let's see here. She said a female had fallen down a flight of stairs and was deceased, correct?
Yes.
And that's what she told you at sometime around 3:18.
Correct.
Did she tell you anything else?
As far as the situation with the female, like I said before, she had told me that she had tried to attempt to get out of a wheelchair and walk and fell down the flight of stairs.
All right. And did she say something about elderly?
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
Not at that point, no.
All right. Well, what you were trying to do at that point is get as much information from her as you could about what was going on inside, right?
Correct.
Before you walked in. So she didn't say anything about being suspicious about anything.
Not at that point, no, she didn't.
About any large amounts of blood being suspiciously dry. She didn't say anything about that.
No.
By the way, were there any other female officers there when you got there?
No, there was not.
Do you know Captain Pascal from the fire department?
No, I don't.
Okay. Was there a captain there from the fire department when you got there?
Not that I recall. I mean, usually one rides with an engine unit, but I'm not sure if there was one or not.
Well, if Captain Pascal testified in front of this jury several days ago that he had a conversation with a female officer there at the scene about securing the front entrance, was there any other officer that you saw who was a female other than Corporal McDowell?
Objection.
Not at that point in my arrival time, no.
Now, were you told anything when you got there before you went into the scene about the fact that Michael Peterson had any contact with Kathleen Peterson's body after the police had actually gotten her?
No, I did not.
Or that Todd Peterson had contact with Kathleen's body after the police had gotten her?
No.
Or that Todd Peterson had contact with Michael Peterson and his bloody clothes after the police had gotten her?
No, I was not told any of that.
Were you told anything about a phone being used by Corporal McDowell?
Not at that time, no.
Were you told anything about Todd Peterson being allowed to go into the stairway and retrieve a phone that was lying in blood there in the stairway and hand it to Corporal McDowell?
No. I did not know about that.
Were you told anything about Todd Peterson being allowed, after touching a bloody phone, or Mr. Peterson or Kathleen Peterson, being allowed to go and get a glass out of a cabinet in the kitchen?
No, I did not know about that.
Or being allowed to go to a refrigerator in the laundry room to get a can of Coke?
No.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that that kind of activity can result in secondary transfers of blood, right?
I have no idea.
Well, are you trained in crime scene management at all?
Yes.
And you know what a secondary transfer of blood is, I take it?
As far as?
Well, let me ask you, do you have a working definition of what a secondary transfer of blood is?
I don't quite understand what you're asking me.
Well, secondary transfer meaning a transfer of blood from a primary source, such as, for example, a body, to a source, to a object away from that primary source, like, for example, a couch or a can of Coke or a kitchen drawer. Are you familiar with that general, whatever you call it, are you familiar with that general concept?
You're asking me if somebody touches the blood on one location, can they transfer it to another?
Exactly.
location?
Can there be a secondary transfer of that?
Sure.
And that obviously is a problem for people who come after, unless they know that's happened, right?
Correct.
Because they may draw conclusions from what they see that are not accurate, right?
Say that again to me?
Yes. If they don't know how that secondary transfer got there, they may assume something or draw a conclusion that's just not accurate.
Possibly, yes.
Right. And that's why contamination is a problem in scenes, right?
Can be, correct.
That's why you chose not to walk down that hallway, right? Because you didn't want to contaminate anything.
Correct.
And you certainly didn't want to track blood around anywhere, right?
Correct.
Now, you saw Figueroa in the kitchen area, right?
Around that countertop there on the other side.
Yes, sir. Can we put that diagram up? Now, the area where this is if we mark this with a K, that's the kitchen area, right?
Yes.
All right, and where did you see Officer Figueroa when you saw him?
He was over. If you walk around that countertop where the stools
Yes,
are lined
sir.
up on that side.
Yes, sir.
Down at the bottom where the hallway, if you could.
All right, so in this area here?
Correct.
Is that fair?
Approximately, yes.
Approximation. And
There was a chair lift on the stairs. You know that chair that some people have when they have stairways? If they don't want to walk up the stairs, there's a chair, that mechanical chair thing. There was a chair lift, but there wasn't a wheelchair. So I don't know where they're getting wheelchair from, unless they're assuming there was a wheelchair because there was a chairlift there. I don't know.
did you ask him at all how he got from the front door here down to that area over there?
No, I did not.
You went around, right?
Correct.
have you, it would be somewhat problematical from your perspective as a supervisor at that scene if he had walked right through that hallway, wouldn't it? Or at least you want to know it.
Sure.
Again, because if he walked through the hallway and picked up some blood either on his uniform or on his shoes, that could be transferred to the kitchen area, right?
It's possible, yes.
And you'd at least want to know where he went so you could document that, right?
Correct.
Let me show you for a second. 65. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65 and ask you whether that appears to you to be a report similar to the one that you did, only this one done by Officer Figueroa on the 9th of December, 2001.
Yes.
You're familiar with that as a form that you got in the police department, right?
Correct.
And if you go down about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines, there's a line that begins, Peterson wore blue jeans and a shirt. You see that line? Maybe put this up on the board. It's 3734. We'd move, and Judge, I think I may have neglected to move the other exhibits in with Officer McDowell. I'd move 60 through 65 into evidence this time. Can you blow that up, please? All right, you see the line, the 8th line there, it says Peterson wore blue jeans and a shirt?
Yes.
And then it continues, let me just, it continues, I entered through the front door, made a left, walked straight ahead until I came upon an entranceway for a staircase. Right?
Yes.
So it appears as though Officer Figueroa walked down that hallway as opposed to the way you went around, correct?
For reading this, yes.
And no one told you that when you took over the scene, did they?
No.
My grandma.
Now, at some point, you saw Michael Peterson covered with blood, right?
Yes.
And this would have been sometime, obviously, after 3:18 to 3:20 in the morning, right?
Correct.
He was still covered with blood, right?
Yes.
He had blood on his hands, right?
I don't know about his hands.
Well, you saw him begin to start to wash his hands, right?
Correct.
Police officers were all around, right? Correct?
Yes.
He wasn't trying to hide that in any way, right?
Didn't appear so.
As a matter of fact, Sergeant Wilkins saw him starting to wash his hands, right?
Correct.
And told him to stop.
Correct.
And he immediately stopped, right?
Correct.
Didn't give anybody a hard time about that?
No.
And it was only after he had tried to wash his hands there that you went outside to get that tape from Dan George, correct?
No, at that point, the tape had already been put up.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. Well, do you still have your report up there? And I realize this is a long time ago, so let me give you a chance to look at that second page of your report. At the very top, it begins Peterson, who was covered with blood, down the front of his clothes, attempt to wash his hands in the sink. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it says, I then put up the tape on both sides of the hallway?
Correct.
So does that...
Yeah, that's an error on my part.
That's okay. I understand. That's why we take notes, to have a record. So, in fact, the tape went up sometime after he started to wash his hands and was told not to.
Correct.
And that tape hadn't been I mean, George had been there for some period of time, right?
I don't know. He was there before I was there.
Right. But to your knowledge, McDowell had never asked him for any crime scene tape.
Not to my knowledge.
You didn't see any crime scene tape up anywhere.
No.
By that point, by say 3:20, we're 40 minutes after the initial 911 call, right?
I don't know what time that was at.
Okay, well, assuming the initial 911 call came in at 2:41, we're almost 40 minutes past that, right?
Correct.
And it would have been better. Can we agree it would have been better if that tape had been put up earlier? Is that a fair statement?
I can't speak for what they saw, what their opinions were. I don't know.
Well, looking back on it in hindsight, as we sit here now, it certainly would have been better to have that tape up earlier, right?
Objection.
Like I said, I can't speak for them. When I got there, I determined what needed to be done. But
right, and what you determined needed to be done hadn't been done before that.
Correct.
Now, what you saw when you got there, would it be fair to say what you saw in terms of people wandering around the scene was somewhat disturbing to you?
No, there wasn't anybody wandering. Everybody that was there on the scene was contained to that kitchen area.
Well, Ben Maynard wasn't apparently, right?
No, he was the only one. As I entered the house, he was walking out.
And he was intoxicated.
Correct.
Can we agree that it's really not a good idea to have somebody who's drunk walking around a bloody scene unattended?
He wasn't up until my arrival. I don't know what took place before that, but when I arrived, he wasn't left unattended.
Well, he wasn't with anyone when he was walking out the door, was he?
No.
No one was walking with him when you saw him.
Correct.
Someone had apparently asked him to move cars, right?
I don't know how he was given that information, but that's what he told me he was going to do.
Right. And you determined he was too drunk to even do that.
Correct.
So can we agree that if he was walking out of that house unattended, that wasn't a very good procedure to have at a potential crime scene?
Ask me the question again, sir.
Yes, sir. Assuming that Ben Maynard was allowed by someone to walk at least from the kitchen out somewhere, we don't know what route he took, right?
Correct.
Out to the front door, drunk, with all the blood all around that house, that wasn't really the way it should have been done. Can we agree on that?
I don't know as I can answer that, only because I don't know what the officer's mindset was before I arrived. I don't know what they were dealing with.
Well, can we agree from your perspective it wasn't a good idea to have someone who was drunk walking around that scene?
Objection asked me.
And I asked him from his perspective when he saw him.
If that guy was leaving when he got there, he doesn't know anything about him. So why are you asking questions? Ask a question to the guy that was in the house when the drunk guy was in the house.
That's why we put somebody with him at that point.
Right. Because your concern was possible contamination, right?
That along with, we didn't know what we were dealing with at that point. We didn't know who he was or what the situation was. So.
Exactly. And are you aware whether or not after he was left there, after Mr. Maynard was left with Mr. Wilkins, whether he ever was allowed back in the house?
I don't know that.
Okay, sir. Are you aware of whether or not it was Todd Peterson who was then asked by someone to go out and move cars?
That I don't know.
Assuming, for purposes of my question, that Todd Peterson was asked by someone after touching Kathleen and after touching his dad to go out and move cars, that wouldn't be an appropriate way of protecting the scene, would it?
don't know. You're saying that person knew that that's what took place?
Well, he had blood on him in some way. Would it be appropriate to send him outside and have him touch cars and things?
I don't know if they knew that he had blood on his hands.
All right. And indeed, that's why it's important to have communications between officers so that one officer knows what another officer has observed, right?
Correct.
That's why it's important for officers to write notes down, right?
Correct.
Take names of people, right?
Correct.
If someone says they're a doctor, you're going to ask for their credentials, right?
I don't know what context you're asking that. I mean,
well, if somebody comes up to a scene like this and says, I'm a doctor, let me through, I want to see the victim, or I want to talk with Michael Peterson, at a minimum, you might not let him in at all, right?
Correct.
But if you were going to let him in, you'd at least want to see their credentials, wouldn't you?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. That wouldn't have it. We still wouldn't allow them in the scene, but
right, because of the danger of contamination.
Well, that and what business do they have there? I mean,
right. Speaking of which, would you agree with me that sometimes police supervisors come down and want to get inside scenes when they really don't have much business inside? Is that a problem sometimes?
Not in my experience, no.
Do you know how many supervisors ended up inside this particular scene that night?
While I was on scene, there was 3 supervisors.
Major Pettiford, was he there while you were there?
You talking about in the house or just on the property itself?
Well, let's talk about on the property first, and then we can talk about in the house.
Okay.
Major Pettiford?
Was on scene, correct.
Haskell?
Yes.
Borden?
Yes.
Wilkins?
Yes.
You, of course, were a supervisor.
Correct.
McDowell was a supervisor.
Correct.
Any other supervisors there?
Not to my recollection, no.
All right. And do you know how many of those supervisors ended up in the scene?
To my knowledge, while I was there, was myself, Sergeant Wilkins, and Corporal McDowell.
Now, I think you mentioned that there was a scribe who was writing down who went in and that sort of thing?
Correct.
Go ahead and take your time right now. We'll see if we can find it. But the scribe's job was to indicate who went in and who came out.
Correct.
And so that would be the best record, would it not, that you're aware of how many of those supervisors actually ended up inside the scene?
Correct.
Now, to your knowledge, when these supervisors went inside the scene, were they actually doing crime scene processing?
Not while I was there, no.
And from your perspective as a officer who is charged with protecting the scene, what's the legitimate purpose for allowing supervisors who aren't going to be processing the scene in there beyond the immediate supervisor of the crime scene processing unit?
Why would they be allowed in there is what you're asking?
Yeah, is there some purpose to be served by that?
I mean, I don't know what each individual person was doing. I don't know what their purpose was.
Bad.
Now, I think you said that at the end there, you and Sergeant Wilkins decided that you needed to get more personnel at the scene. Right?
Correct.
I think you said you'd seen a number of people. Let me just put in my notes. You had seen inside that kitchen area, at least, Michael Peterson, Todd Peterson, 2 other females. I think you said an older couple.
Correct.
And of course, Ben Maynard had been inside there at some point.
Yes.
That's a fair number of civilians at a scene like this, isn't it?
Yes, I guess.
And you decided that because of the size of the house and the amount of activity, that you needed more officers there, right?
Correct.
And that wasn't something that Corporal McDowell had decided before you got there, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And I think you said you initially called for 2 additional cars,
I believe so.
and then that wasn't enough.
Correct.
You called for more. How many came on the second call?
I'm not sure. Maybe 2 or 3 officers. I'm not exactly sure.
And that wasn't enough, right?
I don't know if the third call was made or not.
Okay, I thought you said there were 2 more calls made after that first one.
No, 2 additional calls besides the units. They were besides myself and Sergeant Wilkins being there.
I'm sorry. And you know how many officers ended up in and out of the house that particular evening?
All I could speak for is while I was there inside the house.
All right. And the best information for that would be the scribe's log.
Correct.
Anything else? By the way, the purpose of the scribe is to document for the future, whether it's a trial or, for crime scene text coming on the scene or for blood spatter interpreters later on. It's to document who has been in and out, right?
Correct.
And that wasn't actually started until sometime after 3:28 in the morning, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know the time on it.
All right.
No.
43:83.
I don't know why they're not standing up at a podium like they're supposed to be.
You said you assigned Cartwright?
Correct.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 66 and ask you if you recognize that.
It's a crime scene time log.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Crime scene time log.
And does it indicate what time Cartwright arrived?
At 03:28 hours.
3:28 a.m.
Correct.
On that early morning, December 9th. And before that, was a crime scene time log being kept to your knowledge?
Not till that point, no.
Should have been, shouldn't it?
Well, we didn't know exactly whether it was going to be deemed a crime scene or not, and then we didn't have the manpower at that point to go ahead and write one.
Because at least up until the time that you got there at 3:18 or 3:19, it was an accident.
I don't know what the other officers deemed it as.
Well, it's certainly what you were told when you got there.
Correct.
And then, for example, it says here,
If you ask him questions, that last drill down there needs to hear his answer.
I'm sorry, the answer is correct, right?
Yes.
And for example, it shows here McCallop into scene at 3:33, right?
Yes.
Todd Peterson into scene at 3:34.
Correct.
McVeigh, he's another police officer,
Yes.
into scene at 3:38,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Sergeant Borden and Corporal McDowell into scene at 3:45, right?
Correct.
Hall, that's a K9 unit?
Yes.
So it was him and his dog, right?
No, he was by himself.
By himself? Into the scene at 3:49, right?
Yes.
And it says others already on the scene. Heather Whitson, right?
Yes.
Christine Tomasetti, right?
Yes.
Then it says Fialka and Holland into the scene at 4:05.
It almost seems kind of disrespectful to me because nobody wants to be a witness, and these people have to take time out of their life, their job. That one lady flew down from Canada. Like, show some decorum. These people are taking time out of their daily lives for you, for the lawyers. This is for the lawyers. The jury's there for the defendant and the victim, but the witnesses are there for the lawyers. They should stand up and show some respect. Thank you for being here. But no, these guys are just like laid out, sprawled out in their chairs while they're asking questions. It's disrespectful.
Right?
Yes.
Then we have ID 2. That would be camping, would it not?
I'm not sure.
In scene at 4:53, right?
Yes.
Sergeant Wilkins, in scene at 5:15, right?
Yes.
I don't know if you were in here when I was telling you in the documentary, this guy chewed out his tech person. He waited till the night before opening to practice in the courtroom with his display of exhibits and stuff that he was going to put up on the screen during opening. And he chewed out his tech guy because he didn't have the exhibits in the right order. He was like, I am so pissed right now. Well, why'd you wait till the last minute to try to get everything together?
Wilkins back in scene at 5:49, right?
Yes.
Massimo entered at 6:13.
Correct.
Miller entered at 6:15.
Yes.
Harper and George and Powell in at 6:27.
Yes.
There's a lot of people into that scene that night, right?
Hey, Michelle.
Correct.
Early
Yes.
court TV
That's all I have. Thank you.
shows.
All right, questions?
This is before it got put on YouTube, so who knows what the cameraman's doing. This was for TV.
Sergeant with the Durham City Police Department
And how long have you been involved in law enforcement?
since 1986.
What types of responsibilities did you have back in December of 2001 with the police department?
Patrol supervisor in District 4.
All right. Were you working on the evening of December 8th, stretching into December 9th, 2001?
I was.
Tell us, please, where were you and what were you doing around 2:40 that morning?
I was on routine patrol in the southeastern area of District 4 near RTP.
Tell us what happened to cause you to leave that location.
At about 2:45 hours, I heard our communication center dispatch a call to 1810 Cedar Street. I copied part of this call, the part that I heard that said it was injured at this location, possibly due to a fall down the stairway.
All right. When you heard that, what did you do?
I actually didn't think anything else about it at that moment in time. Corporal
Okay, nitpicky. She didn't say it that time, but do you guys say, what did you do next? Or do you say, what next did you do? She says, what next did you do? It's driving me crazy. I know it's nitpicky, but don't people usually say, what did you do next? She says, what next did you do? I can't stand it. It's driving. I know it's nitpicky.
Dowell and one of my officers, Officer Figueroa, were dispatched to the call. I believe due to District 3 officers being tied up. I was at that time dependent upon Corporal McDowell to make an assessment on the scene and to handle the situation. I do not think anything unusual about it due to the dispatch.
All right, at some point in time, did that change?
Yes, it did.
What happened?
I heard Corporal McDowell and Officer Figueroa acknowledge the call. I guess 5 to 7 minutes later, I heard Corporal McDowell and Officer Figueroa acknowledge their arrival on the scene.
You're hearing this how?
On the radio.
All right, go ahead.
Short time later, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, Corporal McDowell requested that ID be dispatched to the scene. And a short time after that, she asked Communications to notify CID, Criminal Investigations Division, to contact her at a telephone number.
With that further information, what did you do?
I contacted Corporal McDowell via the radio, and she gave me a brief summary of the situation as to what was going on and why she had requested further assistance.
Now, what specifically caused you to contact her?
As I stated, I heard the original dispatch state that the subject was injured due to a fall. When she requested that ID be contacted and CID be contacted, based on my experience, I, at that point in time, figured there must be something.
Leading questions are questions that have a yes or no answer. So what did you do next would still be an open-ended question, so it wouldn't be leading. So what next did you do, or what did you do next, is basically the same question. But there are times when they let them ask a question that's a yes or no question. I have heard attorneys object to yes or no questions as leading and have judges overrule them. And that always confuses me, because I've heard lawyers say that if it's a yes or no question, it's a leading question. But I've seen those get overruled. So I obviously didn't go to law school, so I'm not 100% sure. But what did you do next would be an open-ended question, so not leading. It's just the way she phrases it. She puts the word next in the wrong place. Maybe it's a lawyer speak thing. I don't know.
To it other than a fall.
Yeah, to what he figured.
All right. Now, how did you initially talk with Corporal McDowell?
Via the police radio.
What information were you given by her?
She stated that there was a large amount of blood at the scene. She had some suspicion as to what was going on. She felt that at that time it was appropriate to request ID to document the scene, and for the criminal investigation supervisor to give her a call at that point in time so she could explain the situation to him. She also explained to me that the victim in this case appeared to be deceased.
What then did you do?
At that point in time, I started toward that location from where I was. I was a good 20 to 25 minutes out. Had officers on the scene, so I was not responding lights and siren. I was responding code 2 as fast as I could get there while obeying the laws.
Now, let me stop you there. About what time would it have been when you first talked with Corporal McDowell about the situation?
It would have been about probably 8 to 10 minutes after I heard the initial dispatch to that location.
Can you approximate a time for us?
That would have placed it around 2:53 to 2:55.
You say it took you how long to then get there?
I arrived approximately 3:19 to 3:20.
What did you do?
When I arrived on the scene, I drove into the driveway from Cedar Street, continued up the driveway toward to residence. I came up behind a small burgundy vehicle that was parked behind one of the fire engines that was on the scene. And at that time, I observed Corporal McDowell and Corporal Kershaw in the yard area near the fire truck. Corporal McDowell walked to my vehicle, and she said that they were trying to get the driveway clear so that the fire personnel could clear from the scene.
All right. Did she give you any further information outside as far as what was going on inside the dwelling?
She did. She stated that the victim was at the bottom of the stairs. She stated that she had some concerns about the situation, about the scene. She wasn't sure as to whether or not it was an accident. She, at that point in time, classified as suspicious to me, and stated that she felt like we needed to, at that time, to contact the Criminal Investigations Division to respond to the scene.
All right, what then did you do?
I was actually in the process of there at the car when she was advising me this. I had to secure my vehicle back out of the immediate area so the fire personnel could clear from the scene. Back my patrol vehicle back out and parked it on the street. Went back up to the house, up the driveway, and approached the front of the residence to speak with the personnel and to assess the scene myself.
All right, now, did you actually enter the dwelling at that time?
Not at that immediate moment. As I walked up to the front of the residence, I saw several fire and EMS personnel at the front entrance. Several of the EMS personnel were walking away from the front of the residence, accompanied by a white female with a burgundy top and black pants on.
All right, now, did the EMS personnel and firemen actually leave at that time?
I continued toward the front of the residence. They were not in the immediate scene. They were out in the yard area. And upon my entry to the scene, I do not know if they left at that time or not.
Did you have any conversation with any of them?
I did not.
All right, what then did you do?
Again, as I was walking up, I saw these personnel. Also saw this white female who was later identified as Heather Whitson, girlfriend of Mr. Maynard. As I walked past them, I entered the front door of the residence. The first thing that I noticed was a large oriental type rug that was on the floor immediately inside the door. This burgundy red base color and gold and black patterns. Just beyond this, there was a stairway in the foyer area that was that led upstairs. It was to the left of the foyer, on the left side of the foyer. To the immediate left of the front door, and just before you get to that stairway, there was a hallway that went to the left at a 90-degree angle. As I entered, I looked to my left as well. I saw Officer Figueroa standing down at the far end of that hallway on the other side of what appeared to be a landing. And I saw the lower half of a body. Couldn't tell male or female at that point in time, lying at the bottom of the stairway. And this was a second set of stairways, not the one that I had originally seen in the foyer.
All right, what then did you do after you made those observations?
I made that left turn and started in that direction to make a better assessment of the scene. At that point in time, I observed a large spot of blood, or what appeared to be blood, outside the staircase area in the hallway toward the front door. As soon as I noticed that, I stopped. Did not go any farther. At that point in time, with the information that I had that the victim was deceased, I had no further need to go into that area. Did not want to contaminate anything. I spoke with Corporal Kershaw, and he had approached the front entrance. We discussed securing the scene, and at that time he got police line tape, crime scene tape, and began to secure the scene immediately around the victim.
All right, now what was Officer Figueroa doing?
Officer Figueroa was standing, I said, on the opposite side of where Ms. Peterson's body was laying. And he was just standing there to keep anybody from coming into that area.
Object as to what he was doing. He didn't observe what he did before he got there.
And let's see, tell us how he knows this black. Sustain.
Well, what did you observe him doing?
I observed Officer Figueroa standing in a manner that would be consistent with him securing an area, based on my training and experience and familiarity with police procedures and the way we secure the crime scene.
All right. Now, what further conversation did you have with Corporal Kershaw?
At this point in time, he had secured the immediate area with the crime scene tape. He attached one end of the crime scene tape at the front door across to the foyer stairs. This, in effect, blocked the entrance to the foyer stairs, preventing anybody from using that set to go upstairs. It also secured the hallway to the immediate left of the door, where I could observe the body lying.
Okay. What then did you do?
I was about, I guess, 5 to 6 steps inside what would be directly into the foyer. Spoke with Corporal Kershaw again at that time, and at that point in time, I directed him, or we discussed that he was to go up the foyer stairs, not the stairs where the body was lying, but up the foyer stairs to secure the house, to make sure there's nobody else injured inside, to make sure there was nobody else upstairs.
All right. Did he do that?
He did. A short time later, he came back down and stated he actually could not locate the stairway access to from the second floor. At that time, he had checked everything that he could access and he could locate, and advised me that he didn't see anybody else up there.
All right. What then did you and he do?
At that point in time, he was going to basically take the outer areas. We had generally discussed the control of the scene, and we had several areas that needed to be controlled. I was going to, since I was inside and the ranking officer on the scene at that point in time, stay inside where I could observe what was happening and make sure that everybody was in the positions that they needed to be in order to preserve the integrity of the crime scene. He had other responsibilities at that time, such as designating a scribe, securing the outside areas, and working outside the residence to make sure everything outside was secured as it needed to be.
Now, you mentioned when you first walked in the house that you initially saw some blood.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you first see blood?
Again, back to the immediate entrance. As I turned left to approach the area where I could see the body, I saw a large spot outside the staircase area in the hallway toward the front door. So from my entrance point, it would have been to my left and in that hallway area.
Did you notice anything in particular about the blood?
It appeared to be dry.
What made you form that opinion?
It was glazed. That did not appear to have a wet sheen that I would describe. Based on my training and the crime scenes that I've been to in the past, I have seen numerous occasions where fresh, wet blood was present, and I noticed that this did not appear to be wet.
All right. Now, did you notice blood anywhere besides that hallway?
Yes, I did.
Where?
As I was standing at the front after Corporal Kershaw had secured the upstairs, I looked at the inside of the front door and observed what appeared to be smears of blood on the door above the handle.
Anywhere else in the house that you observed blood?
Yes, I did. Almost immediately after observing this blood above the handle, I observed a white male subject who was later identified as Mr. Peterson walking in the foyer area. Again, not the hallway where the body was lying, but in the foyer area. Mr. Peterson looked at that time to be confused and was walking in small circles back and forth, accompanied by a younger white male, Mr. Maynard, who was wearing a green shirt and a tan hat.
All right. Do you recognize Mr. Peterson here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
All right. Describe for us, please, what type of clothing he had on, if you remember.
He was wearing what appeared to be a blue shirt and light colored shorts.
Did you notice whether or not he had shoes on?
I don't have a specific note of it here that I noticed in his shoes.
Okay. How about socks? Do you remember about that?
I do believe he had socks on.
Did you see anything on his clothing?
Yes, I did.
What?
It appeared to be blood.
Did you make any observation as to anything in particular about the blood on him?
Yes, I did.
What?
There were individual blood splatters on Mr. Peterson, and the blood that was on his clothing appeared to be dry.
All right. When you encountered him, then what did you give him any specific instructions?
No, I did not. At that point in time, I was still assessing the situation. I had not come to any conclusion other than the fact that we had a suspicious death. I did not attempt to ask Mr. Peterson anything at that time because I was trying to make sure that we had the crime scene completely secured. Mr. Peterson and Mr. Maynard entered the kitchen area, which they entered the kitchen area around the outside of the area that we had secured with the crime scene tape. And I saw Mr. Peter, actually, I believe Corporal Kershaw noticed Mr. Peterson was near the sink area and was getting ready to wash his hands, had his hands in the sink. I, at that time, advised Mr. Peterson he needed to stop washing his hands.
How far along did he get in the washing process, or did he turn the water on?
I believe the water was on, but I don't know how long he had his hands in the sink prior to Corporal Kershaw noticing him at the sink.
When you asked him to stop and you were actually close enough to him to speak to him, did you notice whether his hands were wet or dry?
I don't recall that I noticed that.
All right, then what next happened?
He complied immediately. And once he complied, I was there in a position to observe his actions. And at this time, my concern was I had several doors that were leading into the house. I was trying to assist my personnel at that point in time in securing these doors, observing any entry. I asked Mr. Peterson and Mr. Maynard to wait on the patio immediately outside the kitchen, which was also the same side as the sink, and instructed Officer McCallop, who had arrived, to stay with these two subjects.
All right. Did Officer McCallop then go out there with them?
Yes, he did.
What next did you do?
I noticed at that time that Mr. Peterson was upset, and he was moving back and forth as if he didn't know what to do at that point in time.
What do you mean when you say he was moving back and forth?
Yeah, pacing back and forth, turning around in small circles.
And what was Mr. Maynard doing?
Mr. Maynard appeared to be trying to calm Mr. Peterson down and to comfort him.
All right, what next happened?
I asked Mr. Maynard if he was a family member, and he told me that he was a friend of Todd Peterson, son of Mr. Peterson, and that Todd had been at a party with him earlier in the afternoon.
Now, what happened next?
At that point in time, Todd Peterson walked to the door. And Mr. Maynard informed him that his keys were needed so that he could move the vehicle out from behind the fire engine.
All right. Did one of them go outside?
Yes, and I believe one of them did go outside, and I do not remember which one it was.
All right. Did you see any other individuals out there?
Yes, I did. At this time, I observed a female in late 40s, early 50s with short blonde hair, a red outfit standing just inside the door from the patio. And another younger female with brown hair and tan and brown clothing standing beside her.
All right. Did you have any conversation with these two?
I did. I wanted to know what they were doing there. And if they knew anything about what was going on. I asked the female wearing the red who they were, and she stated they were the neighbors of Mr. Peterson, and they came over when they saw the lights from the emergency vehicles.
All right. What next did you do after you had a conversation with these people?
At that point in time, I directed Officer Figueroa to get the information for these two subjects and explained to them that they needed to leave the scene and return to their residence until they were contacted by the PD.
Did that happen?
At that point in time, I turned to talk with Officer McVeigh and McCallop, and I don't know if Officer Figueroa got their information.
All right. What was the next thing that you did?
Had Officer McVeigh, Officer McCallop go with Mr. Peterson, Todd Peterson, and Benjamin Maynard out onto the patio.
What was your purpose for doing that?
To get them out of the immediate area until we could determine exactly what the parameters of the crime scene were, if it was a primary location or secondary location.
Did Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson comply with that request?
They did.
What was the next thing that you did?
Shortly after that, as I was making sure that they went onto the patio, I looked outside and saw some items laying on the patio outside. There was a spill of some type and a silver kettle between the door and a table, and a small white stuffed animal that was lying between the door and the kettle. That time I saw Miss Whitson in the area of the front foyer talking to, I have Kristen Tanashi. I was informed later that it was Kristen Tomasetti.
Did you talk to them?
I did. I directed these subjects to go into the den area on the right side of the foyer, and Officer McCallop was to stay where he could observe them.
Why was that?
To keep them separate from the other parties until we could determine exactly who was there, who might be a witness, who might be a suspect, what they knew about the situation.
Now, by this time, do you know what officers were actually inside of the dwelling that you could see?
I spoke directly with Officer McCallop, Officer McVeigh, and Officer Figueroa that I know were inside the residence during that time.
Do you know where Corporal Kershaw had gone by this time?
I do not. At that point in time, I was working to keep everyone in basically small groups separate from the immediate crime scene area where I determined that to be.
What was the next thing that you did?
Let's see. Okay, during this time, I had advised the two females not to talk with each other.
Why'd you do that?
Just because I did not want any confusion there. I didn't want them forming any opinions as to what may have happened. Wanted our investigators, once they arrived, to be able to speak with them and not to have anything tainted by each one's perceptions.
Did they comply with that request?
To my knowledge, they did while I was present. Officer McCallop would have to testify to his presence.
After doing that, what did you do?
Mr. Peterson and his son at that time were in the study with Officer McVeigh.
Now, when had they been moved from the patio to the study and why?
They had been moved due to the fact that the temperature was dropping outside, and there had been some concern expressed that they were cold. Mr. Peterson was in shorts, and out of concern for their physical well-being, I wanted to secure them inside the house. Again, we had a large residence to secure, and I was dividing it up into areas where we could utilize the number of personnel that we had available to control the scene as well as possible.
So now, when they were moved from the patio to the study, do you have a general idea about what time it might have been?
I don't have a note on that.
Now, once they were moved into the study, what then happened?
Can we approach them for a moment?
Last question, because I don't.
I believe you asked me why. You asked me if I knew what time they were placed in the
Okay,
study.
and you're not sure of that because you didn't.
I am not.
Now, once they were placed into the study, what then happened?
At that time, Miss Whitson made a request to use the restroom.
Did you let her do that?
Yes, I did. Myself and Officer McCallop did not know where a restroom was located. Miss Whitson was able to tell us that there was one upstairs. We went up the foyer stairway again, not the one next to the Miss Peterson's body, but up the foyer stairway to a second floor restroom. We checked this restroom prior to her entering it, and we waited outside while she used the restroom and escorted her back downstairs.
What next happened?
Okay. At this point in time, we were there in the residence. Miss Tomasetti requested to use the restroom, and I escorted her upstairs to the restroom, again checking prior to her entering same, and stood by outside until she finished, and then re-entered and checked it again prior to taking her back downstairs.
What was your purpose of escorting the women to the restroom rather than letting them go by themselves?
Because at that time, even though I felt like the primary scene and the primary evidence, possible evidence, was located in the area where Miss Peterson was found, I was not going to allow someone to roam around the residence unescorted, maintaining the integrity of the scene.
After this happened, what next did you do?
And during this time, as I was going back downstairs with Miss Tomasetti, she was talking to me in general. And she stated at that time that she had brought Todd Peterson to his father's residence, and they had arrived just after the fire personnel. One of the subjects, there were several comments being made at this point in time. And again, I was trying to direct people not to discuss the situation amongst themselves. But apparently, Miss Whitson at that time said that her and her boyfriend had come over after being called by Todd.
After having a conversation with her, then what did you do?
Okay. At that time, one of my officers had private paged me on the radio and asked me to come to the den area to assist him for a moment.
Do you remember which officer that was?
It was Officer McVeigh. Officer McVeigh.
All right. Once you reached that area, what did you learn?
Officer came to me and stated that Mr. Todd Peterson was.
I'm going to object to that Todd Peterson dispatch.
Ms. Black. Sustain.
I'll change the nature of the question. What kind of problem was Officer McVeigh having such that you as his supervisor needed to assist him?
I'll object to that based on another way of asking for hearsay without asking for hearsay.
Overruled.
Officer McVeigh advised me that Todd Peterson was.
As to what he advised, both on hearsay grounds and on relevance grounds.
Why are you offering it, Ms. Black?
May I be heard outside the jury's presence?
Mr. Deputy, if you take the jury to the deliberation room.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Ms. Black.
Judge, I believe what the testimony would be in response to my question would be that Officer McVeigh had to call his supervisor in there to give him further instructions because Todd Peterson was not following the instructions that he was given, which basically were to be quiet, not talk to his dad, not talk to others there in the study. And so this officer had to intervene on more than one occasion because Todd Peterson would not comply with their request. And he was actually becoming quite irate, and the officer really had his hands full.
Mr. Rudolph. Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to elicit the specific comments that Todd made, as I told you.
And I appreciate that, but it still seems to me that number one, that's hearsay. It's something that Officer McVeigh said to this officer, and what Officer McVeigh said to this officer, if offered for the truth as it is hearsay. And I know that they have a problem because Officer McVeigh apparently is no longer an officer, but there's no exception to the hearsay rule for officers who get caught driving intoxicated and then leave the force.
Well, I didn't think she stated that she was offering it for the truth of what was said, but to explain what the officer did.
Well, the only way it explains what the officer did is if it's offered for the truth. And second of all, what Todd Peterson's attitude may have been in the minutes and hours following the death of his stepmother has nothing whatsoever to do with Michael Peterson.
Well, it may, in fact, explain what Todd Peterson did, but I think she's offering it to show what the officer did, not what Mr. Peterson did.
Well, the officer can simply testify as to what he did. We're not disputing what he did. Really, very little in terms of the facts of what he did are going to be in dispute at all.
Well, I think that's what she was trying to do. I think she asked him what he did.
Well, she can ask him what he did. I don't think that she ought to be able to ask him why he did it if the answer relates to Todd Peterson and not to Mike Peterson.
I disagree with you.
Yes. Well, it's not the first time.
Overruled. All right, objection's overruled.
Do you remember my question?
Yes, you asked me why I had been called into the room. Officer McVeigh advised me that Todd Peterson was not complying with the instructions. He did not want to continue to stay in a secured area.
Who did?
Todd Peterson. He wanted to know how long we were going to be.
Well, I'm going to object to what Todd Peterson is saying.
Now, what instructions had you given Officer McVeigh about the individuals in the study?
They were not to talk to each other.
And why was that?
Again, I did not want perceptions of the situation to be tainted. I did not want, if there was something that had occurred there that was a crime, I did not want anybody to come up with a cover story. I wanted to make sure that each person, when they talked to the investigator, had not conferred with other people on scene. Common practice to separate potential witnesses.
Do you recall who actually was in the study with Officer McVeigh?
I recall specifically Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson. And Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson.
Now, once Officer McVeigh gave you, or you gave him, once he told you the problem he was having, did you give him further advice or take any further action?
We did. We discussed the situation, and I explained to him that, again, they were not to be allowed to approach each other to talk. Again, I did not want anything to taint anything else. I did not want them conversing about the circumstances or what was going on there. And this was, it was a hard decision to make, because at this point in time, knowing that Mr. Peterson is, or Miss Peterson is deceased at this point in time, I was torn between keeping them separate and allowing Todd Peterson to console his dad. But I felt that it was necessary to keep them apart.
After giving further information to Officer McVeigh, then what did you do?
I was in the process of getting ready to leave the inside of the residence so that I could go outside and contact the watch, not the watch commander, but the chain of command, and advise them of the circumstances and what was going on.
So who did you advise about the circumstances?
At that point in time, I called our communications center, and of course, criminal investigations personnel had been dispatched and were en route. Identification technicians were en route and were arriving at various times. Major Pettiford.
Let me stop you there. Who do you specifically remember arriving?
Sergeant Pascal, Sergeant Borden, Investigator Fialka.
Now, why would Sergeant Pascal be there?
Sergeant Pascal was the investigative supervisor.
What would be his purpose for coming to this particular location?
I believe at that time he was part of the homicide unit and the supervisor for the homicide unit.
What about Sergeant Borden?
Sergeant Borden was the on-call CID supervisor.
Who else did you remember?
Investigator Fialka.
Why would he have been called in?
To assist in the investigation.
What was the next thing that you did?
At that time, also requested Major Pettiford be notified because of, at that point in time, considering what Corporal McDowell had earlier advised me as to who Mr. Peterson was. Our process and customary procedure is if there's a individual that is well known and a case may attract any attention, we will contact the command staff and we want the highest ranking officer possible to respond to the scene.
Did you personally talk to Major Pettiford?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I gave him a brief synopsis of what we had to that point in time, who we had notified, who we had en route, and informed him that we had the scene secured at that point in time with the personnel that we had available, but we would probably need more personnel.
What did you tell him, if you did, what did you tell him about the scene itself?
Objection.
I don't recall specifically word for word, but I do remember advising Major Pettiford that this was definitely a suspicious death. We had our suspicions as to whether it was accidental, and that it was going to require more people than we had there to process the scene, but we had it secured and people sequestered in areas separate and apart as best we could at that time.
After talking with him, what then did you do?
I spoke with Sergeant Pascal, Investigator Holland. Fialka basically was present when they arrived and ID personnel were responding. At that point in time, I was winding down my actual involvement on the scene there and preparing to return to the substation so that I could clear, because it was approaching the end of my shift and I needed to return to the station to give my relief the patrol vehicle.
So your shift was ending at about what time?
0600. And this was at about 6:45, I believe, when I was preparing to leave the scene.
Did you in fact leave at around 6:45?
I left the immediate scene and went out to where the mobile command post was set up. Spoke with Corporal Stubbs, who assumed responsibility as a uniform patrol supervisor on the scene. Like I said, I cleared the immediate scene at about 6:45 that morning, and I left I believe the command post area around 7:16 and returned to Station 4.
Now, Corporal Stubbs was relieving whom?
Corporal Stubbs was the District 3 day shift supervisor that responded to the scene to act as a uniform patrol supervisor on scene.
You spoke to him, was that inside or outside of the dwelling?
I believe it was outside near the mobile command post. It was not inside the residence.
So by 6:45, what persons do you remember being there as you were leaving? What officers?
Again, Officer Figueroa, McVeigh, McCallop, Sergeant Borden, Sergeant Pascal, Mobile 1, which is Officer Haywood Johnson.
Now, what does he do?
He drives the mobile command post.
Okay. What is that for members of the jury that don't know?
That is the Durham Police Department's command post that is available to go to scenes. It allows police officers to have a secure area to conduct interviews, process information, has telephone capability and other capabilities, and allows us to basically have an on-scene operations center.
And were there other officers besides the ones that you've mentioned? That you mentioned?
Investigator Holland, Fialka Pitt, ID personnel, and I didn't have the names of those. That was being handled by the scribe. Initial responding officers being relieved at this time by oncoming officers. Also,
shift change?
That's correct. Also, Richard Ryder took over scribe duties at the front entrance. Sergeant Pascal designated Investigator Holland as a lead investigator, and that's all I remember about what was happening at that time.
You all have some other questions that will involve the diagram.
Members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case. Don't read about it. Don't watch television about it. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The birthday girl's back. Yay!
State's Exhibit P8, P58, P62, P60, P56, P59, P57, P140, P138, and P139. Take a look at these, please, and first of all, tell me whether you recognize them.
Recognize the first one.
Just go ahead and look at all of them if you would, and then let me know if you recognize all of them.
Yes, I do.
All right. Do they accurately represent certain things that you saw at 1810 Cedar Street back in December of 2001?
Yes, they do.
Would they help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes, they will.
Your Honor, I move to introduce each of these exhibits into evidence. Do you want me to list them again? Madam Clerk, do you need for me to? All right. P62, P60, P56, P59, P57, P140, P138. Stop me if I'm going too fast. P139, P58, and P8. Now come on down if you would, please, Sergeant Wilkins, a couple of these diagrams too. Now, if you want to organize these in a certain fashion where they make better sense to you, that would certainly be okay. John, were those accepted in evidence? While you're doing that, Sergeant Wilkins, I just want to remind you we've got two diagram set up and court reporter's way back there. So let's keep your voice up as much as you can during this portion of your testimony. All right, now, you've already looked at those photographs. Let's now look at D3 and D2. Do you recognize each of these diagrams?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately represent the pertinent areas of 1810 Cedar Street as you remember it back in December 2001?
They do.
All right, now, first of all, using the basic floor plan, before we go to the photographs, tell us from when you first came onto this property and responded to this crime scene, where you parked your vehicle.
Objective characterization is a crime scene.
Well, the state contends it's a crime scene.
So rule.
All right. Show us, please, where you parked your vehicle and where you entered the dwelling.
Okay, I approached from the drive from Cedar Street. And my initial approach, as I stated yesterday, was to the area immediately behind the fire trucks, which would have been in the circle drive in this area here.
All right. Go ahead then, tell us your path.
Okay. At that point in time, I spoke with my corporals, determined that, or spoke with Corporal McDowell, and she advised me they were trying to get the fire engines clear so they could get out of there. So I had to remove my vehicle from this area, back it all the way back out to the street, and I just left it out there so it would be out of the way, which time I walked back up the drive, back to this area here.
All right, then where'd you go?
At that time, that's where I noticed the EMS personnel and Ms. Whitson walking up this set of stairs here, leaving the scene.
Where else did you go?
At that point in time, I walked this walkway here to the door. I stopped here, observed the insides where I observed the rug that I described here in this area. I stood there for a moment looking inside to see if I observed anything else. And at that point in time, I was also listening to see if I heard anything that I needed to be aware of.
Where then did you go?
I walked inside, observed this foyer stairway here, observed this area here. I walked past the door where I could see down this hallway, and stopped about 6 steps down here as I proceeded down when I noticed Miss Peterson's body lying here.
Now let me turn your attention then to D3. Do you agree with the approximate location list of what you could have seen from that vantage point of where Miss Peterson's legs were?
I do.
All right. Now tell us what your task was.
At that point in time, I stopped immediately. I believe Corporal Kershaw was close by the door at that time. We discussed securing the scene. He got the crime scene tape and began to secure the scene. As indicated here, this would be where his crime scene tape was placed. We also discussed the fact that we needed to secure the upstairs area. Once this tape, I believe, had been established, and he could go upstairs and secure that. So he went upstairs to secure the crime scene up there to see if he could locate anybody else, make sure there were no victims upstairs.
Did you ever go upstairs?
Only when I escorted Ms. Whitson and Ms. Tomasetti upstairs.
For the restroom. Now, do you agree with the location that Officer Corporal Kershaw has placed the crime scene tape?
In general, yes. I don't see any discrepancies there. This may have actually been a little more at an angle here, but it adequately secured this area.
So it could have been stretched here instead of there, and as far as you were. All right. Now, do you agree then that the scene or the tape was moved at one point in time to actually expand the area? And was moved to this area?
Yes, that was a decision that was made later, as we were getting more information.
Okay, now what other areas of the house did you go into?
I approached from this direction, down these steps, around through this hallway, through the dining room, and into the kitchen area. I had observed Officer Figueroa here in this area securing this location.
And let me stop you there. This part of the diagram might be a little bit deceiving. Are these actually circular stairs that go up to the second floor?
Circular stairs?
Well,
I know.
spiral stairs.
Yes, it's a spiral that goes up along the foyer.
Spiral staircase. And up underneath the stairs, is that the hallway you're speaking of?
That is correct.
Or a little open? All right, now, in the kitchen area, what then did you do?
As I was going through the kitchen area, I was specifically, at that point in time, headed around to speak with Officer Figueroa about making sure that we maintained the integrity here, not to let anybody into this area. As I walked through, I noticed various items laying about in the kitchen. Came around, spoke with Officer Figueroa over here. Then I exited, came back through the same path and back to this area. And during this time, I was also on the radio with the other officers, and people were calling me to get information. So I was walking through here, observing, and back to the general area here.
Now let's go to this other more detailed diagram, D3. Well, Stacy's at P8. Let's use this photograph, and actually you may have to go back to the other diagram to use this particular photograph. Could you orient the jury, please, and show them that photograph?
As I recall, this would be the front entry, as I described it as the front approaching from this side. This would be the walkway out here, which would be here. This would be the door that I approached, and here's the rug that I described yesterday. This would be the crime scene tape that was going across here.
All right, let's take the second half of the jury and show them the photograph. Take a look, please, at P58. What area is that depicting?
Depict this area here.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm sorry. It would depict the area here on the island.
All right. Now, you said there were certain things that you noticed in the kitchen area. Does that photograph depict any of those things that you specifically noticed?
Yes, it does. It depicts the sink in Peninsula here. There's two. Here would be the sink.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the witness.
I'll raise it up.
Let's take the jury in two hands and keep your voice up, please.
Depicts the sink that is in the peninsula. Which would be here. There are also two wine glasses located directly beside the sink.
Now, was there anything specific about the sink or the wine glasses that drew your attention to them?
Just the positioning of them would indicate that there were at least two people partaking of wine at that point in time.
All right, let's show this half of the jury. That's the photograph. Point those items out, please.
These are the two wine glasses sitting right beside this.
Can everyone see it? Let's now go to P62. And where is that on this diagram? D3.
This photograph demonstrates a square basin sink. That is depicted here on this diagram.
Now, was there anything distinctive about the sink?
Yes, there was.
What is it? Or what was it?
There were some stains in the sink.
What color were they?
Brownish red.
Now take a look then at states P60. Is that a little closer shot of those stains you're talking about in the sink?
Yes, it is.
Let's show that to the jury, please. And we're talking about this sink on this side.
That is correct.
And for the record, I was pointing to a sink on the upper portion of the document. Now, State's Exhibit P59. What is that? And orient the jury, please, as to what that depicts in comparing it to the document.
This would be a photograph of the round sink in the peninsula. The wine bottle here, Coke can here, telephone line here beside of it, and looks like a brochure on this location.
While you're there, do you remember whether that wine bottle was opened or whether it was empty? Or do you know?
I do not.
Did you look at it well enough to see what type of wine it was?
I did not.
It's used.
This one located here.
And for the record, he is pointing to a sink that's sort of in the middle portion of D3. Take a look, please, at P56. What does that depict?
This is a photograph from a different angle of the same sink with the wine glasses, Coke can, wine bottle, telephone, and brochure. And from this angle, you can see 2 packs of cigarettes and a set of keys.
Just to be certain that we are oriented, can you show us what area of the bread you're thinking of?
I'll describe this as a peninsula sink, the round sink that would be on the left if you walk in from the dining room beside the range.
Now, did you take a look at the pot that's in the sink?
Did not take a close look at it.
Let's look at State's Exhibit P57. Is that a closer view of a couple of the items?
Yes, it is.
What's that?
What?
This is a close-up photograph of the peninsula sink from a different angle. It depicts a wine bottle, again the brochure, the pots and pans in the sink, and a brownish red stain to the side of the sink.
Take a look, please, at P140. Is that an even closer view of the pot in the sink?
Yes, yes.
And are you able to say, or by looking at the photograph, whether there's something in that pot or strainer?
There does appear to be some type of material in the strainer.
What color is it?
I would describe it as dark tan, brownish yellow.
All right, if you would show that to the jury, please. Now, yesterday when you were talking about the kitchen area, you mentioned something about Mr. Peterson at least attempting to wash his hands in one of the sinks.
That's correct.
Would you be able to show us on D3 which sink you're speaking of?
It would be this sink here. I would describe this as the right side sink, since my initial approach brought me into this area. and it was on my right, and that is where I observed Mr. Peterson.
Now, is that the same sink that is depicted in P60,
It is.
the one you described with some stains in it?
It is.
Now, in trying to understand your testimony, is your testimony that he actually did begin washing his hands such that they got wet, or that he did not?
He had his hands in the sink. I do not recall if his hands were wet or not.
Do you recall whether or not, after you told him to stop and you said he did comply, whether he took a paper towel or anything to dry his hands?
I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned something about some wine glasses. Let's take a look at P138 and P139. Could use those together to orient the jury as to where the wine glasses were and what they looked like.
These are the wine glasses that in the overview photograph from a distance are appears to be setting to the left side of the sink in the peninsula.
Now, Sergeant Wilkins, when you left, have you already shown that one? Okay, I'll give that to you.
This is a closer photograph.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
This is a closer photograph of the wine glasses depicting what appears to be a small amount of fluid in the bottom of the glasses.
Now, Sergeant Wilkins, when you left the Peterson residence, which door did you exit from?
The entry door.
When
I came out of the kitchen area after speaking with Officer Figueroa, exited back to here, up the stairs, 2 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps here. Came out this door, and actually I did not exit at that point in time. I stationed myself in this approximate area right here so that I could assist in observing the other areas of the house. But when I came out, this was the only entry-exit point that I had here.
Now, prior to your leaving, I believe you told us yesterday about a conversation you had with Officer McVeigh.
Yes, I did.
Where he had Mr. Peterson and Todd in another room. Which room was that? As depicted on the diagram on D2.
That would be the library office area. I may have referred to it as the den or study. This is the here.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
The library and office area depicted here.
Now, you also, I believe, mentioned prior to them going to the library or office area that they were on a patio area until it really got sort of cool. Too cool to keep them outside.
That is correct.
Where is that patio area as depicted on the diagram?
This is the patio here. Going through from my entry point, you would exit out the door, which would be just past the square or rectangular sink where I had observed Mr. Peterson earlier. So this would be the back patio that they were.
So this area here that shows sort of gray tiles, is that the same area as here?
It is.
Okay. And now, when you actually left the dwelling for good that particular morning, about what time was it?
About 6:30 to 6:45 the last time that I was completely out of the dwelling.
And who did you leave in charge of the scene?
When I left, Corporal Stubbs was the overall patrol supervisor that was in charge.
You may take a seat.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions, John.
Crossing zone. Sergeant Wilkins, we met briefly, I guess, yesterday.
Yes.
Have you gotten some sleep since then?
Yes, I did.
Good. As I understand it, as a sergeant, you would have been the ranking officer at the scene when you got there, right?
That's correct.
And you were a sergeant in District 3?
District 4.
District 4. Who was the sergeant in charge that evening in District 3?
Corporal Kershaw was the acting supervisor in charge for District 3.
Okay, so your counterpart for District 3, which would, and just so we're all clear, District 3 was actually the district that the Peterson house was within, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so your counterpart for District 3 that evening simply was out sick or out on vacation or something.
I'm not sure which.
Okay. In any event, you then would have been the supervisor in charge on a regular basis of Corporal McDowell?
Correct.
And as part of your duties as a sergeant, well, let me ask you this first. Have you yourself received any sort of training in crime scene management?
Yes, the department does conduct in-service training. We also have opportunities to attend other training. We don't necessarily, at that point in time, I don't know that we necessarily call it crime scene management, but we did call it major incident or incident command.
Okay. The idea being, how do you deal when you get to an incident or scene where someone's deceased? And what do you do? Because oftentimes you don't know what's going on first, right?
That's correct.
So the idea is that when you see somebody in a scene and they're deceased, you proceed to secure the scene because you don't know exactly where that is going to go.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said that you had some in-service training, just for the benefit of the jury. That would be training conducted by the Durham Police Department itself?
That is correct.
And is there a manual, a policy manual, or anything that the Durham Police Department has with regard to how you deal with a scene when there's a deceased person there?
The Criminal Investigations Division has a specific manual that deals with crime scenes. The Patrol Division has the General Orders Book and the Standard Operating Procedures Book.
Okay. And does the General Orders Book and the Standard Operating Procedures Book address the topic of what does one do when one gets to a scene where there's a deceased person?
It does. It breaks it down into different areas. We have what's called preliminary and follow-up investigations. We also have incident command and control. The Standard Operating Procedures has a section that specifies basic duties of personnel.
And I think you said that Criminal Investigation Division has a separate manual of some sort?
That's correct.
And do you know what it's called?
I would assume it's the Standard Operating Procedures for the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does that address the appropriate procedures that are supposed to be used in?
It does.
And are you familiar with both of those manuals?
I'm not as familiar with the Criminal Investigations Division manual, but I am very familiar with the General Orders book.
All right. And as part of your duties, would you be responsible for training the officers under your command in how you deal with a scene that involves a deceased person?
That is one of the duties that we do. We conduct weekly training. We conduct monthly training.
Let me show you a couple of things and see if you're familiar with them, if I could. I'll choose more code. If I could just have the originals, but I'd prefer to mark a copy if I could, and then at the end we can substitute originals if. Can I approach? Yes. Thank you. I want to show you a booklet that's enabled Crime Scene Investigation, a guide for law enforcement. It's published by the United States Department of Justice, and ask you if you're familiar with that particular guide. And by familiar, I mean whether you've even seen it before.
I've not seen this particular one.
All right, sir. Let me ask you then, without getting into the specifics of this guy, a couple questions about general principles and see if you would agree or disagree as someone who's experienced in dealing with scenes with a deceased person. Would you agree with the principle that one of the most important aspects of securing the crime scene is to preserve the scene with minimal contamination and disturbance of physical evidence?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you further agree with the principle that controlling, identifying, and removing persons at the crime scene and limiting the number of persons who enter the crime scene and the movement of such persons is an important function of the initial responding officers in protecting the crime scene?
I also agree with that.
And in this case, of course, the initial responding officers would have been Figueroa and McDowell, correct?
That is correct.
And just so we're all clear about this, you got there at about 3:24, right?
That's about 3:19 to 3:20.
All right. And the call had come in at about 2:41, right?
Approximately I had listed 2:45.
All right. In any event, the officers got to the scene about 2:50. I think Kershaw got there at 2:40. Figueroa got there at 2:45, and I think McDowell got there a little bit later. Is that right?
That would be an approximation that matches.
In any event, by the time you got there, 30 minutes or more had elapsed, right?
That's correct.
And whatever you did right at that point, and I'm not criticizing what you did, but whatever you did right at that point, that came after 30 minutes of whatever else had happened before that, right?
The securing of the crime scene with the tape did occur at that point in time. I don't know what had been done prior to my arrival.
Understand. And we're going to talk about that in a second, but you've heard the phrase, closing the barn door after the horses are out, right?
Yes.
And whatever you did at that point, the horses for those first 30 minutes, they were already out of the barn, weren't they?
Objection.
I wouldn't say that they were out of the barn at that point in time.
Okay.
Corporal McDowell is an experienced officer. A crime scene can be secured without crime scene tape up.
I understand. Let me go through a couple more of these. In any event, my point is that the scene, you basically preserved the scene in terms of movement of people. I mean, you're the one who took control and put people into rooms, right?
That's correct.
And you assigned officers to be with people as they walked even from the patio to a room, right?
That is also correct.
I mean, you didn't say to Mr. Peterson, listen, could you please go to the den and then just let him walk by himself?
No, I didn't.
Because that wouldn't have been appropriate.
It would not have.
You had Officer McCallop actually accompany him, right?
That's correct.
To keep track of his movements.
That is correct.
When women bystanders needed to go to the bathroom, you yourself accompanied them up to the bathroom.
I would not call them bystanders at that point in time. I believe Corporal McDowell and Corporal Kershaw had already identified what we described as the initial crime scene and the main point that needed to be secured. I would say at that point in time, we were determining who was a witness.
Fair enough. I didn't mean to imply that they weren't potential witnesses. I just meant that they clearly weren't involved in the death of Kathleen Peterson.
We didn't know at that time.
Okay. In any event, what you did was you accompanied them to the ladies' room, to the bathroom.
That's correct.
Simply to make sure that they didn't contaminate any areas or change anything or anything else, right?
That is correct.
And so you sort of took control of the scene there once you got there in terms of making sure people were accompanied and the scene was protected properly, right?
I would describe it as I assisted Corporal Kershaw and Corporal McDowell in further securing the scene.
Okay, fair enough. In any event, whatever happened before you got there in terms of people being allowed to walk around without being accompanied or people being permitted to touch Kathleen Peterson or to go get a Coke or to get a glass or whatever may have happened. That was all before you got there, right?
I never saw that, and I never heard about that.
You never heard about any of that?
Not at that point in time. I did hear later that there had been some movement, but the information that I had was that movement was observed and witnessed by officers, and it had occurred at a point in time that was clearly after EMS personnel had checked Miss Peterson and determined that she was deceased.
Who told you, for example, that they had watched Ben Maynard walking around intoxicated?
I don't specifically recall who said it, but I do remember hearing it said.
So someone told you that, for example, if Ben Maynard was walking around the house, there was a police officer with him?
I don't specifically remember.
Or if Heather Whitson was walking around the house, that she had a police officer with her?
I don't specifically remember being told whether she did or didn't.
Okay. Well, you know that Coke can you saw in the photo there?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any information about where that had come from?
No, I did not.
Did Corporal McDowell tell you, as she told the jury, that she had allowed Todd Peterson to go get some soda?
I heard after, at some point in time, I don't recall specifically her telling me, but I did hear her mention that someone had been allowed to get something to drink. I do not know whether they were escorted when they did that or not.
Well, if she testified in front of this jury that she had no idea where he got the Coke can from or the glass, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
That's not something that you would have permitted if you had been there.
No, sir.
You know that telephone that was on the counter there?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that she had asked Todd Peterson to get her that phone?
I believe I do remember hearing her mention that she had to use a phone from the residence because as corporal, she did not have a city phone to use.
And you're aware, are you not,
2003.
generally speaking, you know, by the way, are you familiar with this book, Practical Homicide Investigation?
Somewhat familiar with it.
That's sort of a standard. I won't say standard, but a lot of police departments use this as a reference, right?
I would say they do.
Okay. And are you familiar with the fact that one of the things this book talks about is never using the telephone at the scene?
Yes, I am.
Because that's a problem in terms of possible contamination, right?
That's correct.
So that wasn't an appropriate thing for Corporal McDowell to do.
It was not the perfect thing to do.
Okay. And she should have observed where Todd Peterson got that phone from, right?
Yes, I would have preferred that.
Well, if you had been there, you would have required it.
If I had thought about it, I would have required it.
And particularly if that phone was sitting in the stairway in blood, that would have been something that you would have wanted documented if Todd Peterson was permitted to go and get that, right?
That's correct.
Indeed, you wouldn't have let him go and get that phone, would you?
No, sir.
Did you check in that photograph that you were shown? Let me ask you this. Did you notice there was blood on that phone when you were there at the house?
I did not.
Have you had a chance to look at the photographs at all?
Yeah, briefly.
Does it show a substance that appears to be blood on the phone?
I can't tell from the photograph.
Do you know if that phone was actually seized by the officers at the scene?
I do not know.
Sergeant Wilkins, let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 68 and ask you to take a look at it and tell me whether or not that appears to be the phone that was on the counter that evening.
It appears to be the same basic phone.
And in your judgment, given the fact that Todd Peterson handled that phone, should that have been seized?
Yes, it should have.
And if it wasn't, that was a mistake?
Yes.
And have you seen any kind of documentation whatsoever about where that phone was lying when Todd Peterson got it?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you had a chance to look at a photo of a step where it appears that there's an outline of the phone sitting, this phone sitting on its side?
No, I have not seen any photographs that I remember depicting a phone.
And not the phone
Other
itself,
than-
just an outline in blood.
No, sir.
All right, sir. Let me ask if you agree with this statement. Controlling the movement of persons at the crime scene and limiting the number of persons who enter the crime scene is essential to maintaining scene integrity, safeguarding evidence, and minimizing contamination. Agree with that?
That's in an ideal situation. That would be our preference.
Do you agree with the following? Contamination control and preventing cross-contamination. You know what cross-contamination is?
Yes, I do.
And secondary transfer?
Generally, yes.
Contamination control and preventing cross-contamination at single or multiple scenes is essential to maintaining the safety of personnel and the integrity of evidence. Fair statement?
Fair statement.
Now, you talked about in-service training. Does the Durham Police Department use the basic law enforcement training materials that are produced by the North Carolina Justice Academy?
They do.
Yes. These Let me show you what's been marked 69, which is, I think, the basic compilation of the section of the basic law enforcement training materials on criminal investigation.
Yes.
Take a look at that and just make sure that I've got the right thing there.
It appears so.
All right, you're familiar with this particular document?
In general, yes.
All right. And this would be when your officers engage in service training, this would be one of the things that would serve as the basis for their training, correct?
That's correct.
And this particular document talks about crime scene protection, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Let me have a copy of that. I'm gonna not refer to every page on here, obviously, but I've got a couple of the key pages copied, so you can take a look at it.
Thank you.
And I'm on page 13 there. So the middle of the page says crime scene protection.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, Judge, we offering to evidence 67. 60, what's that?
I don't know if that would work with this guy.
68 is the telephone, and 69 is this material. It says the scene of a crime is protected for two reasons, right?
That's correct.
One is to prevent the destruction or removal of physical evidence.
Correct.
And the second is to allow for an accurate reconstruction of the events that occurred, right?
That is correct.
And would you agree with the statement, frequently protection starts by removing unauthorized persons from the area? Complete this task quickly and carefully so evidence is not destroyed and potential witnesses are not alienated. Once they have been removed, the area must be secured to prevent their return or the unauthorized entry of others. Correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with that?
I would.
Next page, page 14. Bottom. Says, whenever possible, all evidence should be unmoved until photographed and measured for the sketch. It may be occasionally necessary to cover or move evidence that would be destroyed without taking some precaution. The object is to preserve, underline, that evidence so it can be used to aid in the investigation, not destroy its probative value. And then in capital letters, it says, do not alter the scene unless absolutely underlined necessary, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly agree with that.
Yes.
And on page 18, sir. Under E1, third sentence. If law enforcement personnel or other people are allowed to alter the scene, there will be an inaccurate representation in court as well as incorrect testimony. You would agree with that, would you not?
Okay, restate the question.
Yes, sir. Would you agree with the following statement? If law enforcement personnel or other people are allowed to alter the scene, there will be an inaccurate representation in court as well as incorrect testimony. Do you agree with that statement?
Not completely, sir.
Okay. Do you disagree with the will as opposed to, for example, saying there may be?
That's correct. It could be, and the testimony will not change by the movement or repositioning of something in the scene.
Well, would you agree with me that it could result in incorrect testimony in that, for example, if an officer sees a Coke can, let's just say, with blood on it, and doesn't know that that happened after the police were already in the scene, that the officer might draw conclusions from that the victim or the suspect touched that during the event.
That is possible.
And that's the kind of thing that happens sometimes when people don't control the crime scene properly, right?
It can occur.
Are you familiar with the North Carolina Justice Academy?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever attended any of their courses?
No, sir.
Are you familiar, for example, with a booklet called Fundamentals of the Investigative Process that they
I'm
produce?
familiar with the manual. I have not actually studied the manual.
Okay, but you know about this manual.
That's correct.
Do you have a copy of it by any chance?
No, I do not.
Does the Durham Police Department have a copy?
I'm not sure if we do or not.
How about the one on death investigation?
I have not seen that one.
Let me ask if you agree with this. The preliminary investigation is the important first link in the total investigative effort. The quality of the initial effort will have a major influence on the final outcome of the case. Agree with that?
I do.
Do not let anyone touch or move a piece of evidence until it's been processed. Do you agree with that as a general statement?
As a general statement, I do.
Evidence must not be moved from its original position until it has been photographed, sketched and measured, recorded in field notes. Do you agree with that as a general proposition?
I do.
First, investigators at the scene should make sure that no physical evidence has been moved or disturbed until it has been photographed in place. Agree with that?
I do.
not allow unauthorized personnel to enter the crime scene. Agree with that?
I do.
And page 7 of the death investigation. Do you agree that when there's a suspect in custody, you should secure the clothing and shoes?
I do if the subject is in custody.
And of course, I think you mentioned yesterday that you saw Mr. Peterson, he had blood on his clothes, right?
That's correct.
And did you, when you saw him, direct anyone to secure those clothes?
Not at that time. I didn't know if Mr. Peterson was a, quote, suspect, or at that time I didn't know what he was. I was still trying to assess the situation.
Right. I think you said yesterday at that point, it was still up in the air whether it was an accident or something else.
There was some suspicion, but we had not made any assessments at that point in time.
And indeed, those clothes weren't taken from him until 10:30 the next morning, right?
I'm not sure what time they were taken. I left the scene around 6:45.
And he was still wearing them?
I didn't see him just prior to leaving, so I don't know if he was wearing them or not.
The last time you saw him, he was still wearing them?
Yes.
And that was when you were called to the room there because Todd was wanting to talk with his father.
That would have been the last time I was in his presence. I don't recall getting a good look at Mr. Peterson at that time because I believe he was behind his desk or sitting near his desk.
And at the time you first saw him, did you make any effort to determine whether or not the clothing was wet or dry?
I didn't touch it. I based my assessment on my visual observations at that time.
And I think you said something that, and I'm going back to blood I think you saw on the wall or something, that it didn't have a sheen.
That's correct.
What did you mean by sheen?
It was more of a brownish glazed color versus a fresh reddish, what I would describe as a wet look.
And of course you got there at 3:20.
That's
right?
correct.
And was there anything surprising to you to find that at 3:20, a smear of blood, for example, on the wall would have a brownish look rather than a bright red look?
Yes, actually, it was surprising due to the amount of blood that was there. My past experience with blood on crime scenes indicates that it doesn't dry that fast.
I see. Well, do you know, for example, what was the wall made out of? Do you know?
It appeared to be drywall or some type of wallboard material.
So you didn't realize it was plaster?
I did not.
And does blood dry differently depending on the surface?
It does.
Does it dry differently depending on the humidity in the house?
It does.
Does it dry differently depending on the temperature in the house?
It does.
Does it dry differently depending on, for example, if it's in a place where there's airflow?
That will affect it.
And can you tell me, for example, if there's a thin smear of blood on a plaster wall, thin smear, plaster wall, house is at 65 degrees, winter, so the humidity is not high. Can you tell me how long it takes for that to turn brown?
I'm not a blood analyst. I can't tell you exactly how long. Speaking from my past experience with the amount of blood, I would say it would be highly unusual for it to be dry.
By the way, have you ever had the experience of seeing a wall and you thought the paint was dry and you touched it and turned out it was wet?
Yes.
You can't always tell whether something's dry or wet from looking at it, can you?
No, sir, you can't.
And you didn't touch any of that?
I did not.
Now, by the way, in terms of Todd and his attitude, we'll call it an attitude, okay? In terms of his attitude, you sort of understood where he was coming from, didn't you?
I didn't think his attitude was appropriate, but okay. I didn't know why that was.
Well, what had happened was, just so we can put his attitude into context, He had come home from a party to find the EMS people there, right?
That's what I was told.
And his stepmother
You can't testify,
dead,
dude.
right?
Correct.
And his father very, very upset by all accounts, right?
Correct.
And he had been consoling his father, right?
To my understanding, he had.
And then all of a sudden, he gets told that he's got to go to a room and he can't even speak to his father. Isn't that about what happened?
Not immediately. I explained to Todd Peterson the situation. I explained to him that it was going to be a long process, most likely, and that I understood his concerns and his need to be with his father. But we had a job to do, and we needed to do his job, and I needed him to use the best of his ability to not talk to his father.
Right. And you were torn by that.
I was.
So you could certainly understand why he'd be torn by it, wouldn't you?
I can understand that.
Now, when you arrived, by the way, are you aware that one of the things that, by the way, Vernon Geberth, is it Geberth or Geberth, you know?
I'm not sure.
Whatever his name is. He was a very experienced homicide investigator up in New York, wasn't he?
I believe that's correct.
He's written extensively on homicide investigation, right?
I'm familiar with that book in particular. He may have written others.
And he speaks all over the country about that, doesn't he?
I'd have no knowledge, but I would assume that he probably does.
In any event, one of the points he makes in his book is that one of the problems that faces lots of initial responding officers, because their initial responding officers are usually sort of lower down on the totem pole, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. And one of the problems they face is that all these chiefs come and they want to get in the scene, right?
That has happened.
And one of the things he says is that shouldn't happen. Chiefs shouldn't be going in the scene unless they have some specific purpose like you did. Right?
That's correct.
Now, when you arrived there at the scene, it didn't take you long to decide that it hadn't been secured to your satisfaction, right?
There were other things that we needed to do to further secure the scene. And that was my purpose in responding, due to the fact that my corporal had responded to another district. I was going there to assist her. Once I arrived on the scene, stayed to assist her and Corporal Kershaw in further securing the scene.
Well, had you ever instructed the corporal about the use of crime scene tape?
We have all had instruction on that.
Okay. And as soon as you walked in the hallway, turned to the left, walked 6 steps, saw the body, boom, you said, we need to have crime scene tape here.
Yeah, I believe it was a general consensus between myself and Corporal Kershaw.
Okay.
I believe that he was still in the process of making sure that we had personnel where we needed to have initially so that they could observe the scene. And then when he had his first opportunity, he went and got the tape.
All right. At that point, it's fair to say that given what you saw when you walked in that house, the scene had not yet been secured to your satisfaction, correct?
We did secure it in addition. And as a supervisor or the reigning officer on the scene, when Corporal Kershaw approached me and we discussed it, we discussed the necessity to further secure the scene.
I understand you further secured it. And the reason you further secured it is because you weren't satisfied with the level that was there then, right?
That's correct.
And one of the things that troubled you was that you saw some figures in and around that hallway, right?
Not the hallway where Mrs. Peterson was. I did not.
So the figures you saw were in the foyer area? What hallway were they in?
The only figure that I saw anywhere near Mrs. Peterson's body was Officer Figueroa, who was standing on the landing on the opposite side from where I was.
But you saw people in the house who were not police officers.
I did.
Okay. And where did you see those people?
I have a moment to review my notes. Okay, as I have in my report, EMS personnel were coming away from the front of the residence, as I indicated on the diagram earlier.
Yes, sir.
Accompanied by Ms. Whitson.
Let me stop you right there. So the first civilian you would have seen was Heather Whitson leaving the residence?
That's correct.
And did you stop and ask her who she was?
I did not.
To your knowledge, had anyone gotten her name?
At that point, I did not know.
Okay.
She was accompanying the medical personnel, and at that point in time, it seemed to me that she knew the medical personnel. I felt comfortable that we could gather her information from them.
Okay. But you didn't know who she was?
I did not.
All right. But obviously you knew she'd been inside the house.
Actually, I didn't know she had been inside the house because she was not near the doorway. She was walking away from the house. I didn't know if she had stopped at the front and talked to these people, and I never saw her coming out of the house at that point in time.
So let me ask you this. When you got there, before you even started walking to the house, you met with McDowell and Kershaw, didn't you?
Correct.
Outside.
Now, I spoke basically with Corporal McDowell at that point in time.
And one of the purposes of that was to get sort of the lay of the land, right?
Correct.
And did Corporal McDowell tell you at that point that, for example, Heather Whitson and Ben Maynard or a male and a female civilians had been allowed in the house?
I don't recall that she did.
Did she tell you anything about an older woman being allowed in the house?
No, I don't recall that.
Did she tell you anything about Todd Peterson going up to Kathleen's body?
I don't recall that she did. She was still in the process of trying to get the driveway cleared. The first contact that I had with her to retrace, I had the initial contact with Corporal McDowell when I pulled up, who advised me that she was trying to clear the driveway, backed out, and then came back up. And at that point in time, I went to the front of the residence to begin my observation and to see what else we needed to do.
Well, at any point, did she tell you that she had permitted a couple, a man and a woman, into that house?
I don't recall specifically that she did.
What do these questions have to do with who killed Kathleen? Some of these questions are so ridiculous. Why does it matter who came in? Oh my God. Dude, quit asking stupid questions.
Or that Todd Peterson had gone up to the body?
She may have mentioned it, but I can't say specifically.
Or that Todd and his father had physical contact?
I don't recall her specifically saying that.
Or that Mike Peterson had been allowed to go up to the body and hold Kathleen?
I don't remember.
Now, all of those things would be important to document, right?
That's correct.
And for you to know as the supervisor?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
We're going to recess for 10 minutes.
Yes. May I approach? Maybe the best way to do this is put up on the elbow. Let's see. What? You tell us? Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm more efficient than I thought. Exhibit P8. Technology. Right. Can I even write on this thing? This was the one of the pictures that you looked at earlier.
Correct.
And do you know what that is right there?
I do not.
Did you notice whether there were any Christmas gifts or items that could serve as Christmas gifts there in that foyer area?
I didn't notice. I don't have anything noted here.
How about do you see wrapping paper?
I do.
Did you note that anywhere?
At that time, I was not focused on that side. When I went in through the entry point, I had been advised which direction Ms. Peterson was. So my main focus as I went in was covering to the left side.
Of course, what else is going on in the house can give you some insights into the nature of the relationship, right?
It could.
Whether people are getting along or not.
I don't know that I could surmise as to whether they were getting along by what was in the house.
Well, for example, you've been at scenes where there's what's called a final scene, you know, where the death occurs, but then there are other scenes where perhaps somebody threw something or, you know, pushed somebody against a table and there was pictures on the floor or just mess up in the house.
Yes, I have.
You didn't see any of that here.
I did not.
What you saw was a house that had Christmas presents and wrapping paper right there in the foyer, right?
As it's indicated by that photograph, it would appear so.
And indeed, if we went right around the corner into that room right there, there was a big, huge Christmas tree, wasn't there?
I believe there was.
With a ladder right next to it.
I believe so.
And that would be sort of circumstantial evidence that they were putting the trimmings on the tree, wouldn't it? That ladder there.
That's it. Case closed. He didn't kill her because they had a Christmas tree up and they were putting ornaments on it. And they had the wrapping paper out to wrap Christmas presents. Case closed. Couldn't have killed her. Had a Christmas tree.
Sustain.
I'll withdraw it. And you didn't find, other than in that stairway area and in the kitchen and laundry room area where Mr. Peterson and various other people had been allowed to go after the police were there, you didn't find any blood anywhere else in the house.
I noticed, nowhere else in the house did I notice anything.
There was, I think you said, a drop in the hallway going out towards the front door.
Correct.
And then a drop on that brick walkway.
Correct.
There's no blood in his cars.
I never looked in the car. I don't know.
To your knowledge?
Nobody told me of any.
All right. No blood upstairs in his master bedroom?
I don't know that I actually ever went to the master bedroom. I do not recall. The only time I was upstairs was when I escorted the two ladies to the restroom.
Okay. Let me focus in on what you did see. Can we go to... let's clear up one thing right away. Let's go to photo exhibit 140. Turn that around. Now, I think you told Ms. Black that you saw something in there that was, I think you said, I can't remember what color you said, yellow, reddish, tan?
Yellow, reddish, tan.
Does that appear to you to be pasta?
I have no idea what it is.
Did you draw any particular significance to the fact that there was a bowl with a strainer and some pasta in the sink?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you find plates, including at least a plate, one plate, and maybe two plates in the area where they would watch TV, big widescreen TV? Recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. In any event, that wasn't seized as evidence, was it?
I don't know. I wasn't there when the evidence was being taken.
Do you have any idea why you were asked about that particular photo?
I don't.
Okay. Let's go to 56. Exhibit 56. No, Exhibit 56, guy.
SP 68.
Now that's that picture of that, what we call the circular sink or the sink in the peninsula, right?
Correct.
And that's where that pot was, right?
Correct.
And the phone we've already identified.
Correct.
The phone wasn't seized, to your knowledge.
I don't know if it was or not.
All right. Do you know if the keys there were seized?
I do not.
There's a wine bottle there. See that?
I do.
And there was no blood found on that wine bottle, correct?
I don't know.
All right, sir. There's a jewelry catalog right next to the wine bottle, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a pack of cigarettes. I messed it up. Thank you. Sorry. That's a cigarette pack, right?
Correct.
Benson and Hedges?
I believe so. I didn't take a close look at that.
Do you know if it was empty or not?
I do not.
And do you know what kind of cigarettes Kathleen Peterson smoked?
I do not.
Do you know if that cigarette pack was seized by the...
I have no idea. The forensic processing was not done until well after I left the scene.
Okay. These wine glasses. Do you know if those were right there when Mr. Peterson made his phone call at 2:40, or whether either he or Todd or one of the other people walking around the kitchen would have placed him there by the sink?
I don't know.
Same thing with the Coke can?
Correct.
Same thing really with all the items in that
That's correct.
particular photo.
That's correct.
It's one of the problems with allowing folks to wander around an area. You just don't know who moved what where.
That's correct.
Can you go to 138? Do you see that? Does that appear to be that Benson and Hedges pack of cigarettes? You might be able to see a little bit better on here. Now approach.
Yes, it appears to be the same pack.
And does it appear to have any cigarettes in it?
I can only see a portion of the inside, but I don't see any there.
And then there's another pack right next to it, right?
That's correct.
Which is open.
Correct.
Can you put up 60P62? You were showing that photo earlier as the square sink. I think you said the sink to the right.
That is correct.
Now, do you see this right there?
Yes, sir.
That's a champagne bottle, isn't it?
It's a bottle of some type. Appears to be possibly a champagne bottle.
With a cork right next to it?
Correct.
Do you know if that was seized?
I do not.
Okay, you can take that. Let me talk to you a little bit about your testimony about blood and dried blood and that sort of thing. Of course, blood isn't just completely wet or completely dry, right?
That's correct. There's different stages.
Right. Blood can be partially dry, right?
That's correct.
one of the first things to go when blood starts drying is its sheen, right?
That is correct.
So the fact that blood doesn't have any sheen doesn't tell you a whole heck of a lot about how long it's been there, right?
I can't analyze it visually to tell you how long it's been there.
Right. And you didn't touch it to see if any portions were partially dry.
No, sir.
And of course, if someone is bleeding from, say, a head wound, the blood right there is going to be wetter than, say, a smear that was put up on a wall 35 minutes earlier, right?
Yes, it should be.
And blood that's in a pool underneath the body, that would tend to take longer to dry than just a smear on a plaster wall, right?
Yes, it would.
And you weren't there when the body was actually moved, were you?
No, sir.
So you don't know about that.
I do not.
Now, and of course, hypothetically, if Kathleen Peterson had first injured herself, say, 45 minutes before Mike Peterson found her at 2:40, and then you hadn't gotten there until 3:20, you'd have like an hour and a half interval for at least some of that blood to at least start to dry, right?
Objection.
Right?
Yes.
And you would expect at least some of the blood to start to dry in that period of time.
Yes, I would.
Now, dried blood wasn't such a big deal to all the police officers and EMS people when you all filled out your reports back in December, was it?
Objection.
What do you mean by it wasn't a big deal?
Let me. That's a bad question. So let me rephrase it. When you fill out a report, what you instruct people to do who are under you, and what you of course do, is to try to include the important details, right?
That's correct.
And the reason you would include the important details is, number one, you want to be able to refresh your memory later.
Correct.
Number two, it's going to go to other people like supervisors, and you want them to know the important details.
Correct.
Number three, it's going to go to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
You want them to know the important details.
Yes.
And number four, eventually, if the case gets prosecuted, it's going to go to a jury.
That's correct.
And they're going to be entitled to rely upon what the contemporaneous notes said, right?
Correct.
And you, for example, filled out a very admirably detailed report about this night, right?
Yes.
3 pages, single space, typed.
Correct.
And it started from the time you got the call at 2:45.
Correct.
When you heard the call, right up to the time you cleared the scene at 6:45 a.m.
That's correct.
And this was prepared shortly after December 9th.
Yeah, I believe I completed it the next morning.
Okay, so things were fresh in your mind, obviously.
Correct.
And for example, you noted in here things like the large oriental rug, right?
That's correct.
That the rug had a burgundy red base color, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, you were documenting things you saw.
Correct.
Let me mark this if I could. What's that? Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 70 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, it appears to be a copy of my report.
That would be a 3-page, single-space type report that you did the next morning.
That's correct.
Move that into evidence, Your Honor. Can we put that up on the screen, please? Now, if you could go down to if you can go to the bottom third of that, please, Guy. Thank you. Going down, at various points in here, you talk about observing blood, right?
Correct.
Now let me see if I can find it on here. That's one place where you talk about blood.
That's correct.
And then a little bit further down, you talked about blood.
Correct.
And then if we go to the next page, you talk about what Mr. Sorry. You talk about what Mr. Peterson was wearing.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
You talk about blood, right?
Correct.
And then you talk about his hands were covered with what appeared to be blood.
Correct.
And not a single time in this 3-page report did you ever note that the blood was dried, did you?
That is correct.
Or appeared to be dried?
I did not.
And as her supervisor, have you reviewed Officer McDowell's report?
I believe I reviewed Officer McDowell's report that morning as I was completing, or after I had completed my report. Numerous paperwork at the station is where I went back to the station to do that.
3762.
Yes.
Let me show you Exhibit 71, Defendant's Exhibit 71, and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be a printout of Corporal McDowell's report.
And in her report, she doesn't say anything about the blood appearing to be dry, does she? Or
let me just take a moment to look through it.
She does talk about blood, though.
Correct. I don't see any mention of it being dry, no.
Kershaw's report doesn't say anything about the blood being dry, does it?
I don't recall reviewing Kershaw's report.
Figueroa's report doesn't say anything about blood being dry, does it?
I don't recall anything about it.
Did you review Figueroa's report before you prepared yours?
Before I prepared mine?
Well, at some point.
At some point, yes.
All right, sir. Let me show you what's been marked Exhibit 65 already. And ask you whether that appears to be a copy of Officer Figueroa's report.
Yes, it does.
And it talks about blood.
It does.
But doesn't say anything about dried blood.
No, sir, I don't see any indication there.
Now, I think you said earlier that at some point you contacted Major Pettiford.
I do not remember. I requested, or one of us requested, that Major Pettiford be contacted. I know it was discussed amongst myself. I believe there were a couple of other officers there that were on the scene. And in the process, we discussed contacting him, and communications was advised to contact Major Bedford.
And that was because this involved Michael Peterson?
We notify the chain of command anytime there is a homicide or suspicious death, because they need to be aware of it. We particularly pay attention if it's someone of some prominence, because we need to advise our command staff so that they will be aware of it and won't be called by someone and not have any knowledge of what's going on.
I thought you had said yesterday that the reason you called Pettiford was because this was sort of a high-profile thing.
Well, it is, and it was, and that was, again, a citizen of prominence, and that fits within our protocol.
And Pettiford actually then came to the scene, right?
He did arrive on scene.
And was he responsible for processing the scene?
No, sir.
Or supervising the people who were processing the scene?
He was the highest ranking officer that was there at the time. He was not responsible for the processing of the scene, and he was not responsible for the overall incident command. He could have taken over command if he'd seen something that needed to be done.
Yes, sir. And did you also see Lieutenant Bullock there?
Yeah, I believe Lieutenant Bullock did arrive on scene at some point in time. I don't recall specifically seeing him. He may have arrived after I left. I'm not sure.
What was his assignment?
Lieutenant Bullock would have been an investigative lieutenant supervisor.
Of you?
No, I'm patrol division. He would have been in criminal investigations.
So he would have been, what, above Fran Borden?
Yes, in rank he would have been above. And let me clarify, I am not sure what Lieutenant Bullock's, where his assignment was at that point in time. We had numerous people that responded to the scene, but I do know he was there.
One of those things that Gebert talks about, right? Lots of supervisors.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the scene, you did see Michael Peterson walking in the foyer area, covered in blood.
Correct.
Unescorted.
With Mr. Maynard.
I mean, unescorted by a police officer.
No police officers directly beside of him. There were officers that were in position to view his actions.
Yes, but no one was accompanying him.
No, sir.
And I think you said Mr. Maynard was with him?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I believe Officer Kershaw testified that he saw Mr. Maynard coming out of the house intoxicated and then left him with you at the front door. Does that ring any bells for you?
That was at the approximate time that that I first encountered the two of them.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second. I think that Officer Kershaw's testimony was that Mr. Maynard was coming out of the house to move some cars, and he was out there, and he determined that he was too intoxicated to move any cars, and rather than letting him back in the house, he left him with you. There at the front door.
At the front door.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I mean, he was there at the first time I saw Mr. Maynard, he was beside Mr. Peterson. And all of this was going on at the same time.
Well, now, Officer Kershaw didn't say anything about Mr. Peterson being outside to move cars. He just said that Mr. Maynard was coming out to move the cars.
Okay, I don't remember specifically that. I remember encountering Mr. Maynard and Mr. Peterson.
Well, do you remember Officer Kershaw bringing Mr. Maynard to you and saying, this gentleman's intoxicated, he shouldn't be allowed back into the scene? Do you remember that at all?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you remember ever having taken control of Mr. Maynard outside that front door?
Outside the front door?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I don't.
So whatever Corporal Kershaw did with Mr. Maynard, it didn't connect with you in terms of what you were doing at that time.
It did not.
And then the next time you saw Mr. Maynard, he was back inside the house.
Correct.
And he was walking around with Mr. Peterson.
Correct.
Who had blood on him.
That's correct.
And he was intoxicated, Mr. Maynard, right?
I don't know that I ever determined that he was intoxicated. I did smell an odor of alcohol. But,
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And in addition to Mr. Maynard and Mr. Peterson there in the foyer, you saw two females.
Correct.
Right? Now, they weren't in the foyer area. They were in the kitchen area, right?
I have to look back.
I think it's in your report there, maybe the third or fourth page. Well, you only have this short, you have the long version there. Take your time to find it.
Yes, I observed Ms. Whitson and Ms. Tomasetti.
Well, before we get to them.
Oh, okay. You're referring to the lady in the red.
Well, there are a lot of people, but didn't you see two females just inside the door from the patio who said they were neighbors?
Yes, I did.
Who came over when they saw the lights?
That's correct.
Did you get their names?
I did not.
You know if anybody did?
I directed Officer Figueroa to get their names and instructed them that they needed to leave and come back or wait until the police department called them.
And the reason you instructed them to leave is because they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Correct.
And I think you said you saw a lady with a red dress.
I thought it was a red dress at that time. I described it as appearing to go out. Someone told me later that it was, I guess, more of a nightgown, robe type. But at that time, I wasn't focused specifically on them. But she was wearing red.
Okay. And then I think you just also said that you saw Heather Whitson and Christina Tomasetti in the front foyer.
Okay, I had directed Mr. McVeigh and Officer McVeigh and Officer McCallum to go onto the patio.
Yes, sir. I think you said something about the temperature was dropping, so it got too cold to let people stay outside. So that brought the males and then the two females into the office study initially.
Correct. I had Ms. Whitson and Ms. Tomasetti directed into the den area on the right side of the foyer.
Okay. But they were in the house too when you got there, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say, sir, that as the supervisor getting to that scene, you were not happy with the fact that you had Ben Maynard and these two women who were neighbors and Heather Whitson and Christina Tomasetti walking around inside the house, correct?
I would describe it as I wasn't happy. I didn't know what was going on at that point in time. When I arrived on the scene, I was still assessing the situation, as were Corporal McDowell and Corporal Kershaw.
Well, Corporal McDowell had been there for 30 minutes by the time you got there, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
She had an opportunity to assess the scene.
Correct.
Didn't take you 30 minutes to assess the scene. In terms of, well, let me withdraw that. It didn't take you 30 minutes to decide that those people needed to be controlled and not allowed to just walk around the house.
But I also had the benefit of Corporal McDowell and Corporal Kershaw giving me the information they had obtained during that time.
And of course, they had the information firsthand because they were there.
Correct.
And could have acted on that information before you got there.
And I believe they did act on that information.
I know you did.
I object to what he knows.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Mr. Rudolph, won't we break here for?
I've got about, well, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, Judge, that's fine.
Got about what?
I was going to say I have a couple more questions to wrap it up, and I don't know whether or not there's going to be any redirects. If you want me to wrap it up, I can.
I don't know. Is there going to be redirect? Yeah, we'll break.
That's fine.
All right, members of the jury, remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case. Don't read about it. Don't watch TV. Don't do any independent research. I will see you at 12:45.
All stand. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Superior Court County of Durham is back in session and ready to conduct business. Honorable Orlando F. Hudson, Jr., Judge presiding. God save the state and honorable court. You may be seated.
Okay, before we bring the jury in, we would request that the district attorney's office make available to us copies of the manuals that Sergeant Wilkins testified to earlier. We don't need them today, obviously, but we would like to have them at some point next week so that we can use them with other witnesses. So I'm making that request on the record. If I need to subpoena them, I'm happy to, but I'm hoping that we won't need to.
It's hard. I don't know if that's something in the possession of the state, but it could be.
I don't have their general orders, and I don't have homicide protocol, so we'll just have to look into it, and I'll report back to the court when I have that information. I'm just now being asked about that subject, so we'll just have to look into it and report it back to the court.
Does that satisfy you?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have another administrative matter we need to talk about, since it kind of indirectly affects you all. You may want to send a representative up here at the bench. I need to see you. Yeah. Further questions?
That's just a few. Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Wilkins, I won't keep you very much longer.
Thank you.
With regard to the blood that you did see, you, of course, didn't see the wounds on Kathleen Peterson's head, correct?
No, I did not.
So you had no way of judging at that point what the source of the blood was?
That's correct.
And do you know much about how much head wounds bleed? Scalp wound?
I haven't done any in-depth study on it.
Do you know anything about the fact that the scalp is probably the most highly vascularized area?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And that scalp wounds can bleed a lot?
Yes.
And you also didn't have any way of knowing, either then or now for that matter, how long Kathleen Peterson might have bled
I did not.
Before she died?
No.
Or whether, in fact, the cause of death was blood loss?
I did not know what the cause of death was.
Are you aware that even the Chapel Hill medical examiner has indicated in her autopsy that blood loss might have contributed, in her opinion, to Kathleen Peterson's death?
Yeah, I believe I have heard that.
And do you know how much blood is in the human body?
I can't give you an exact amount.
Now, with regard to Mr. Peterson, when you saw him, he appeared to be confused.
Correct.
I think you described him as walking in small circles.
Correct.
When he went in to wash his hands, he wasn't trying to hide that from you in any way.
It didn't appear that he was trying to. I can't say whether he was or not.
Well, and as soon as you asked him to stop, he immediately stopped.
He did.
Didn't give you a hard time about that.
Not at all.
And I think you've described him as visibly upset.
Correct.
Moving back and forth as if he didn't know what to do.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Yes, so Sergeant Wilkins, based on your training and 17 years of law enforcement experience, was there anything unusual or inappropriate or even contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that the original 911 call came in as an accident, and then after some period of time that officers made a decision that this was not an accident?
No, assessments are done in steps based on the information that you obtain. Our assessments will change as we gather more information, and what action we take as more information is gained can be expanded, or the direction that it's going can be altered. And I saw no inconsistencies with our assessment process.
Now, on your cross-examination, you were asked about securing this crime scene, and part of one of your answers included information that you said that a scene can be secured without having put up crime scene tape. What do you mean by that?
The presence of an officer at the scene to instruct people to stay away, to ensure that nobody contaminates the scene, can take the place of the crime scene tape. Crime scene tape is just used as a barrier to indicate the point where the people are not to go past.
So now, based on your training and experience, was there anything unusual, inappropriate, or contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that it might have taken even up to 30 minutes for there to be crime scene tape actually placed inside the dwelling at 1810 Cedar Street?
No.
Based on your experience and training, was there anything unusual, inappropriate, or contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that someone was allowed to actually walk into the kitchen to get a soft drink for their own personal comfort?
Not at that point in time. We had secured the immediate area around Mrs. Peterson. We, at that point in time, had not determined if the kitchen was, in fact, a significant part of this incident. Still assessing the situation out of concern for the family members that were there. We were trying to accommodate them and also to secure the scene as best we could while showing compassion.
Based on your training and experience, was there anything unusual, inappropriate, or contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that several persons were allowed to actually stand in the kitchen for a short period of time?
No.
Was there anything unusual, inappropriate, or contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that there were several supervisors at this scene?
No, it's not, especially on a large scene. We have supervisors that have different responsibilities, different chains of command, patrol supervisors, criminal investigation supervisors that will arrive. It's perfectly consistent.
While you were at the scene, were there supervisors or people that were higher ranking than you just coming by to say hi?
No, everybody that came there had a purpose for being there.
Now, based on the size of this house and the size of the yard and what you were assessing there at 1810 Cedar Street, was there anything unusual, inappropriate, or contrary to the protocol of the Durham Police Department that it took numerous officers to ultimately secure this scene?
No, as I stated, we expanded the scene as we gathered new information. We called the personnel that were necessary. There were no unnecessary personnel, and at that point, we had an adequate number to secure the scene.
Based on your training and experience, did you find anything unusual about it taking some period of time to assess this scene?
No, very complicated scene.
Or to process this scene?
No, I knew it was going to take a considerable amount of time to process the scene.
Now, you say that prior to this particular evening that you had worked previously, or had you worked previously with Corporal Kershaw?
Corporal Kershaw was in District 3, and I had checked in with him on a few calls in District 3. He had actually been to District 4 a couple of times to check in on calls.
How about Corporal McDowell?
Corporal McDowell was working for me at that time.
And about how long had you all worked together?
We had a few months together.
Now, based on your work experience with both of them, did you have faith in their abilities as law enforcement officers to do the best they could when they arrived at any other scene you've been to with them, including this scene?
Absolutely.
Object to them doing the best they could. The issue for this jury is what was that, not whether they were doing it.
Overruled. Absolutely. They were perfectly capable of handling the scene.
Is there anything that has been pointed out to you by this defendant's lawyer that makes you change your opinion about their law enforcement abilities?
No.
Or about the things that they did or the decisions that they made on the night of December 9th or the wee hours of the morning of December 9th, 2001?
No.
No further questions.
Yes.
Of course, the issue isn't when the crime scene tape went up, is it?
No, sir.
The issue is, as you put it, ensuring that no one contaminates the scene, right?
Correct.
The crime scene tape is simply one means toward that end, right?
That is correct.
And the real problem here is that people were allowed into the house who shouldn't have been, right?
Objection to it being a problem.
You can answer whether he thinks it's a problem.
I do not see it as being a problem. The initial assessment had secured the primary area to our determination at that time.
Okay, so, for example, if there's blood evidence in the kitchen, you know that there is blood evidence in the kitchen, right?
Yes, we determined eventually that there was blood evidence.
And Agent Deaver, the blood spatter person, he relied on blood that was found through luminol testing and observation and coming to conclusions, didn't he?
I'm not sure what he relied on. I haven't discussed that with him.
Well, if he did, if he relied on blood in that kitchen area and in the laundry room and luminol on the floor in that area, then he could have been relying on contamination because people were allowed into that kitchen area, right?
Objection.
The question really is not whether or not something was inappropriate or unusual. The question really is whether or not something might have led to contamination. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Rephrase the question, please.
Yes, sir. The real question in terms of this scene is not whether protocol was followed or whether the Durham police protocol was proper or not. The real question is whether or not contamination might have taken place, right?
He's capable of answering that question.
Yes, that would be a concern.
And is it your testimony that as the supervisor of these officers, that if you had been present at 2:50 a.m. on December 9th, that you would have allowed Heather Whitson to walk in that door saying she was a medical doctor, not even asking her name or for her ID? Would you have done that?
Objection. Speculation.
I probably would not have. Again, I don't know what Corporal McDowell or Corporal Kershaw had been told. So I couldn't base my assessment unless I knew exactly what they had been told.
I wasn't asking you to criticize them. I was simply asking you what you would have done.
I probably would not have.
You wouldn't have allowed Todd Peterson to go up to Kathleen Peterson's bloody body, correct?
I wouldn't if I could have stopped him in time.
Right. You certainly wouldn't have given him permission to do that.
No.
You certainly wouldn't have given Michael Peterson permission or allowed him to go up to Kathleen Peterson's body.
No, I would not.
You certainly wouldn't have allowed Michael Peterson and Todd Peterson to embrace after Michael Peterson was covered in blood.
No, sir.
You certainly wouldn't have allowed Michael Peterson to go and sit down on a couch covered with blood there in that den, right?
Yes, sir.
But of course, you know that happened, right?
Yes.
And the way you know that happened is because there was a secondary transfer on that couch, right?
I didn't analyze the evidence. I don't know if there was a secondary transfer or not.
You wouldn't have allowed Todd Peterson, unaccompanied by anyone, to go and find a Coke somewhere in the house after he had embraced with Michael Peterson in his bloody clothes, right?
No, sir. If I'd known that was happening, I would have stopped it.
You wouldn't have allowed Todd Peterson to go through the kitchen finding a glass.
No.
You wouldn't have allowed Todd Peterson to go find a telephone somewhere, maybe even on the bloody stairway.
No, sir, I would not.
Doesn't matter.
You wouldn't have allowed Officer Figueroa to walk through that hallway.
No, sir.
And the reason why you wouldn't have done any of that is because every single one of those had the potential for contaminating the scene, didn't it?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Anything further, Ms. Black?
That's one.
All right, sir, you can come down.
Thank you.
May he be released from his subpoena.
It's allowed.
None of it. It's just a smokescreen.
How are you employed, sir?
I currently work for Target Corporation.
Doing what?
Assets protection.
All right. Now, back in December of 2001, how were you employed?
With the City of Durham Police Department.
Okay, you're gonna need to keep your voice up if you could,
Okay.
please, so all the jurors can hear.
I was working for City of Durham Police Department.
Okay, now prior to December of 2001, how long had you worked for them?
Approximately a little over 2 years.
And what kind of training had you had to qualify you as a law enforcement officer?
I went through the BLAT 2000 class with Durham City. It was approximately 21 weeks.
Now, tell us, please, when did you end your employment with the Durham Police Department?
February 28th of 2003.
And what was the reason for that, sir?
I resigned due to an altercation I had. I was arrested by the Highway Patrol in October of 2002.
Okay, for what type of offense?
DWI.
And were you ultimately convicted of that offense?
Yes, I was on June 9th of this year.
Okay. Now, after your resignation, is that when you began to work at Target?
No, I started working at Target a month ago.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities there at Target now?
We do shoplifting, internal theft, things of that nature.
Okay. Now, besides the basic law enforcement training, what is the rest of your educational background that you received prior to actually becoming a law enforcement officer?
I worked for 2.5 years back in Rhode Island for the Department of Corrections, and I went 12 years high school, no college education.
So you're from Rhode Island, I take it?
Yes, ma'am.
From your accent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this then. Back in December of 2001, what district were you working in?
District 4.
And what were your responsibilities?
I was assigned to 411 beat under supervision of Sergeant Wilkins and Captain Linton.
Who would have been your immediate supervisor on the night of December 8th going into December 9th, 2001?
First would have been my corporal, which was Corporal McDowell, and then Sergeant Wilkins.
Now, on that particular evening, do you know what you were doing prior to being called to 1810 Cedar Street?
I was in the jail. I just processed an inmate, a prisoner. I can't recall what it was for, though.
All right. Do you remember about what time it was that you received some type of information that caused you to go to 1810 Cedar Street?
Communications contacted me on the radio, said I need to respond to the address on Cedar Street, and I arrived there at approximately 3:36 in the morning.
Now, prior to actually arriving at 3:36 in the morning, did you know about anything that had transpired before you got there?
I had no idea because I was in the jail and we can't hear our radios in there.
So did you have any idea what type of scene you were even going to?
All I seen was what was on the computer.
Okay. And what did you see on the computer?
It said EMS call.
Once you got there to the scene, first of all, were you riding alone or with someone?
I was by myself.
What did you do when you got there?
I parked my car on the front of the house on Cedar Street, and I walked up the driveway to the back door.
And with whom did you first speak?
Officer Cartwright.
Officer Cartwright. Now, do you know what role he was performing there at the scene?
He was the scribe at the door. He wrote everybody in that came in and when they exited the house.
So now, after having a conversation with him, where did you go?
I seen Corporal McDowell, and she instructed me to go and see Sergeant Wilkins and Corporal Kershaw to see what they wanted me to do, what my instructions were.
Who did you first speak to out of that between Wilkins and Kershaw?
I spoke to Corporal Kershaw first, and he directed me to Sergeant Wilkins.
When you went to Sergeant Wilkins, then, what did he tell you as far as why you had been called to that location?
My instructions were to stand by the back door in the kitchen. Officer McCallop was already out on the patio with Mr. Peterson, his son, and another young male.
Okay.
And I was supposed to stand at the door, and no one was allowed to come in or out of that doorway.
Now, prior to receiving those instructions, did you yet know, or did you even know then why you were there or what type of scene this was?
No, I didn't. I had no idea what was going on at the time, just from what I seen when I walked in the house.
Now, when you walked in the house, what room or rooms did you enter?
I entered through the front door. What would that be? The back door. I walked through the foyer, around to the left into the kitchen.
Now, did you, before you went to the patio area, had you ever seen Michael Peterson or Todd Peterson before?
No, ma'am, I haven't.
Did you even know who they were?
I had no idea who they were.
Right, now, once you came into their presence, you said your instructions were just to stand by that door?
To assist Officer McCallop in watching the three subjects on the patio and make sure no one came in and out of the house through that doorway.
So what did you and Officer McCallop then do?
I stood at the door and Officer McCallop stayed on the patio.
Were you given any further instructions about what you were to do outside?
No.
Okay. Now, about how long did you stay there before you went into any other area of the home or the house?
It had to be approximately half an hour.
While you were out there, did you get a good look at Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson?
Yes, I did.
First of all, as to Todd Peterson, do you remember what type of clothing that he had on?
He had I believe he had a pair of jeans on and like grayish blues. Kind of like a t-shirt, but it was more of a casual shirt.
Did you notice any type of staining or spots to his clothing?
There was a little bit of blood in his jeans.
Now, how about Michael Peterson? Do you remember what type of clothing that he had on outside the dwelling?
He had like khaki shorts on and a blue shirt.
Do you know whether or not he had anything on his feet?
At that time, he had nothing on his feet. No shoes, no sandals, nothing that I can recall.
Now, did you notice any type of spots or staining to the shorts or shirt that Mr. Peterson had on, Michael Peterson?
Yeah, there was a lot of blood in his shorts. Looked to be a little bit of blood in his shirt, but his shorts had a lot of blood on it.
Now, while you were there in the patio area, what was Mr. Michael Peterson's demeanor? How was he acting?
He seemed upset, not so much crying, but he seemed upset, pacing a lot, walking around.
How about Todd Peterson? How was he acting?
He was trying to console his dad and talking to the friend that was with him, kind of quietly.
All right, so now total time in their presence out on the patio area would be about how long?
The total time I was in their presence while they were out there, approximately half hour.
All right, now after that half hour, was there some movement as far as, were you given further instructions about what to do with these individuals on the patio?
Sergeant Wilkins instructed me to take them into Mr. Peterson's, I guess it would be his workroom or his study.
Okay. Did you know for what purpose?
To get them out from the cold, because they were cold outside.
Was it a chilly evening as far as you were concerned? I don't know, being from Rhode Island, whether you would think
To me, it wasn't. No.
Okay.
It was probably like it was damp fall, between 35 and 45.
Okay. Now, do you believe that you would be able to recognize the type of clothing that they had on if you saw some photographs of them?
I believe so.
And have you in fact seen some photographs earlier in order to be certain as to whether you do recognize them or not?
Have I seen them earlier?
Earlier today.
Yes.
Maybe we push one.
Ms. Black? Make a motion, please.
I'd like to show you a group of photographs. First of all, take a look, please. It states Exhibit P204, P206, and P207. Do you recognize those three photographs?
These would be the jeans and the shirt that Todd Peterson had on.
Okay, those would be what you remember Todd Peterson having on.
That's what I remember they had on.
And do those look similar to what you saw that night, except for the fact that they're not on a person at this point in time in the photograph?
Yes.
Would it help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. I move to introduce State's Exhibit 207, 206, and 204 into evidence. Now let's take a look at another group of photographs. P190, P188, P191, P192, and P202. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do they appear to be?
These are the shorts that Mr. Peterson was wearing and his t-shirt.
Now, you've mentioned earlier that you did notice blood about his clothing.
Yes.
Take a look at those photographs. Do you does the staining on the shorts, as you look at it now, appear to be similar to the way you remember it from December of 2001?
Well, I object to that.
As best you recall.
Remember that. I object to that question unless there's some basis for him to remember where precise stains were 18 months ago.
In the general areas that you're looking at staining, does that appear to be what you recall from that night?
Yes.
Would they help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
I move to introduce P191, P188, P190, P192, and P202 index. May he be allowed to step before the jury. First of all, taking these groups of photographs in that you say represent the clothing that Todd Peterson had on. If you would show that to the jury, please. The first one showing there is what number?
It would be P204.
And that is a picture of what?
This is Todd Peterson's t-shirt that I was wearing that night.
Okay, now let's show the other two photographs, and if you could identify them for the record, please.
P206 is the jeans that Todd Peterson was wearing the night I seen him. And P207 is the back part of the back picture of the jeans that he was wearing that night.
All right, now let's take the second group of photographs. Start out with the one on top, if you would, please. Identify it and show it to the jury, please.
P202 is the t-shirt that Mr. Peterson had the night I observed him. P192 is the khaki shorts that Mr. Peterson was wearing the night that I observed him as well.
Now, the shorts depicted in that photograph, does that appear to be the front side or the back side of the shorts?
It's the front side of the shorts.
Let's make sure all the jurors have seen that then. What's the next one?
P190 is the same shorts that Mr. Peterson was wearing that night. It's the bottom. It looks to be the bottom leg cover, but it looks to be a rear shot of the shorts. P188 is the khaki shorts Mr. Peterson was wearing. It is the back of the shorts, back photo. And P191 is the same khaki shorts that he was wearing, and it's also a back photo of him.
Now, while you're standing, sir, let's take a look at this diagram here, the one that's on the front. Have you seen a smaller version of that diagram before?
Yes.
And in using that diagram, would it help you illustrate your testimony to the jury about where you originally began watching the three men and then where you moved into after it became chilly outside?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, may he be allowed to do that? Now, first of all, show the jury how you came to the residence, where you parked, and then where you ultimately went. And this is using State's Exhibit D2.
I parked my vehicle in the front, which was the driveway over here. Walked up the driveway and entered through this door right here, which is the Kent Street side.
Let's do that. Okay.
Entered the front door out of Kent Street outside of the residence. That's where I met Officer Cartwright, who was doing his drive to sign me in. Corporal McDowell was inside the residence here. She instructed me to go to the back and talk with Corporal Kershaw and Sergeant Wilkins.
All right, now when you got there, do you remember whether the crime scene tape, as far as the tape that was closest to the door, was here, outside the dwelling, or at the front door? Or here? What do you remember?
There was crime scene tape here. The front, there was crime scene tape here as well. And there was some in the back in the kitchen, along with this orange light in.
So now, once you were instructed to talk to your supervisor, Sergeant Wilkins, where did you go?
Came through the foyer here, through the dining room, and into the kitchen for Corporal Kershaw and then Sergeant Wilkins.
And after having a conversation with Sergeant Wilkins about what your responsibilities would be, then where did you go?
This is the door that he told me to watch. He told me to stand right there. And no one was allowed to come in and out the door. And Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson and his family friend was on the patio out here with Officer McCallum.
All right, now, after staying out there 30 minutes or so and then deciding to come in because of the chilliness of the night, where did you take them?
We escorted them back through the kitchen, through the dining room, into the foyer, and up the stairwell past the front entrance and into the library office.
Okay, now, once you got there in the library, about how long did you stay in the library with them?
From that moment on, to about 4:45 maybe, then we had to separate.
All right, you may take your seat. Once you got in the library with these individuals, first of all, how many people were in the library?
When we went to the library, there was 5.
Who would that be in there?
There was 2 females that joined the 3 males. I don't know if they came from upstairs or if they were in the living room off the foyer. There was a living room there with 2 couches, and I never looked in there.
So 2 females, and then who else was in the library?
Todd Peterson, Mr. Peterson, and Benjamin, family friend.
What did you do in the library?
The 2 girls sat on the couch when you entered the library. Mr. Peterson was walking around very upset. He was pacing a lot. Todd Peterson kept wanting to talk to the investigator. He kept wanting to go out of the room, in and out of the room. He wanted to get soda. I called my supervisor in there and let him deal with him.
Why did you have to call your supervisor?
Todd just wouldn't listen to us. He was very adamant about why are we here? Why are we being held here? If we're going to be held here, charges with something. He wanted to see his lawyer, his dad's lawyer.
What did you tell Todd?
I went to Sergeant Wilkins and I explained that he wanted to speak to an investigator, and he allowed Todd to go out and speak to somebody. I don't know who he spoke to in the hallway. And then he came back to the room.
Had you been given any instructions from Sergeant Wilkins or anyone else about whether individuals within the room that you were watching would be able to talk to each other?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. Were you ultimately given instructions about that?
Yes, I was.
All right. Who gave you further instructions while you were in the library?
Sergeant Wilkins. I called him on the radio because Todd Peterson and Benjamin were whispering a lot. Like they didn't want us to hear what they were saying.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You called Sergeant Wilkins in and told Sergeant Wilkins what?
That there was a lot of whispering and private conversations trying to be held in the room away from me and Officer McCallum.
Objection unless he specifies as between who?
He needs to be more specific, Ms. Barr.
All right. Did you tell Sergeant Wilkins who it was that was whispering?
It was Todd Peterson and Benjamin.
And after telling him that, what further instructions did Sergeant Wilkins give you?
He said to take the 2 females out of the room and we could leave the 3 males in the room, but they were not allowed to talk. And my instructions to them would be there was 100% no talking.
Okay, now, if you arrived at the scene at 3:36, according to your testimony,
Correct.
and stayed on the patio for some period of time, about what time would it have been in the morning when you were given these further instructions from Sergeant Wilkins about separating these people and not allowing them to talk, according to you, 100% no talking?
Between 4:30 and 4:45 in the morning.
Now, with this further instruction from Sergeant Wilkins, what then did you do?
I took the 2 females out of the library room. I put them in the living room next to the foyer, and I sat one on one couch and one on the other couch, and explained to them that there was 100% no talking. There was to be no discussion, and they both actually laid down. They didn't speak.
All right. Now, at that point in time, what did you do?
I don't remember who the investigator was. He was in the room, and in the hallway there. I had them watch the 2 females and went back into the library, instructed Officer McCallum what the instructions were, and I stated them to Mr. Peterson, Todd Peterson, and Benjamin that in order for them to stay in the same room, there was to be 100% no talking. And if they talked, that they would all be separated.
Now, at this point in time, did Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson still have on the same clothing that they had while they were on the patio?
No.
Okay.
Todd Peterson did. Mr. Peterson did not.
All right. At what point in time did Mr. Peterson change clothes?
Just probably about 10 minutes into when we were in the library, he changed clothes into a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt.
All right. Do you know what prompted that?
He was cold from being outside, and he said he was still cold.
So now once he changed clothes, first of all, do you know where he got the sweatshirt and sweatpants that he ultimately changed into?
They came from the linen room that was off the kitchen.
And do you know who retrieved those items for him so that he could change clothes to get warmer?
An officer tried to get them for him because he kept wanting to come in the house, and I told him he couldn't. And I believe eventually Sergeant Wilkins allowed him to step in the house, and he grabbed the clothes and brought them out.
Now, once he then, first of all, what room was he in when he changed clothes out of the original clothes that you've identified from photographs?
He was in the library office.
Did you actually watch him change clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did you see what he did with the shorts and shirt that he had on prior to putting on sweatshirt and sweatpants?
He put them on the floor, and Benjamin picked them up.
And what did you see Benjamin do with them?
He tried to come hand them to me.
What did you do?
I said that I did not want to take them because ID Tech had to take them. And I contacted Sergeant Wilkins, and he said, wait till the ID Techs collect them.
So where did those clothes, the shorts and the shirt, ultimately go?
They went on a windowsill in the back of the library on the Kent Street side. I believe it was the last window on the Kent Street side by his desk.
All right. Now, once they went, the shorts and T-shirt you've identified from the photographs went on the windowsill. How much longer were you in that particular room before you went about other responsibilities?
Silly copper, don't you know that blood evidence goes in a red Solo cup? You're supposed to wring them out into a red Solo cup.
20, 25 minutes.
Right, once the clothes were placed on the windowsill, while you were in the study, did anybody else ever get near those clothes or touch them?
No. His dogs kept trying to go over there, but they kept pushing him away.
So did the dogs ever get near while you were in there?
Not while I was in there.
Now, how much longer then did you stay in that study after the females were separated from the men?
I just went in there and explained the instructions to the 3 gentlemen, and I went back out in the hallway, and I stood in the foyer between the living room door. There was a big opening, and I just stood there watching the 2 females. And Officer McCallum stayed in the library with Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson and Benjamin.
So, is it my understanding you all sort of switched responsibilities?
My responsibility was watching the 2 females. He stayed in the study with the 3 males.
So about what time was that switch between the 2 of you where he was going to watch the men and you were going to watch the women? Do you have any idea?
Approximately 5:30, 5:15.
Okay. Once you began watching the women, then you were in what room in the house?
I was in between the foyer and the living room.
How long?
It's the living room.
All right. How long did you stay in that location?
Till myself and Officer McCallum switched.
All right. Now, when did you all? Are you saying you switched back? Where you went back to the study, or did you stay there with?
I went back to the study at approximately 5:15, 5:30.
And what caused you to switch to the study?
Officer McCallum wanted to switch because Todd Peterson just wasn't obeying his orders. They kept trying to talk.
Objection as to they.
Sustain.
All right.
And lack of personal knowledge.
I don't know if he has personal knowledge. He's black.
I'll reword that question. After a conversation with Officer McCallum, did you go back to the study?
I called Sergeant Wilkins again.
Okay. Why'd you call him again?
We had to call him just to let him know that they were not obeying.
Objection as to they.
He's black.
All right, was Officer McCallum, was it you or Officer McCallum that contacted Sergeant Wilkins this time to
I
get
did.
further instructions?
I did.
Okay, were you relaying to Sergeant Wilkins things that Officer McCallum had told to you?
Yes.
All right. After that conversation with
Well, no,
Sergeant,
my objection was to the use of the term they weren't obeying as opposed to
He wants
specific.
he wants the person's identified.
well, I'm just going to wait till Officer McCallum takes a stand and give him that. I'm moving on to something else. After Sergeant Wilkins, after y'all talked to Sergeant Wilkins this time, then where did you go?
I went back into the study.
Who was in the study?
Mr. Peterson, Todd Peterson, and Benjamin.
When you went back into the study, were the shorts and shirt that you had seen Mr. Peterson change out of still on that same windowsill?
Yes, they were.
And when you went back into there, what were the men doing at that point in time?
Mr. Peterson was still walking around, just pacing. Benjamin was just sitting in the couch. And I believe Todd Peterson was sitting down and walking around. He kept getting up and getting down.
All right, how long did you stay in the study at that time?
2 or 3 minutes.
What next happened?
We took Benjamin out of the study
Why?
because they wouldn't. Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson and Benjamin were not obeying our no talk policy, the 100% no conversation.
Is this while you were in there?
This is why Officer McCallum was in there,
Okay, so
which he relayed to me.
all right, now when did Ben leave the study then? Was that when you were in the study watching them or when Officer McCallum was?
Officer McCallum was in the study, but I had myself relieved at my post, and I went in there and took Benjamin out of the room.
And where did you take him?
We put him in the foyer next to where I was watching the 2 females. That way I could see all 3 of them.
What next did you do?
I instructed Mr. Peterson, Todd Peterson again that they were not allowed to talk at all. 100% no talking.
Right now,
And I went back to my post where I had been watching the 2 females and Benjamin.
what next happened?
There was a couple of times that I was standing in between the foyer and the living room where I saw Todd Peterson trying to relay messages through the window because there was a patio off the study. I caught him twice doing that.
Who was he trying to relate? Could you see?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Todd.
How much longer did you stay in the study with Mr. Peterson and Todd before you were relieved of your responsibilities?
A couple minutes.
Now, what total time would you say that you spent in the study with Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson throughout that whole day or morning until you were relieved of your responsibilities totally there at the house?
Just in this, or the total time at the house?
Your total time in the presence of Todd or Michael Peterson in the study area? Approximately.
An hour.
And throughout that entire time period, did anybody, people or dogs, get anywhere near those shorts or the shirt that Mr. Peterson had on previously?
No one went there.
At what time did you then ultimately leave 1810 Cedar Street that day, if you know?
It was approximately 6:17, somewhere around there in the morning.
Now, when you were leaving at 6:17, was that because of shift change?
Yes.
And immediately prior to leaving the house, had you been guarding the Petersons or the females?
I was back in the study with Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson.
And do you remember who relieved you of your responsibilities in watching them in the study area?
It was Officer Miller. I believe it was right in 311.
R.D. Miller? Does that sound right?
I don't know his first name.
No further questions?
Officer McVeigh, my name is Dave Rudolph. Oh, I guess you're not an officer anymore. I'm sorry. Mr. McVeigh, I'm sorry. My name is Dave Rudolph, and I represent Mr. Peterson. As I understand it, when you got into the house that night, Officer Cartwright was inside the door, front door.
Correct.
And Officer McDowell was inside the front door?
Correct.
And Officer Kershaw was inside the front door?
No, he was not.
Where was Officer Kershaw at that point?
I met Officer Kershaw in the dining room, just at the kitchen door.
I'm sorry, when I say inside the front door, in other words, he was inside the house, I'm sorry.
Yes, he was inside the house, yes.
Okay. And Officer Wilkins was inside the house?
Yes.
Officer McCallum had apparently been inside the house because he was outside on the patio at that point?
Correct.
And this was at 3:36 in the morning?
I arrived at 3:36. Probably took me a couple minutes to walk up the driveway, so I got in the house about 3:38.
Okay. And were there other officers in the house as well that you've not yet identified?
There was one other officer that I knew he was there. I knew who he was. He was on my squad.
Who is that?
Officer Figueroa.
Figueroa. All right. And now, of course, you found out at some point that Mr. Peterson's wife had died just within minutes before that, or an hour or so, right?
Yes.
And that would have been Todd Peterson's stepmother.
Correct.
And Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson weren't allowed to leave the house, right?
Not to my knowledge, they were. I was told they were supposed to stay on the patio.
Right, and then they were put into the study.
Correct.
They weren't given a choice about whether to stay, right?
That wasn't up to me.
I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying, as far as you knew, they weren't given a choice to stay.
It was never discussed with me, no.
Nor were Heather Whitson or Christine Tomasetti given a choice about whether to stay or go, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No one said, for example, to Ms. Tomasetti, listen, just wait here for 5 minutes. I'll take your statement and then you're free to go, right?
Not to my knowledge, not.
She was kept in that house all night long.
Correct.
Was she even allowed to make a phone call to let her parents know where she was?
Before I got there, I don't know. But while I was there, she never made a phone call.
And she had been with Todd Peterson earlier that night. Did you know that?
I didn't know what they were doing. Something about a party. That's all I heard.
All right. Heather Whitson was Ben Maynard's fiance, right?
I did not know that at the time.
You know it now.
Now I do.
And she was a doctor, right?
She had mentioned something about being in some kind of medical profession.
No one said to her, listen, can you come back in the morning? We'd like to take a statement from you.
Not in my presence.
No one said to her, I know it's 3:30 and you must be tired. You may have to go to work. What I'd like to do is take a statement from you right now, and then you can leave. No one said that to her in your presence.
I don't know. I wasn't there at 3:30.
You certainly could have taken a statement from Ms. Tomasetti, couldn't you?
You guys, on day one, when you were like, this lawyer's a butthole, I was like, oh, I liked him on the documentary. I totally agree with y'all now. Totally. You've made your point. You don't have to keep asking the same question 6 different ways. You've made your point. They didn't tell the girls that they could leave and go home and someone would come get their statement later. You made your point. Good Lord.
Could I have taken a statement?
Yes.
I wasn't instructed to by my supervisor.
I understand you were instructed to. If you had been instructed to, you could have.
Correct.
Same thing with Ms. Whitson.
Correct.
But they were kept in the house all night.
Correct.
Were they under arrest?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, then, under what authority did you keep these people in the house?
Objection.
Overruled.
They could have left anytime they wanted to. They weren't under arrest.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, we live in the United States of America, and so I'm asking you under what authority you kept these 2 women in the house all night.
I object to the argument.
Overall, I think we do live in the United States.
Woman, learn how to phrase your objection.
I was instructed that they were to stay on the premises and to watch them. That's what I was instructed to do by my supervisor.
Sir, you understand about the Fourth Amendment, don't you? You've gotten courses in the Fourth Amendment.
Yes, sir.
You know that under our Constitution, people are not allowed to be seized
Guess what?
without probable cause, don't you?
Correct.
So let me ask you again, under what legal authority did you act when you interfered with Heather Whitson and Christine Tomasetti's ability to leave the house if they wanted to do so?
They never made
Overruled.
They never made an effort to leave the house.
Because they were told they had to stay.
Not by me. They were told that before I arrived there.
Well, let's talk about Ben Maynard. He got to the scene with Heather Whitson after the EMS people were already there, right?
I wasn't there at that time. I'm assuming he did.
He wasn't allowed to leave, was he?
He never made an effort to leave.
But Todd Peterson didn't want to stay in that room, did he?
Todd Peterson didn't know what he wanted to do.
Well, he didn't want to stay in the room. He didn't want to stay in the room.
He wanted to speak to his lawyer. He wanted to speak to investigators. He wanted a grief counselor.
Yeah.
He asked for everything that he could ask for.
And he wasn't given anything that he asked for.
Yes, he was. I used to call my supervisor every time he asked me a question.
Mm-hmm. Was he allowed to speak to a lawyer so that he could ask a lawyer whether it was okay for you all to hold him there against his will?
Mr. Peterson at one point spoke to his lawyer on the phone from that study.
Yeah. His brother.
His brother, and I believe he spoke to a female attorney.
That's his brother Bill, right?
I have no idea who it was. I believe he was in the state in West Coast somewhere.
Yeah.
Brother Bill.
Nevada. Right?
Excuse me?
Nevada.
Somewhere out there.
And was Mr. Peterson under arrest?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, all he was doing in that study basically was walking around pacing, right?
Correct.
He wasn't giving you a hard time, was he?
Mr. Peterson never gave me a hard time at all.
He appeared to you to be pretty upset.
You could say that, kind of.
And of course, Todd's a little bit younger. He's, was he like early 20s?
I assumed he was young. He had said something about college. So.
Yeah. And he just lost his stepmother.
Correct.
And he was being told that he couldn't even go up to his own room in his own house. Right? Right?
Correct.
And that he couldn't talk to his father.
That was coming from the instructions of my supervisor.
Could you understand why he was getting a little upset?
I could understand, but I also had a job to do.
I understand. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No.
All right, so you can come back.
He must look like his brother.
Francis James Borden.
Sir, what is your present status of employment?
Right now, I am a retired Durham Police Sergeant.
All right. When did you retire from Durham Police Department?
January of this year.
Tell us, please, back in December of 2001, what was your rank with the police department?
I was a sergeant assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
And how many people did you supervise in that respect?
I headed up the fraud unit. At that time, we had 4 investigators assigned specifically to fraud. And also, I would take turns every 6 weeks managing what was known as an on-call detective team. We would handle everything after the hours of 3 p.m. in the afternoon to 8 a.m. in the next morning.
Now, prior to your recent retirement, how many years did you have invested in law enforcement?
In law enforcement, I spent 4 years in the military, 5 years in college, studying law enforcement at the University of New Haven in Connecticut. And I had 26 years on the job here in Durham.
Now, during that 26 years, what types of crimes did you handle?
Handled everything from violent crimes to robberies to break-ins, motor vehicle accidents, the whole spectrum of law enforcement duties.
Tell us, please, about your the rest of your educational background and your training to qualify you as a law enforcement officer.
Well, beside holding the Bachelor of Science degree, I had taken approximately 20, maybe 25 courses.
And what types of things?
Crime scene management, crime scene investigation, search warrants, drug investigations, accident investigations, reconstruction.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything, a lot of constitutional law.
All right, now prior to December 9th of 2001, how many death scenes had you gone to throughout your career in law enforcement?
I don't have an exact number, but I would say well over 500.
How many homicide scenes would you guess or estimate?
Of course, I was assigned to the division for a period of 14 years. I would say most likely over 200 homicide investigations.
Now, back on December 9th of 2001, so you were on call, or were you on call that weekend?
Yes, I was.
Right, and how did y'all work that as far as when your services might be needed or when you might need to go to a scene?
Well, you're basically, we're on standby. And if the uniformed patrol officers had some type of a felony situation, or at the time we were having a lot of trouble with armed robbers, uniformed patrol would contact Durham Police Department communications. They in turn would page me to call them. And then I would receive information concerning what type of crime was involved, what type of scene, and were we going to be sending detectives to that respective scene.
Now, as far as when you might be called out or where you might be called to, did that involve the entire city limits of Durham or just certain districts?
No, the entire city limits from boundary to boundary, north, south, east to west.
On December 9th, 2001, did you receive a call?
Yes, we did. Received a call at approximately 3:02 a.m.
Who called you?
Durham Police Communications.
What were you told at that time?
I was told that we had a death scene located on Cedar Street, and the background information on it was possibly a lady in a wheelchair had fallen down a series of stairs and had expired due to the fall.
Now, based on that information, first of all, were you told where that information had come from or who gave that sort of information to the communicator?
Yes. It came from a Corporal J. McDowell, who was one of the supervisors on the scene at that time.
Did you know Corporal McDowell prior to December 9th, 2001?
Vaguely.
Did you know Sergeant Wilkins?
Yes.
Did you know Corporal Kershaw?
Yes.
All right. With that information in hand then, what did you do?
Well, I contacted McDowell to get more information. The only thing she could offer me at 3:02 in the morning was again, a lady in a wheelchair had fallen down a series of stairs and was pronounced dead on the scene.
Now, did Corporal McDowell tell you where she had received that information that she then was relaying to you?
No, she did not.
All right. After having a conversation with Corporal McDowell, what did you do?
I then made the decision that detectives would be responding to the scene. It just didn't sound right to me.
Objection.
I then paged 2 of the 4 detectives that were on call with me.
Who did you page?
Lead Detective Art Holland and Joe Fiacca.
All right. What was the reason you paged 2 detectives instead of 1?
Well, it was a death investigation, and in all death investigations, it was our responsibility to take a close look at the scene, at the victim, to make sure that everything was copacetic, if you will, that there weren't any suspicious circumstances surrounding the death.
After contacting Investigator Fialka and Holland, what then did you do?
I responded to the scene myself.
And what time did you arrive there?
I arrived at the Cedar Street address at approximately 3:22 in the morning.
When you got there, who was there?
Corporal McDowell, Sergeant Wilkins, a number of uniformed patrol officers, EMT officers, emergency medical technicians.
Do you remember where each of these persons were, as far as the dwelling or the grounds?
Well, Wilkins and McDowell met me outside the residence. The EMS technicians were outside of the residence in the driveway. There were other officers coming and going, and I was informed that there were at least 2 officers inside the residence.
Once you got there, who did you talk to find out further information?
Wilkins gave me a further update.
What did he tell you?
He told me that there was no wheelchair involved in this incident, that a lady had allegedly fallen down some stairs and was pronounced dead on the scene by the EMS technicians.
Did you receive any further information from him before you took further action?
Yeah, he said there was a suspicious scene to him in that there was an awful lot of...
Objection as to what he said to Brown Warden.
Objection here.
I offer for cooperative purposes.
These attorneys are driving me crazy. It's objection hearsay.
Sergeant Wilkins,
Overruled.
you may answer.
Wilkins told me that there was, it was suspicious due that there was an awful lot of blood surrounding the body of the deceased, and it just didn't fit.
What then did you do?
I waited a few more minutes hoping that either Holland or Fialka would enter. Went to my car, made some initial notes, and then I entered the residence.
When you got inside, where did you go?
I entered through the doorway off the Kent Street side. I looked immediately to my left down a hallway and could partially see a body lying on the floor. There was crime scene tape across the hallway, so I elected to take the long way around to get a better view of the scene.
Now, let me stop you there, Sergeant Borden. Have you had the opportunity to look at a couple of the diagrams that we have here that depict the interior of that dwelling?
Yes.
And would that help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
Your Honor, may he step down, please?
Your Honor, while he's stepping down, he mentioned that he wrote some notes out, and we've not received any handwritten notes. And I'd ask that a copy of that be made available to us before we cross-examine.
All right. Does the state have any position?
Since I have left the department, I packaged up all my cases and notes. What I have left from the Peterson scene is the original report that I wrote out. And I think you already have a copy of this report.
Judge, we've asked that all notes be preserved. There's a court order to that effect. And before I cross-examine Sergeant Borden, I'd like to get a copy of the notes from wherever he's stored.
We'll talk about it later.
If he doesn't have them, he doesn't have them.
First of all, Sergeant Borden, I want to make certain that all members of the jury can see both diagrams. Now, you may need to, if you refer to this diagram, which is going to be D2, be sure you step back so that the jurors here on this side. and see what you're doing, all right? Sure. Right now, first of all, using D2, show us please through which door you entered. First of all, where did you park your vehicle?
I parked my vehicle in the circular driveway behind another police unit.
And then where did you go?
Entered the residence via this walkway off of Kent Street through this door.
Now, you mentioned you had a conversation with Sergeant Wilkins before you entered the door. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you all have that conversation? Be sure you step back so everybody can sit.
We were out approximately here in the circular driveway prior to the walkway.
Now, after your entry through the door, what did you do?
Entered immediately, looked to my left, saw the deceased at this point down the hallway. I then proceeded past the spiral staircase through a dining room area, around through the kitchen. Here we go. And entered around the breakfast nook and approached the body from the sink.
Now, Sergeant Gordon, let me ask you, when you got to the scene, was there crime scene tape yet at the stairway?
No, there was crime.
This area here.
There was crime scene tape up here at the front door area.
Did you see crime scene tape here?
Yes.
Did you see crime scene tape here?
Yes.
All right. What then did you do?
All right. As I approached the kitchen off of the dining room area, I was looking. Whenever you approach a crime scene, you want to observe as much as possible and record it in your head. One of the first things that I noticed was that there were some kitchen cabinets located to my left that housed glasses. These cabinets were elevated, and glassware was kept in these cabinets.
Now, are you speaking of cabinets that are actually like built into the wall?
Yes. Well, I don't know if they were built in or attached. They could have very well been attached as opposed to built in.
All right, what was it about those cabinets that drew your attention?
There was blood located on the cabinet leading into the area where the glasses were located.
What other observations did you make?
Below the cabinet, below the counter, there were drawers. Directly below the glass cabinet that had the blood on it, there was a drawer that also had blood on it.
Now, you're talking about just regular pull-out drawers like you might put your silverware in?
Yes.
Utensils?
Yes. Now, I thought this was unusual.
Where was blood located on that drawer or near the drawer?
On the handle.
Remember what type of handle it was? Wood or?
I want to say they were custom handles.
What do you mean by custom handles?
Well, I mean, they weren't your just standard handles, something that would come standard. Of course, this was an older, more exclusive type house. What came with it, I really couldn't say. I remember the cabinets had these little glass knobs, or what appeared to be glass knobs. I believe the handles, I'm not going to comment on the handles. I can't really recall the handles.
Okay.
But I remember seeing the blood on the handle as you pulled out the drawer.
What next did you do, or what other observations did you make?
I then proceeded around the kitchen nook area, looked briefly to my right. This is a patio. Out there I observed an older gentleman, a younger man, and there was a police officer standing out there also.
Do you know what officer that was?
Later I found out it was Officer McVeigh.
All right, now when you looked out into the patio area, did you recognize either the older man or the younger fellow?
No, I was not familiar with this family.
All right, and do you remember what, if anything, they were doing there on the patio area?
The younger person seemed to have his arm around the older person, and I got the impression that he was consoling him.
Could you hear anything being said?
No, I could not.
What next did you do?
From there, I came around the nook and approached the body. The deceased was lying in a supine position, flat on her back. She was coated in blood. There was a tremendous amount of blood located on and around the body.
Now, Sergeant Borden, let's then go to this other diagram. A little closer version, Texas Exhibit D3. If you would, please, and I'll switch places with you. Use this diagram to describe what you saw at the body, around the body.
Okay, I approached the body from this angle.
I can't.
Okay. We're gonna move this one over a little bit. If I move it back up, I'll just. Maybe we can move this one over some where you can stand on it out. Let me slip past you.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna slip past you. Okay, now. Now let's use D3.
Again, I approached the body from around the breakfast nook to the base of this landing. From here, I could get a good look at the body, and I was far enough away from contaminating myself to that scene. I squatted there and looked at Mrs. Peterson.
Where did you stand when you say you then squatted?
Right up here.
I'm sorry, I just can't see.
It's
Would it be? I think an ink pen.
approximately here. And I tried to visualize. Now, the information I had at this time was that a woman had fallen down a series of stairs and had expired due to that, probably due to that fall. I squatted there and looked up the stairwell, trying to visualize or play every possible scenario as to how this woman could have come down those stairs, landed in the position that she landed, and where did all that blood originate from? And again, there was so much blood, I couldn't make a determination just by looking at the body how many injuries that body had sustained.
In looking at the body initially, could you see any open wound as she lay there face up?
I couldn't tell if there were any open wounds because again, this body was coated in blood. This is one of the most.
Objection to the commentary. There's pictures that'll describe what was there.
Well, he can testify, but he wasn't asked the question, so it's just like.
What other observations did you make?
Surrounding the body were also a lot of pine needles. It was December. Obviously, the Petersons had already started decorating their house for Christmas.
Had you actually seen a Christmas tree in their dwelling?
Yes, when I walked past the spiral staircase in the sitting room. I looked briefly to my right, and there was a big tree in there with maybe a 7-foot step ladder situated next to it.
Could you point to us, please, in the sitting room where you remember the tree to have been?
Approximately here.
All right. Now you're using diagram D2 to show us that, right? All right, let's go back to D3 then and tell us what else you did.
All right. I'm looking at the body, and this is a good replica of the final resting position of that body.
So you agree with the placement that another witness has put as far as the body,
Yes, I do.
or the way they placed the body?
The way the body was placed. One thing that struck me was that if, in my experience, and that's a handful of stairwell falls, if you will, very rarely, I don't think ever, I saw a serious bad fall where the body would end up and the neck was in complete alignment with the spinal cord. That just seems not logical to me. If you fall down a flight of stairs, there's going to be a lot of movement. Your neck is going to be absorbing certain points of pressure due to the fall.
You're not going to object on the grounds that assumes that you fell down 18 stairs, and that's nobody's theory in this case.
Well, the objections overruled. Rudolph, he's explaining, as I understand it, what he saw when he got to the scene. And I take it, Ms. Black, because of what he saw, he did something?
He took further action in a certain manner. All right. You may proceed.
And anyway, that, in my terminology, that was the second red flag that alerted me to the scene did not fit what I was told. The information that I had taken in from Sergeant Wilkins, from McDowell, from our communications center, it didn't jive. It did not fit.
Because of this, did you take further action or did you make further observations?
I want to say I took further observation, also incorporated in this.
We found us a point.
Oh, thank you. On this wall, there was a lot of blood splattering. This blood splattering only went halfway up the wall. It didn't go the full extent of the wall.
Okay, now after making further observations concerning the wall, did you make some further decisions about what you needed to do?
Yes, I did. Now there was one more, and what I'm alluding to here, this blood had been wiped through.
Objection, there was no question put to this, other than, did you do anything else, which was a yes or no?
Yes, I did.
All right, what further did you do?
I backed off at this point due to everything that I had in my head, due to trying to visualize the scene. I had an officer standing here in the kitchen, Officer Figueroa. I told him to extend the crime scene tape that was across here, to extend it from this nook over the couch to this door. I wanted this entire area blocked off,
Now,
segregated.
about what time was it when you made that decision? Do you have any idea?
I would say, and again, approximately 3:40.
All right, let me stop you there for 1 moment.
Man, Rudolph's like a bully on the playground, man. I mean, I guess that's what you
I'll
want.
show you some photographs that have been marked. State's Exhibit P55. State's Exhibit P34. P37 and P36. First of all, do you recognize each of these?
Yes, I do.
And do they accurately depict what you saw that particular morning?
Yes, they do.
Would they help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes, if they could visualize these or look at them, explain.
All right, Your Honor, may he be allowed to, first of all, move to introduce these into evidence. And Madam Clerk, that would be P34, P55, P37, and P36. Now, Sergeant Gordon, first of all, let's take P34 and orient the jury, please, as to that photograph and where that is representative on the diagram D3. And you may need to do that in two halves.
I understand. This photo depicts the dining room. This is the breakfast nook I was talking about. And that's right here. And I approached around this breakfast nook to approach the body from that angle.
Now, does that photograph show where the patio door is that you've spoken of, that you saw individuals outside of?
Yes, it does. That door is open.
Point that out, please.
Right here, the back part of the photograph.
Speaking of there?
Yes.
All right. Now let's take P55. What does that depict, sir?
Again, this is another angle of the kitchen depicting the glass cabinets. You can partially see the drawers that I was talking about that I observed on the way in. These being glass cabinets that housed the glasses, and I knew that because clear windows, I could see through and see glasses being housed.
Now, when you said when you first walked through that kitchen, you made some initial observations about one of the cabinet knobs, I believe you said, and one of the drawer knobs.
That's correct.
Does that photograph depict where you made those observations?
No, I can't make it out with my eyes. Maybe you can.
Can you point to where the cabinets are if you see them on the photograph?
These are the cabinets. I want to say possibly the second.
Well, objective, possibly.
These are the cabinets.
Sustained.
All right, let's come down, make sure these jurors can sit. Close up. I'm not sure these jurors on this end got a good look at P34. So hold that up there, please. Now let me turn your attention to P36 and P37. What do those photographs represent?
Both of these photos represent the, again, the same area from approximately here over to this door.
Do you need a pointer?
No, I don't think so. And you can see where the crime scene tape was attached from the stool. And at that point, it had to go straight across. We extended it over this couch and secured it to this door.
Now, those photographs, do they depict the crime scene tape after it has been extended at your suggestion?
Yes, it does. This is an accurate extension of what I asked the officer to do.
Now, if you would please take this orange marker and show us where you had the tape that had previously been here extended in, well, to another location.
Thank you. We went from this stool to across the corner of this couch to a doorway leading into a utility room off the kitchen. So
I don't think you could hit all the adjustments. See.
That's why.
On the end.
Let's at least show them the end result of what you have done. Let's turn.
Yeah. You don't mind?
Fine.
I extended the crime scene tape, which was located at a breakfast or bar stool, this location, to this way across the couch and tied it to a utility door, which secured this entire area for me for the purposes of our investigation.
Were y'all able to see it down there? Let's make sure that even last year on the end could see what you did.
Swung the tape out from here to over here, which opened up this additional area.
All right. Just set this one down. I think. Now, after extending or having the crime scene tape extended, what next did you do in conjunction with this thing?
I turned to Figueroa, the officer, and declared it a crime scene. This, I wanted to emphasize this to the officer because I wanted him to get the idea that I did not want anyone entering that specific taped off area.
Do you have any idea about what time it was when you declared this a crime scene?
Approximately 3:50, give or take.
Now, based on what you found there and the time you arrived there, was there anything unusual or extraordinary about taking some time to determine whether you would in fact declare this a crime scene, based on your experience?
No, because first of all, we're entering the residence under the assumption that it was an accident. Well, we want to be very sympathetic to people.
Well, objection to this exposition, Your Honor. Either it was unusual or it wasn't unusual. I objected, and I'm talking about how he wanted to be sympathetic.
Your Honor, I would suggest to the court that he could be allowed to say yes or no and then explain his answer.
It's allowed.
All right, first of all, yes or no? Was it unusual or extraordinary that it took some period of time to make a decision as to whether this would be declared a crime scene?
No, not under these circumstances.
And were there reasons for that?
Yes, there were. We didn't have the luxury of people telling us what happened. It was up to us to observe and detect everything or every conclusion that we came to. Yes, our department emphasized detectives being empathetic, sympathetic to families who have just lost a loved one. We wanted to maintain that credibility. However, once inside the scene, a determination was made that it just isn't exactly what we were informed. In other words, I couldn't tell you what that woman expired from that evening. I couldn't tell you that. I could say that the probability of her falling down those stairs.
Objection to that, the probability.
Overruled.
You may proceed.
I thought something else happened.
It was over
Okay,
with.
That's the bottom line.
Now, in making this decision to declare this a crime scene, what further action was necessary on your part?
All right, I backed out of the scene, exiting the same way that I came to it. May I? Behind you.
Excuse me.
Back through the kitchen, dining area, foyer, past the main entrance, and out the front door.
Now, we're gonna need to
Or the
turn
Kent
that,
Street door.
so these other jurors can see, please, sir. Give me hold one side.
After we secured this, told Figueroa I didn't want anybody entering this area. I exited back out through here, around the staircase, and out the Kent Street side door to the driveway area.
For what reason?
Anybody see that up there?
What reason, sir?
I was hoping that my detectives had arrived by that time.
And had they in fact arrived?
Yes, Investigator Holland, who I designated as the lead investigator over the telephone, had arrived. I briefed him as to what we had, that is the original information, and I briefed him as to my thoughts, and he went in to view the scene.
All right, let me stop you there. You may take your seat, sir. There's some further questions. Now, Sergeant Gordon, once you briefed Investigator Holland and he actually entered the dwelling, what were the rest of your responsibilities in conjunction with this thing?
At this point, securing enough resources to secure this entire scene. That is the house, the inside perimeter where we designated our crime scene was, securing officers to stay with. There were a number of people in the house besides Mr. Peterson and his son.
Who were these people? Do you know?
No, I don't know. I had asked one of the officers who all these people were. I was told that they were friends of younger Mr. Peterson's.
Now, throughout the time that you were there at the house, did you have any further contact with either Todd Peterson or Michael Peterson?
No, I did not. I did not.
After getting further officers there and getting further security for the area, what then did you do as a supervisor or as a sergeant?
Investigator Holland and I conferred. He decided, and I concurred with him, that a search warrant was necessary before we re-enter the house. He then left for Durham Police Headquarters to write and have a search warrant signed off by a magistrate.
Why was that?
Because anything we took into evidence, I wanted to make sure that we legally, properly obtained that evidence. We weren't in any rush. I didn't want any officers going into that house, picking things up at this point and saying this could be a piece of evidence. I wanted a search warrant, which was a legal binding instrument of the court for us to re-enter the house and seek out whatever evidence we needed.
Now, tell me, please, were you there when E.O. Pascal arrived?
Yes.
And what was his rank at that point in time with the police department?
E.O. was a detective sergeant like myself in charge of the homicide group.
Why was it that he would have come to that scene?
After making the determination that we declared it a crime scene or a suspicious death is what we actually termed it as. I called in the other two detectives on my on-call team. They arrived, and at this time I felt like we needed more resources because we were rapidly approaching Sunday morning. Now, the 4 detectives and myself were still responsible for the rest of the city for a period of 24 hours.
And when you say Sunday morning, you're talking about daylight approaching?
Daylight approaching, yes.
All right.
I wanted Sergeant Pascal there, and I wanted him to replace my team with the exception of Holland, so that we could be freed up and get a little rest in the event we had to respond to something else Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, or Monday morning.
Were you there when Connie Mack Bullock arrived?
Yes, I was.
What was his rank at that point in time with the Durham Police Department?
Connie Mack was a lieutenant assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
What would be the reason that he would respond to a scene of this sort?
Well, again, to see that the working officers or detectives have adequate resources to accomplish whatever they needed to accomplish. But, I mean, there are a lot of high-ranking people that were on this scene. And make no mistake about it, we, the detectives, as soon as we set our foot out in that driveway, we're in charge of that scene.
Now, how long did you stay there as a supervisor at that scene?
I relinquished the scene to Sergeant Pascal somewhere in the vicinity of 5 a.m.
And then did you stay there or go elsewhere?
No, then I stayed there to lend whatever help I could be to Sergeant Pascal.
And what time did you finally leave that scene?
I want to say it was somewhere in the vicinity of 9 to 9:30 a.m. Sunday morning.
When you left the scene, was Sergeant Pascal still in charge of the scene?
Yes, he was.
No further questions.
Mr. Deputy, if you will take the jury to the deliberation room for just a second. Ms. Rudolph, is there something we need to discuss before your examination?
Well, I'm making a formal request for a copy of whatever handwritten notes he made there at the scene. He obviously had a year before he left the police department to turn those over. There was a specific court order in effect from the very earliest weeks of this particular case requiring police officers to maintain their notes. And it was my understanding that the district attorney's office had turned over to the court all of the notes at some point. I don't know whether Sergeant Borden just hadn't given them the notes at that point, but in any event, before I get into the events of that night, I have some cross-examination I can do that doesn't relate to the specifics of that night. But before I get into the specifics of that night, I'd ask to be permitted to inspect those notes.
Ms. Black, what is the status of the preservation of the notes?
Your Honor, I'd have to inquire to the police department as to whether they have the notes. I know that when people retire or in service with the homicide unit, it's my understanding they normally take their files or put their things in a specific place. I would have to contact the sergeant of that unit.
Okay.
I've asked Investigator Holland, and he does not have any further notes of this sergeant.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, when you get to the point where you want to see if they have notes, then just stop and we'll do it.
We're going to take our morning breaks. I do have a pretty lengthy cross-examination, and I can reorganize a little bit to try to get some of that other stuff up front so that we can perhaps go a little bit longer.
Okay, well, let's take a break until 1:45.
Yes, sir.
You can bring the jury out. I'll tell them. Cross-exam.
Thank you. Sergeant Borden, my name is Dave Rudolph. I'm one of Mr. Peterson's lawyers. You went through a little bit of your resume with the police department, but in addition to what you talked about on direct examination, you also served for a period of time as the spokesperson for the police department, did you not?
Yes, I did.
In 1998?
Yes.
For at least part of 1999?
Yes.
How did you come by getting that position?
Previously, I had been serving as the Crime Stoppers coordinator for the city and county of Durham. Due to a lot of interaction with the media through the Crime Stoppers position. At the time, the captain of detectives, Ed Sarvis, was the primary spokesperson for the department. When he retired, he suggested that it be passed on to me. So I was still serving as the Crime Stoppers coordinator, but also the media representative.
And so, for example, if there was a series of rapes in Durham that had not been solved, you'd be the person who would talk to the media about that?
Correct.
When Dr. Curtis Bowen's dental practice was essentially firebombed because he had complained about drug dealing in the area that the police had done nothing about, you were the spokesperson.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled. Correct?
Correct.
In talking about crime in Forest Hills, you were the spokesperson.
Correct.
Mentally ill people shooting at the police from the temporary quarters motel, you were the spokesperson.
Correct.
Statistics. If the media was interested in statistics and whether crime was going up or down, you would be the person who would talk to the media about that.
Yes.
And indeed, I think, and you may know better than me, there were at least 60 articles in the Herald Sun in 1998 that quoted you. Would that be a fair number?
I really don't know, Mr. Rudolph.
On average,
Ballpark,
maybe. Once a week?
Once a week, maybe.
And in 1999, 40 articles, because then Dwight Pettiford took over at some point, right? Major Pettiford?
That's correct.
And of course, he was at the scene on December 9th also, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Now, of course, Mr. Peterson wrote columns and articles about all these things that you were the spokesperson about, didn't he?
I have no recall of that. I really don't know that.
Oh, well, one of the things you would have been responsible for as the police spokesperson would have been keeping up with what the media said about the Durham police, wasn't it?
Not necessarily, no. No, I didn't keep up with the media and what was said about us.
I see. Well, you were there when Teresa Chambers was chief, right?
Yes.
She was certainly concerned about the media, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
Indeed, there came a point where, in essence, relations got so bad between the police department and the Herald Sun that you all wouldn't even talk to the Herald Sun. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Because Chief Chambers didn't like the publicity that the police department was getting, right?
I believe so.
And mark these as a joint exhibit. Just put it right on there. In June of 1998 and May of 1998, and June and May of 1998. That was after Dr. Curtis's dental practice had been firebombed, right?
I believe so. I'd really have to check.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
Your Honor, I object to the relevancy of these newspaper articles that he has shown me. They're marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 72. There appear to be 5 or 6 articles which it's my understanding from Mr. Rudolph deal with Dr. Curtis Bowens, a dentist in Durham. I don't know what that has to do with Mr. Peterson's case, but what I do know, because I personally looked into Dr. Bowen's case, is that he still continues to be the chief suspect in burning down his own dental practice in order to receive insurance money. And that case is yet unsolved. But at any rate, I do not know what Dr. Bowens and the burning of his clinic that he's the chief suspect in would have to do with Mr. Peterson's homicide case. So I object to relevancy.
It's not the only topic I'm going to get into, but it's sort of interesting that Ms. Black says that, because back when this happened, according to Fran Borden, investigators believe that the fire was set in retaliation for residents' efforts to rid the neighborhood of drug dealers. So at least back then, there was a different perception. And I believe, given the fact that Sergeant Borden, I guess Corporal Borden at the time, was the police spokesperson who talked about that, and Mr. Peterson wrote articles that were very, very critical of the Durham Police Department on that very topic. It certainly goes to this whole issue of potential bias when Sergeant Borden went to the scene in December. So that's my purpose. It has nothing to do so much with the merits of Dr. Curtis. It has to do with potential bias from the fact that Mr. Peterson was sharply critical of the police about matters that Sergeant Borden was in fact a spokesperson for.
Ms. Black, he's clearly trying to show bias.
Yes, Judge. I mean, I think it might be more appropriate if he wants to show those articles to Sergeant Borden, which I have not read them myself. I was shown them, and I understand he didn't have copies, but I don't know the full content of them. I know generally, based on what he's saying, what they're about. At any rate, I don't think it would be improper if he wants to show the article to Sergeant Borden, give him a chance to read it, and ask him if he was even aware of this information being publicized. If his answer to that question is no, then I think that the matters continue to be irrelevant and they do not show bias. And I would think that the line of questioning should end at that point in time. Mm-hmm. But in order for him to appropriately respond in an educated fashion, he would need to read the articles and read what's said about him if something's said about Sergeant Borden in the articles. Well,
indeed, that's what I was getting ready to
do was to.
I assume he's either going to ask him about him or let him read it out.
Well,
I also thought that's what he's getting ready to do.
Yes, sir. Is there some way that he could be allowed to read these articles, which some of them appear to be lengthy, outside the presence of the jury, for us then to determine whether he even knows anything about them or not?
Well, with all due respect, I don't think Ms. Black ought to control how I conduct my cross-examination. If I do something that's objectionable, I think that she can object and the court can rule on it. But I think I'm entitled to draw his attention to particular statements in here. And the whole article doesn't deal with Dr. Curtis's situation.
Ms. Black, as I recall, several times during this trial, you have indicated to Mr. Rudolph that you wanted to try the case your way. You wanted to ask the questions you wanted to ask. So I'm not going to tell him what questions he can ask as long as he's doing it properly. I have no idea what he's going to do other than ask him about these articles. And if he doesn't do that correctly, I'm sure you'll object and I'll make a decision.
Well, I'm just going to ask on behalf of the witness that he be allowed to have time to review the entire article before he is asked to respond to questions about the article. I'm asking the court to allow him an opportunity to do that.
Judge, whatever Sergeant Borden asked for, I'll be happy to accommodate.
200 murder crime scenes, 14 years, Ms. Black. If he doesn't know what that document says, he's very well capable of asking the court for time to review the article. You don't have to speak for the witness. He can speak for himself. Overrule, bring the jury back.
Borden, let me show you a collective exhibit which is marked Defendant's Exhibit 72. First of all, let me ask you, you do recognize the Durham Herald-Sun, right?
Yes, I do.
That's a paper that you read?
Yes.
And you read it back in 1998?
Yes.
Did you receive this paper at your home?
Yes.
And did you generally read it at some point during the day?
Yes.
And you knew, of course, that Mr. Peterson wrote a column.
Yes.
And you knew that among the things that he did in his column was to criticize the Durham Police Department.
Yes.
Let me show you these columns from 1998 and I guess going into 99 and ask you whether you were aware back in 98 and 99 that Mr. Peterson had written at least 6 different columns which criticized the fact that the firebombing of Dr. Curtis's dental practice had never been solved. And please feel free to look at those if you'd like to refresh your recollection.
Please.
Parts dealing with Dr. Curtis have been highlighted just so you can focus on those. By the way, Mr. Peterson's picture appears in each column, right?
Yes.
And he was a fairly prominent person in Durham during that period, right?
Yes.
Indeed, in one of these newspaper stories, I think it indicates that Peterson to seek mayor's job, right?
Yes, I was familiar with him seeking.
Yeah, and had a picture there?
Right.
You knew he ran for mayor.
Yes, sir.
You knew who he was, right?
Yes.
You knew what he looked like?
I knew of him. I knew of him.
Well, you had seen his picture in the paper numerous times, huh? Hadn't you, sir?
Yes.
So you knew what he looked like, right?
Yes, from this photograph. Although I don't know how old this photograph is.
You knew he lived in Forest Hills.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know where he lived.
Just read those to yourself, and then I'll put another question to you.
Okay. You going to go one at a time, sir, or go through all of these?
Well, I'm not. I'm just asking you generally whether or not you're familiar with the fact that Mr. Peterson wrote at least 6 columns dealing with the firebombing of Curtis Bowen's dental practice that you had served as the police spokesperson about.
Okay.
Whether that refreshes your recollection of that.
It really is refreshing it. May I comment as I go along, sir?
I didn't ask you a question. I asked you to just look at it by yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay. I'm familiar with these articles.
So thank you. And indeed, the headlines themselves of the articles can be somewhat clear that they deal with crime issues, right?
Yes.
For example, one of them is, we all know where drugs are, so why are drugs still here?
Yes.
Right? And that one, Mr. Peterson even criticized the DA's office for calling the shooting of a dog the most heinous crime committed in Durham.
Yes.
And said that we had a 96% unsolved rate, right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Curtis's office, that wasn't the only thing that Mr. Peterson wrote about. I'm not Dr. Curtis Bowen's, I'm sorry. That wasn't the only thing, right?
No.
For example, there was some stories in the newspaper about temporary quarters, and I think a armed and mentally ill man held Durham police officers at bay for more than 5 hours. This was in July of '98.
Yes.
He was at temporary quarters right there near the police department.
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson wrote columns about that, did he not?
Yes, I did see one column about that.
Let me hand these up to you. I think they're in chronological order. I may ask you some questions about some of these, and you can use those to refresh your recollection because they are in date chronological order.
Okay. Yes.
For example, on August 7th of 98. Do you remember him writing a column that dealt with the fact that the week before, someone who he called a deranged soul fired a shotgun from temporary quarters? And that he was critical of the police because the owner of temporary quarters had a case of assault against a police officer dismissed when the cops didn't show up in court. Does that ring a bell to you?
I'm looking at the article.
Yes, sir.
As we speak.
Now approach and you'll be able to. Yes, sir. Does that refresh your recollection about that?
Yes.
And what he said in that article was, what's the chance of you or me assaulting a police officer and having the case dismissed because the cop didn't bother to show up? Don't you think that when a cop is assaulted, the entire force would be interested in prosecuting the individual? Do you believe everyone from the chief on down forgot about this case? This stinks so badly, I called police headquarters Monday. Captain Dwight Pettiford, that's the same Dwight Pettiford who was at the scene that night, right?
That's correct.
Told me he'd look into it and get right back. He never did. Apparently, forgetfulness is contagious at police headquarters. That's what he wrote, isn't it?
That's what he wrote.
And he wrote columns, for example, about sexual assaults that the police never told the public had been committed. And he was critical of the police for that, right?
Could you give me a date?
Yes, sir. If you take a look, for example, at the column on February 11th, 2000. May I approach?
I said, I'm glad you had a nice nap. I need a nap. I'm tired.
Does that refresh your recollection about that particular topic?
Yes, it does.
And what he said was, 2 rapes occur in Trinity Park. The police don't bother to mention it. They don't even warn citizens in the neighborhood that a rapist is loose. But the really bad news is, all caps, this is not the first time this has happened. The same thing happened only a year ago. How do we describe this behavior on the part of our police? We could buy their story and say they were keeping it under wraps because of the ongoing investigation. Or we could say it's a clerical screw-up. Or we could go to the dirty poison water approach. The whole reporting system is rotten, and there's a clear attempt on the part of the police to cover up horrendous crime in this town. That's what he wrote, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Were you not aware that his own house was broken into in Forest Hills and that he wrote a series of columns about that?
No. I wasn't familiar with every crime that occurred.
How about the ones that made the newspapers and that he wrote columns about?
Some of them, yes. And for the most part, I agreed with Mr. Peterson.
For example, there was a kidnapping in Forest Hills, wasn't there, where a man was put in the trunk of his car and driven off to a CCB?
I wasn't familiar with that one, I don't think.
Well, weren't you the police spokesperson?
There were so many, sir. I really don't.
You don't
recall this one specific instance.
A Durham man was kidnapped at gunpoint and taken on a terrifying ride before he managed to make a daring escape from the trunk of his car Friday morning, police said. He was in his kitchen on High Street in the Forest Hills neighborhood.
Yes, I do recall.
The
Yes.
two men made eye contact and the victim ran to lock his kitchen door. Quote, "They raced for the back door, but the homeowner lost," said Durham Police Sergeant Fran Borden.
Yes, I do remember it, Mr. Rudolph. I do recall it now.
And Mr. Peterson wrote a column that was very critical about Durham police and protecting the Forest Hills neighborhood, didn't he? More than one, actually.
Again.
Well, take a look at that. Tell me if it refreshes your recollection about it. If you could just take a look at that and tell me if it refreshes your recollection about whether or not he wrote columns criticizing the fact that the police were not doing an adequate job in the Forest Hills neighborhood, among others.
Yes, I recognize these articles as being critical of the Durham Police Department.
And you remember when there was like a sort of a crime wave at the power company, that downtown nightclub? Remember that?
Could you be more specific, Mr.
Yes,
Rudolph?
sir. There were a bunch of robberies and shootings and drug-related crimes all coming out of the power company.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. There were some shootings in a city garage, in a public access garage. I think that's what you're alluding to. Yes, I do remember that.
A garage that was adjacent to the power company.
Yes.
The people were coming out of the power company and getting into shootings and robberies and various other things, right?
I don't know if it was ever established that they were coming from the power company. There were a series of nightclubs open in the downtown area.
Well, do you recall December 28th, 1998 stating, Durham police have gone to the club 145 times since January 1st for complaints ranging from alarms and break-ins to assaults and stabbings, Borden said.
Well, if Borden said it, then I must have said it.
Well, let me show it to you.
It does say Borden said it.
And you were the police spokesman back then, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
So does that refresh your memory about that particular nightclub?
Yes.
And part of what Mr. Peterson wrote about thereafter was the fact that there were a bunch of off-duty Durham police officers who were actually working security there, right?
That's correct.
And he was very critical of that. He thought there was a conflict of interest, didn't he? Remember that? Fact that
I'm not familiar with it, but
let me show you what's now been marked Defense Exhibit 74, which is a series of columns that Mr. Peterson wrote in January, April, and
June of 1999 and ask you to take a look at that, and in particular the highlighted portions, including going on to this next page here.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Well, in the interest of time, does that first column refresh your recollection about the fact that he was critical of Durham police officers working off duty at this place?
Yes, he was.
And does it appear to you that he wrote at least 2 other columns that dealt with the power company? He was critical of gangs and how the police were dealing with gangs and drugs, was he not?
I believe so.
He talked about police corruption in at least one column. Talked about racism on the police department. Remember that?
No. Do I have those articles?
I think you do. July 23rd of 99. And the one on corruption is February 26th of 99.
February.
May I approach you? February 26th. We talk about corruption in the last police administration. We tolerated outrageous corruption in the last police administration. Everything was handled internally again. Huh?
It would help me to know what administration he was referring to.
Well,
is that Chief Hampton's administration?
Well, apparently it would have been the administration that existed just prior to whoever was in power in 99. That would have been Chambers in power in 99, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check on those dates.
Okay.
But
in any event,
yes, I see that.
And did he write a column in which he criticized the fact that a off-duty Durham police officer was seen driving around with a Confederate flag on the back of his car? Remember that?
No, I wasn't familiar with this one.
Gotcha.
What's the date? July?
July of 99. And aside from all the specific topics, the thing he probably wrote the most columns about was manipulation of statistics. You remember him writing about the fact and complaining about the fact that the police were manipulating the crime statistics, don't you?
As to our unsolved rate?
Yes, sir.
I did read one article there.
Well, he wrote more than one, didn't he, about that? Wasn't that sort of an ongoing? August 15th of 97, April 10th of 98, April 17th of 98, October 15th of 99.
Your objection was this question.
Well, these are all up there. May I approach?
Trying to think of when I was the information officer, though. I mean, what were the dates? I stated, or you stated that I was the information
Well,
officer.
I thought it was at least 98 and part of 99. I don't know if it was before 98 as well.
Yeah. And
Well, let's just go to the time period where you were.
Yeah, please. Actually, may I respond, sir?
Yes, sir.
Actually, Mr. Peterson's columns, a lot of officers agreed with them.
Mm-hmm.
We, especially his columns concerning what he called the 13 dwarfs, our city council,
mm-hmm.
and recommended
You're at work.
the police officers as well as teachers
Can't
and other
take it
public
out at
servants obtain higher raises than what we were getting. At the time, the city council was giving themselves a pretty substantial raise.
Of course, what you didn't agree with were his columns that were critical of the police department.
Well,
Well, I tell you,
I can say yes and no, sir.
let me rephrase it. When he would say things like, the Durham Police Department intentionally didn't reveal rapes because they were hiding the crime rate, you didn't agree with that, did you?
You stand corrected, sir. Part of the reason why I was let go as the media officer is because I wanted better communication, open communication with all of our news sources. Why? Because through the news media, we were solving much more crime back when we were adversaries, or not adversaries, but when we were more in tune with each other, when we liked each other. Chief Chambers came in and had a problem, and because I advocated more cooperation, I lost that job. I was replaced by Major Pettiford. So,
and even after Major Pettiford replaced you, you remained as a police spokesperson, assisting him, did you not?
For a short period, yes. For a very short period.
And you didn't
That's
agree
not good.
that the police were manipulating crime statistics, or did you?
It was our reporting system at the time that people had problems with, that we had problems with. We were underreporting our own successes. And that was one of the problems that we faced. And I believe that was 1999 when we actually changed our reporting procedures.
Yes, and Mr. Peterson was critical of the change and claimed that the change was artificially pumping up the solved rate, wasn't he?
I'm not familiar with that specific article.
Mr. Rudolph, let's break for lunch.
Yes, sir.
Right here. Members of the jury will take our lunch break. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the witnesses, the parties in this case. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about it. We'll see you at 12:45. All right, Mr. Rudolph.
Sergeant Borden, just before the lunch break.
We're going to stop there. Because it's 3:45. This one is, the next part is like an hour and 40 minutes long. So that'll put us after 5. And I'm hurting. And I'm sleepy. And I want to go take a nap. But I don't have time to take a nap. Oh no. That's bad. Yikes. Wow. That's not good. Oh, wow. Prayers for your coworker. Yeah, that's not good. Wow. I've been distracted today. Because I had to do the grocery shopping and then I had to pay bills. And I don't know. I think I'm hurting because of the weather change. Every time there's a weather change, just I can't get in a comfortable position today. Every position I get in, like I get comfortable and then I start to ache. And then I reposition and I get comfortable and then I start to ache. And then I reposition. Life with fibromyalgia. It's not fun, people. It's not fun. So, we're going to end a little early. Not a lot early, just a little early. Just a little bit early. So, I will see you tomorrow at 8. Everybody have a great evening. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Stay warm. And I will see you in the morning at 8. Bye, guys.